Well, well, well. If it isn't my arch nemesis. Socialization. Oh, I can hear myself. What? That's crazy. Why? Oh, because I have my stream open in the background. That's why. I hope you didn't hear that. Hello. How goes it? Merry Christmas or Merry Christmas Eve and a Happy New Year? No, it's too early for a New Year. Happy something. I don't know what it is. I don't know what else might be happening in the next day or two. Let me throw up an announcement. Stream. A stream of the day prior to my birth. And also, it's a stream prior to, it's a stream of the day prior to Christmas. Merry Chrysler. Happy Crisis. And then I can say, and also the day prior to mine spawn dates or something. Live now. Is this how you spell Chrysler? I don't know how to spell Chrysler. Why would I know how to spell Chrysler? Chrysler. Chrysler? Yeah, that seems right. That seems fine. Merry Chrysler. Hello. Hi. Can it run Crisis? I mean, it can probably run Crisis. I don't know if it can run Doom, though. I think that's something that we need to find out. Hi. Hello. How are you? There appears to be something between us, some wall. I can't really tell what it is, but I hope I'm not muffled as a result of this big thing in the way of me. Hi. How goes it? How's your day been? Merry Christmas Eve and happy holidays to all of you who are here. A very merry on birthday to most of you. Wait, my birthday is Christmas? Yeah. I've been kind of tight-lipped about this basically my entire content creation time. However, what am I hiding? I'm not hiding nothing. Why would I hide nothing? See? I'm right here. Hi. Just, I'm shy, okay? Can I not be shy in my own stream? Come on. I like hiding. Sappy Solidays. What does that mean? But yeah, I don't have a plan for today. But tomorrow is Christmas, the 25th. It is also my day of birth. It is my birthday. For the longest time, I wasn't revealing what my birthday was, just kind of like keep it under wraps. And then last year, I made a video on my birthday where I actually, like the day of Christmas, I was actively editing it. And then I got it out on my birthday where I talked about birthdays and TTRPGs. This year, I'm going to be doing something different where my hope is I can release a very silly parody of 12 Days of Christmas tomorrow. But I don't actually know if I'm going to get that done because I am not a singer. So my expectations are low, but my skills are lower. Jesus Christ was born on Christmas. Okay, so if we want to go into the historical records, it's closer to like Jesus was probably born in like May or something, like spring. And Christmas was kind of taking a what's it called? I don't have any music on right now. I can put on very festive music, like club music. It was taking on like a Yule style, like pagan holiday and roping it into Christianity because a lot of early colonization efforts and a lot of early Christianization efforts were basically saying, hey, your thing is just Christianity, but wrong. Let's fix that. But all of your gods are actually just saints, if we're following Catholicism. All of your folk heroes were actually just blessed, right? You learned this from the Boondocks. I think it's time that we can get this Christmas tree out of the way. Just be gone. Thought. Actually, I like the idea of having a Christmas tree in the background. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it a bit smaller. I'm going to put it behind me. And I'm just going to put it behind. What the? Where'd it go? Why is it dead? Oh, because I hid it behind the background. I feel like it could go there. I feel like center screen is better. You know? You feel me? Yes. Hi. I'm feeling quite festive. How could you tell? Oh, heck. I didn't start our weekly Q&A section. Christmas maid dress? No, this isn't a maid dress. I considered just recoloring the maid dress, but I was actually up. I was up until like 2 a.m. last night, which is what I do. Which is what I do where I didn't really have any shoes to go with this, but I'm just joy maxing, Xmas pilled. I mean, kinda. Hi. Yeah, I figured why not just get into the Christmas spirit with a Christmas outfit? And how can I get into the Christmas outfit other than the classic red and white? But, I mean, that's a bit loud for me. So I figured why not temper it with some black gloves, black leggings. Arrow in a skirt? Yes. Arrow in a skirt. I don't wear skirts that often. I really don't. I mostly wear like short shorts. However, I'm not anti-skirt. Heck, so first off, I'm going to start a Q&A, which is what we normally do. The Santa dress with sneakers is peak tomboy good. I appreciate it. I'm going to make a Q&A poll. And as I do, drop a hello in chat, drop a hi, and I will say hello to you. If you're a lurker or you're watching the VOD, hello. But in the meantime, I'm going to make a Q&A poll. For those of you who don't know, on our Wednesday streams on YouTube, I make a Q&A where you can just ask me anything. It can be about TTRPGs. You can ask me for Kane advice. You can ask me for how to make D&D homebrew. You can ask me about myself. You can ask me about what I'm up to for the holidays, personal things about me, VTubing, my thoughts on a drama, all that stuff. Christmas is just a day away. Yippee! Mine birthday too. Okay, so now that I have, why can I not? Heck. Okay, that changes things. Sorry, I'm messing with my chats. Who wears short shorts? Harry wears short shorts. Okay, hello, Crab. Hey, Erdrick. Hey, Bear. Hey, Coyd. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Joy. Hey, Zap. Hey, Flamethrower. Hey, B. Hey, Super. Hey, Some Dude. Hey, EJ. Hey, I think I said Coyd. Hey, DP. Hey, Woo. I think I got everyone that wanted me to say hi to them. Hey, Gray. Hey, Real Robot. Hey, Awesome Pokemon. Hey, Goatman. Sorry, I if you're gonna be kind enough to chat in my chat, I want to be kind enough to say hello to you. Hey, Reddy. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. I can't go that low. Year. It's not a Christmas without DP. I feel like I have had many Christmases in my life without you. So I think that's just factually inaccurate. However, maybe you mean a different meaning of DP other than your name. Merry Chrysler. Happy Crisis. I have a concern. I didn't plan anything today. I'm asking for a really good brownie recipe. Okay, so you take chocolate powder and you put it in a bowl. And then you put like an egg and some vanilla extract and some milk and baking soda. And then you mix it all together, and then you put it in a pan, and then you put it in the oven 420 minutes, or until you stick a toothpick into it, and it comes out not sticking to the toothpick. Or it sticks to a little bit. If it sticks a little bit, that's fine, but let me know how that goes. I just completely, without any measurements, and without any understanding of how baking brownies works. That's my answer. Do I want to review Harpocrates 2.0 this time with the new virtues so I can give my smasher pass to them? I did after I went live. I realized I had not downloaded Harpocrates 2. So I did download Harpocrates like 10 minutes ago. Eggs, milk, and flour, bake for half an hour and frost with the back of my spatula. Hey, Hydra. Yes, Christmas look. I've been told this is apparently tomboy because I have sneakers on. Which I guess is in vibe for me. I'm not very femme. I'm not very like hyper femme. I'm rather androgynous. But I like I like Christmas. But I also like I have other stuff going on. I have my birthday. I have the rest of the holidays with other people in my life. So I try to be I try to celebrate where I can. I put up lights last night with my roommate. And last night was the 23rd. I have had okay, so we're not already going over to MS Paint, are we? I respect the sneakers comfort over form. I considered just like not letting the dogs out because I have stockings on, but like just kind of not having footwear on because like this is an around the house thing. But what if I went out with this? I think I would just put on sneakers. I didn't get married, but like I went to a marriage. Like I went to a wedding where I was in like my outfit. I'm in like a very nice top with like suit pants. And it was like, I mean, it wasn't tux wear. It was like a casual for a wedding, but I was wearing sneakers. And this is like my cousin's wedding. And because I forgot to bring my dress shoes, my nice shoes across the country, because this was in family over here on the West Coast before I moved. So I just had dress shoes. And my mother, who is very anal about these things, is very particular about how she wants things done, didn't notice for like 2/3 of the ceremony, or for I think until after the ceremony. We already took pictures, and then when it's like the party afterwards, we were chatting, and then she saw that I had shoes on. She's like, oh, Arrow, what are you doing? And I'm just like, I forgot my shoes across the country, so I didn't really have a better option. And then she's like, you know, sneakers are sneakers. Stocking feet. I think the gender Overton window has shifted too much. I don't know about that. Because at least for me, I'm pretty open about this. I feel as though I have to perform more femme in order to come off androgynous, explicitly because as someone that is AMAB, as someone that is male socialized, I have certain things about me that are just more masculine leaning. So if I lean androgynous, I will be an androgynous mask, as opposed to more kind of like straight androgyny, which is more of my goal, where I have to kind of like lean more femme to be more properly androgynous. And also what I have found is when you go androgynous, when you focus on androgyny, when you're not focused on gender norms or anything like that, women's clothing I have found tends to fit better, and I tend to feel that I look better in it. But men's clothing tends to be more convenient, whether it's with pockets or because they like fit the frame better, or they are just less inclined to have like planned obsolescence. Men's clothing tends to, I'm not saying like high-end stuff, I'm saying like day-to-day, like jeans or whatever, tends to be longer lasting, more convenient, and less of a hassle, I would say, and also cheaper. Whereas women's clothing tends to be more comfortable, tends to look better, tends to be more form-fitting. And maybe that's just because like it's generally tapered with more space around the chest as opposed to like the waist, or with pants it tends to run a little bit high. Overton window, Overwatch, Winston. Oh no. We do be liking our pockets. I do like pockets. And that is something where, particularly in wearing short shorts, I have kind of given up my pocket privileges a couple times. And that's why I wear jackets. I wear jackets with pockets. And so I'll leave my, like the yellow jacket that you see me in, boom, jackets. I will absolutely like put my phone in my pocket. as a non-binary pal, I couldn't with women's clothing. The pockets and other features were too appealing to wear men's stuff. I mean, and I think it's based on what your goal is, right? Because if I want a more slim frame, if I want a more soft clothing, if I am trying to be aesthetically sensible, for instance, those are all things that probably women's clothing are going to be stronger in. Whereas with men's clothing, if you want convenience, if you want something that's long lasting, if you want something that's cheap, if you want something that is unassuming a lot of the time, men's clothing is very good for that. And so each has their own benefit. And you also don't need to be non-binary to wear clothing of like a different presentation. You can be a guy who has always been a guy and is super cis and wear a skirt for all you care. Like, that doesn't change anything. But it is something where, based on how you present yourself, people will have different expectations of what you wear. What about a fanny pack? The shame on my soul, if I wore a fanny pack, would outweigh any convenience it might grant. Purses/bags need to be tied less feminine. As a dude, I get huge pockets, but sometimes you want to carry bigger stuff without a backpack. Yeah, I think backpacks should be more normalized. I think basically if you're not a hiker, military, or a student, and you have a backpack, people are going to look at you weird. People are going to assume that you're up to something nefarious. I don't have a purse, but I absolutely will use like a tote bag, and I'll go around with a tote bag that if I'm going to the town and I'm like taking the train or whatever, I will put my water bottle in there. I might bring a book with me. I might have something that I need to bring with me. And then I just have a tote bag with me, which is much more convenient. You worn a fanny pack, but across your chest. See, I feel as though anywhere except the horizontal, like a belt, a fanny pack can work. If you have a fanny pack diagonal across your chest, or you have a fanny pack on your side, even like horizontal like a belt, but sideways, that can work. It's when it's just like right above your crotch and it's like right on your stomach. Nuh-uh. That's not how it works. Somehow I once managed to try 21 pairs of pants and none of them fit. I'm built like Slenderman with a wider back. I mean, honestly, Gray, I'm kind of like that too. I'm kind of built like Slenderman with like a wider upper frame, right? Because I am tall, I am thin, I am, I have curves, but not a ton. Hello, hey, caffeine. Just get a messenger bag. That's the thing, like, I have a tote bag already, so why would I get a messenger bag? Because yes, a messenger bag can be aesthetic. However, one, that's money. Two, I already have something that serves the same function. Carrying bolt cutters and lockpicks should also be normalized. Marcy, I'm with you there. I feel as though if I want to break and enter into a place, I should be allowed to carry the tools to break and enter. Now, should I be allowed to actually break and enter? I don't know about that one, Chief. It depends on how much they upset me that day. But I feel as though I should be allowed to carry around the tools of committing crimes because I'm not going to commit them. What if I have to stop someone else from breaking and entering with my bolt cutters? Tote bags are just a poor man's messenger bags. I mean, true. You didn't have to say it out loud, but it's true. We should normalize swords, especially in America. Who's gonna stop you? Is my question. Because like obviously, if you have a firearm and you are in a public place, like in the U.S., that is something where, depending on the area, it might be normalized. It might be you have to have an open and carry permit. It might be no way. Like, what are you doing with that? People are going to respond to that. If you have like a bastard sword, if you have a long sword, if you have a claymore or a Zweihänder, who is going to stop you? Because I can't imagine that the same like proportion of people are going to report to the local authorities that you have a dangerous weapon if you have a grand blade, as opposed to if you have even just like a handgun, right? Like I'm sitting here like, technically it might not be legal, but who's really gonna stop you, right? Like, is that just me? Presumably whoever has a gun. Well, yeah, but Have you ever considered that you would then be able to settle the age-old question, what would win in a fight, a knife or a gun, depending on the distance? Now, if you have a longsword, like not even a Zweihander, just like a longsword, which is a two-ended weapon, if you didn't know, that has wind-up. Meaning, if I have a longsword sheathed on my hip, and I draw it and I slash as I draw it, you may or may not have the time to get out of the way, unholster your weapon, turn off the safety, and fire. Even at melee range, a sword might not win. Daily carry uses Zweihander just in case. Well, no, so remember, swapping to your dagger is faster than reloading your Zweihander. I don't have experience carrying around a blade, unfortunately. I am not going to joke about that you should, because I feel as though I might be held like legally liable in case something happens. However, I'm going to say that you have the option. What if you... No, we're not wearing... Listen, caffeine. Either I win or we both lose. That's the game I'm playing. Like that's what you're saying, and I respect the chutzpah. I can't talk about that on stream. I'm sorry. If you don't know who wins in Knife vs. Gun, then you need to watch Surviving Edged Weapons, the best and only training video you'll ever need. I was more referencing the Mythbusters episode, where they found that pretty consistently, up to, I think it was like 18 feet away. I think the myth was like 20 feet away, and then they found it was closer to 16, 18 feet. Knife consistently won. If we start 10 feet away, or like 3 meters away, if I have a knife and you have a like 6-shooter revolver that is holstered, that has ammunition, but you need to cock it, I can most likely from standing in place, I can start sprinting at you, take out my knife, stab you before you can get a shot off. But once you exceed like 18 meters ish, it starts being, I don't have the speed to catch up with you. And part of what that is that it's not just the physical distance I can cover. Like if I was a faster runner, that might be longer, but the emotional reaction of I have a firearm and someone is charging at me with a knife. Someone is going to attack me. That starts your panic, and you need to be the sort of person where your instinct is to reach for your gun, cock it, pull it, shoot it, right? Which is obviously not a very good instinct to have. Self-defense tactics against stronger and unarmed opponents, run away or have a gun. I mean, real talk, it's like run away. Even if you have a firearm, if you're in a situation like that, you should not be firing back. Unless you like are a trained professional, you know what you're doing, you have experience. That is something where, broadly speaking, every position of authority I've ever spoken with, whether informal or formal, about this has always been your prerogative is to leave. In no small part because with self-defense, at least broadly speaking in the US, if you have the ability to flee, you must take that. So if it is a situation where you have to choose between, oh, do I flee or do I fire? You have to make the decision to flee unless you feel yours or other people's lives will be in imminent danger as a result of you not fleeing, or as a result of you fleeing. For instance, if someone is going to like go hurt someone else and then you run away, you are allowed, I believe, I'm not a lawyer, to basically say, I didn't run away because I wanted to help this other person. And that's okay. I come in and Arrow's talking about self-defense, truly incredible. Yeah, it's my present to you, Rory. I think there are anti-stabbing vests out there that can be worn inside the fit. Listen, if I had an anti-stabbing vest and an anti-bullet vest, I would become invincible. Because those are the only two types of damage, stabbing and bullets. Got a gift receipt? Yeah, you can return to sender. The win condition is not to be harmed, not to be the aggressor. Exactly. Become title card. Bum, 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 bum. Arrow invincible. There's butcher armor and turtle skin. Yes, turtles have skin. I knew this. Anti-stabbing vest is plate armor. Okay. The fantasy, like the masculine urge to be in a zombie apocalypse where you're in full plate. The masculine urge to be in a zombie apocalypse where you and your trusty entourage of squires questing out for your lord, and you encounter the wretched plague of the necromancer Azathoth, and you proceed forth with bastard sword in hand, dagger upon thine hip, great bow upon thine back, squires flanking you, your trusty steed, Marcus, riding forth. Rory Christmas? No. What about blunt damage from bat? We don't worry about that. You were the first to wish me a happy birthday. You forgot what day it was. One of my friends, separate from you, actually you were first, yeah, because you were 2 days early, whereas my other friend was 1 day early. One of my friends, like 11 and a half hours ago, so like at midnight, coming on to Christmas Eve, just calls me, is like, happy birthday, Arrow! Yay! And then I'm like, you're a day early, dog. And he's like, what? He's a very silly guy. This is definitely not my urge. Well, are you mask presenting? How many centipedes force their host to wear plate armor? That would be so funny. I think that's basically a thing with some police in Europe. It's basically bulletproof vest with chainmail shirt underneath it. Okay, so chainmail is famously bad against stabbing. Chainmail's entire purpose is slashing, and to a lesser extent, blunt. Because the thing with chainmail is that it's a series of linked chains that if you slash into it, it will become a glancing blow. It's really hard to penetrate. With a blunt weapon, you will generally have padded armor or a gambeson underneath the mail, and that will cushion you from bludgeoning. The thing with stabbing is that stabbing is really good at piercing links of chains, because all it has to do is hit, because of the lower surface area, it has to either literally just cut in between the gaps of the mail, or it has to break a single link. Whereas slashing has to break 10, 15, 20 links in a single application of force, which chainmail is really good at absorbing force. Yeah, daggers are fantastic at taking out mail. We need to commercialize it. Chainmail is really good against stabbing. That's what I'm saying. Like, chainmail is very bad against stabbing. The tip of the knife goes through, but that's the difference between 1 centimeters of penetration or 4 inches of penetration. Yeah. Gambeson is the force multiplier. Well, so a gambeson padded armor, like the classic leathers, the idea of just basically reinforced cloth underneath your mail, underneath your plate armor, underneath whatever metal you have on you, is meant to not just cushion you and not just protect you, but also to fill out whatever armor you have. Generally, if you have a metal coif, a helmet, like a hood that will go over you, it will be 3 inches too tall for your head, because that's accounting for padded armor in it. Chainmail or plate armor was too big for most people, because you're expected to be wearing padded armor underneath it. And we know this because even though the padded armor is all rotted away and decomposed, the metal, and not just the drawings that we have from the time, but like the actual metal is shaped to account for the armor. No chainmail will stop us stabbing. How much force do you think the assailant has? We're on the same page. You see, that's why the bill hook is the best mail outfit. So the bill hook has like 3 different applications, right? Unless I'm thinking of the wrong weapon. The bill hook is the one that has like a stab, a grab, and a hammer, right? Like the reason cops in Germany use chainmail is because it stops stabbing. What? Okay, so I guess relatively speaking, I'm not saying mail. So what I am saying is that mail is bad against stabbing. I'm not saying that mail is worse and or not useful than just having no armor. When I'm saying mail is not good against stabbing, I'm saying the way to deal with mail is stabbing. I'm not saying that it won't help you against stabbing. Like, obviously, if you get stabbed, I would rather have chainmail protecting me if I had nothing underneath the chainmail than nothing underneath, than just being stabbed in my bare chest. That being said, the mail still will get pierced by most stabbing. Chainmail is good against most attacks, just super time consuming to make. Well, yeah, because individual links. Bill hooks can bite it, halberd's superior. Okay. I think you're looking at the classic, like, Royal Guard, maybe the town guard archetype that has a halberd, and you're assuming that because it was more widely produced than the billhook, it is better than the billhook. I love me some halberds. I don't actually think that they were inherently superior to the billhook. I think they each had their application. I think they were similar applications. I think you could make an argument, one being superior in most circumstances than the other, but I feel as though they each had their actual application, and to say one is blanketly better than the other is to conflate them too tightly. The way to deal with mail is to stab somewhere not covered with mail. I feel like you're inexperienced with stabbing. Okay, fine, stab me. We can go to London together. But like a sword stabbing would not get through chainmail. That's why Really? Huh. Because I understand that the way to deal with heavier armor, which obviously mail was considered heavy armor for the longest time, is bludgeoning, is blunt force, is mauls, mails, all of that. But I assume that was really only once you got into plate and once you got into solid metal that you could dent, right? Because even if you don't pierce it, you can still dent it inwards and damage them like that. You can't dent mail. Like, obviously you can break links, you can bend the links, but you're not going to dent it in the same way because it's so flexible, it's so flensing. Well, yeah, even in a gambeson, blunt hurts, because if I hit you with a car and you're in full plate mail, you're still going to feel the car. Same thing with if I hit you with a hammer and you have mail on. Halberd has style, billhook is better for having a whole village's worth of yeomen. No, so a whole village's worth of yeomen, you want, like, spears. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you said, because, like, when you have a peasant levy, the best thing to give them all is spears. Because how do you fight with a spear? You hold it like this, you get this stance, you stab, right? So it's not a matter of arming them all with the best weapons. It's a matter of arming them with the best weapons that you can produce at scale cheaply, train them with quickly, and they can know, like, they can get to a level of competence in like a week or two. Yeah, they're super easy to teach, and they're really useful at fighting formation, which is why spears are so useful, because you'll have a line of like 100 levies, and they'll all be in multiple rank file where they can have a formation. They can actually, depending on what their discipline is and how skilled the, like, armored the enemies are, they could withstand a cavalry charge potentially, because that's how spears work. Armor's not 100% effective, just don't attack armor. Wow, revolutionary. Well, no, so what Rory's saying is that my understanding of mail was that if you stab it, that will be much more effective than anything else you can do. And according to Rorston, who is an archaeologist, so I do trust his opinion, like, he is saying that mail is good enough at preventing stabbing, at least in most circumstances, that it's not the answer. The answer to mail is to just avoid it, or to use like maces, blunt weaponry, much like with plate mail later on. Which is that's my understanding of what he's saying, and I trust his opinion because he is more knowledgeable about history than I am. I was under the assumption that even though, yes, mail would protect against stabbing, stabbing was the most effective way to deal with it. The mail breaker exists? Well, yeah, so there's always going to be a way to deal with something. Like, if I hit you with a big enough axe, with a big enough force, I can cut through mail. But yeah, if I'm going to go against chainmail, I would definitely use a blunt weapon. Yeah. And I guess what I might be thinking of is I might be thinking of how bows and, like, the draw strength of, like, the English longbow was enough to pierce through most armor. It, like, depending on the archer and depending on blah, 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 and like range and all of that. But, like, broadly speaking, bows that, like, the English longbow could penetrate armor, and I may have conflated that. And also how in plate mail, one of the ways to deal with it is to take a dagger and stab it into the eye slots, which is just attacking where there's no armor. Mailbreaker is a specialized weapon, but that's going into extremes. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm with Rory on that one, is because, yeah, Mailbreaker is an example of piercing weapon to deal with mail. It's also like, the Mailbreaker breaks mail. Wow. Dagger and joints are always effective because you can't armor the joints as much. Very simple. The joints, unless you want to not have joints, you can't have them as well armored. Toyota Hilux, the modern warhorse. Oh no. be fair, you don't have to defeat the armor to the point of failure. You have to knock someone down so they can be dispatched to follow up. Yeah, and that's why something like a bill hook is so effective. And halberd to a less extent, but still, where with the hook, with the actual protrusions and the beard that you can catch them on, you can catch their ankle, like pull their ankle forward, they fall on their back, and then someone else walks up and stabs them in the faceplate. Someone else walks up and stabs them in the joint. The human often fails more than the armor. Yeah. Bullets can absolutely penetrate plate mail. Not always. Depends on what time period we're talking. Because, for instance, there was a time period where guns were invented, and it was less effective to use guns than it was to just use a bow or armor. And then once we got to the point where you could fire rapidly enough, with accuracy enough, and with force enough to punch through something like plate mail, we stopped wearing plate mail. And now we still kind of wear plate mail, it's just ceramic plates. We literally wear plates of armor in chest pieces, in like a ballistic vest, where now instead of covering the entire body, it's much more effective to cover head, torso. Because you want to protect vital organs. The rate of fire and the time consumption of armoring yourself does not work at scale. You cannot you could, theoretically, you cannot really effectively mobilize 10,000 people in full plate mail. It just doesn't work. And we're at the point, I mean, we're kind of past this point. We're more for in like mechanized warfare, drones, airstrikes, all of that. But for a time period, there was a period of time where you would have tens of thousands of people on either side or thousands of people on either side. And it just doesn't, you don't have the time to set that up every battle, is to give them a full plate. So it doesn't make sense. So you want to protect their vital organs. As for the longbow, the reason it penetrated mail is because bows are insane force multipliers. I doubt anyone who could use a spear. Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I was saying that bows are special. The bullet dent drip, though, that is so true. Longbows are the coolest thing ever. I don't even know if they're the coolest thing ever. They're just really cool. And they were absolutely terrifying. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people don't understand how powerful an English longbow was. And it's not every longbow, but like English longbows were powerful. They were powerful. Whereas I would say, I don't know the strength of like a Mongolian recurve bow. Like with the Mongols. But I feel as though were those not significantly weaker, but their strength was their range, accuracy, and flexibility. Because the longbow was like stupid. Longbows are powerful enough that they modify the skeleton of people who use them. Yeah, because that's what you happen with. Does anyone know offhand the draw strength of an English longbow? I really like ballista is one of the best weapons to use in fantasy stories. Disagree that they're one of the best weapons to use in fantasy stories. Agree that they're super cool. I love me some ballistas, and that's why like I love the idea of like in a siege you have like on towers, instead of like catapults, trebuchets, you have ballistas firing down. 140 pounds? Yeah, I thought it was like north of 100, but I'm not sure. Why no green in color Christmas outfit? Because Santa outfit. Like, for those of you who haven't seen, this is my outfit. And I figured that it's, I don't know. It's the Christmas outfit. It is Santa outfit. It is the red and the white, and I had added some black because I'm basic. Listen, I'm not going to argue with that. But I didn't add any green because it's less a Christmas outfit, more of a Santa outfit. Crossbows are really cool. Let's make it way bigger. Way bigger. But the continents were big ancient turtles. All this armor talk reminded me about that Buffy bit where Vampire was slimmed with a rocket launcher. Yeah, so it's Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and a vampire goes like, "No weapon forged by a mortal can kill me." And then Buffy says like, "Yeah, they didn't have bazookas 100 years ago," and then just fires a rocket launcher at him. Arrow's a grudge against green from that time their gold got called olive. Like, in fairness, looking back, it did absolutely come off olive. I'm not going to argue. However, my goal was green. Not a vampire demon? Ah, got it. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense that you would think it's a vampire because Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Santa baby, don't worry. All I know about that song, like literally I had not heard that song before until I saw Mint Phantom sing it, I think last year. And specifically, I saw Michi Mochivi react to it and just go absolutely feral. And it was so funny to me because Mint is a fantastic singer and is very cute. It's very small. It's very high pitched, like very silly. And she went into like this low, sultry voice to sing Santa Baby. And Michi, who knew her and was friends with her, was like absolutely blown away because apparently she had never heard that voice from her before. Her probably doesn't even have a chimney for Santa to come out. I do have a chimney. I have a chimney. Unfortunately, because now I live in California, I'm not allowed to use it because all chimneys in the state have to be purely aesthetic and cosmetic. Gonna lurk. Let me know if you need any more ancient historical weapon knowledge. Listen, I don't even want to ask you. I want you to hit up my DMs with random historical facts. I will appreciate it. Does Santa count as a DILF? I would not count Santa as a DILF because I would not. Well, also, does Santa have children? I don't want the answer. I've decided this. You think a demon is going to be immune to a cruise missile? Of course not. Just fire it. Is Gapilf? Depends on the continuity. I mean, there are continuities where Santa has children, I suppose. Historical fact, Santa has seen everyone naked. Well, if he knows when you're sleeping and he knows when you're awake, presumably he has omniscience. Mayhaps, and given that he can provide presence, he is omnipresent. Therefore, so Santa knows when you're sleeping, knows when you're awake. He's omniscient. Santa has the ability to arrive to everyone's house over a single night, meaning he is omnipresent. And he understands who is nice and naughty and also assigns you niceness or naughtiness, meaning he is all good. Therefore, Santa may be the Abrahamic God. I'm just the messenger. I assume Santa reproduced asexually like in Santa Claus. Oh, where it's like you have to take on the mantle of Santa. At that point, that's not reproducing asexually. That's just a title. Well, Santa's Father Christmas. Okay, so like Kris Kringle, Saint Nick, Santa Claus, like Kraus, all of these different characters that all got merged into one. D&D Warlock whose patron is Santa. I think it was a Mateo the Bard video that recently talked about that. I mean, I could, but like I just saw a video where someone said they were going to do that, like yesterday. Fine, by the end of the 100 Years' War, French nobles had breastplates that could stop English longbows, but they were forged by the Italians. The Italians. Or it could be that he sees you when you're sleeping, but can't know when you're awake, so he knows when you're awake because he can't see you. Or he sees you when you're sleeping, so he sees you when you're sleeping. Like he's aware of you when you're sleeping. Is he an entity of the dream realm? Santa won't arrive if you're awake all night. If you stay up all night waiting for Santa, you will not be able to see Santa because he sees you when you're sleeping. He's in your dreams. He knows when you're awake because that's when he can't interface with you. He doesn't know where, like, he can't be in your, that's my ring. He knows when you're awake because he can't see you at that point. And then he can only give you presents when you're asleep because that is when he has control over you. Do not sleep tonight. Do not. Saint Nicholas is also the patron saint of prostitutes, which is why Arrow dresses as him. All right. I mean, I was going to like keep that on the down low until the new year where you and I could make that public, but okay. You were my least favorite client. Does Santa exist in the world of darkness? I think yes. And my guess is either mage or changeling. Like Santa definitely exists in World of Darkness. World of Darkness, Santa. You're saying that Arrow's their own thought squad? Santa. Santa, of all things, is a Fomor, which is a person, a human, corrupted by a spirit in the world of werewolf. And he is a boss in a Hunter the Reckoning video game. That's crazy. Oh, sorry. Sorry, no. This isn't real Santa. This is a random mall Santa. My apologies. Hello, Cantus. Yo, Rates. I didn't think anyone would be interested. I'm not gonna lie. Santa Warlock would definitely get Detect Good Evil. Italian breastplates used from iron mine from Damocus containing vanadium using metalwork techniques refined by both the Indians and Chinese. So the French combated the English by contracting the Italians to use Chinese and Indian metalworking techniques. Understood. World of Darkness has everything for some reason. I cannot find a rulebook for it online. I want to DM it for my friends. World of Darkness takes the kitchen sink approach. And it takes the kitchen sink approach very seriously. Oh, my model broke. Very seriously. Because in the World of Darkness, everyone is here. Like, cue Smash Bros. Ultimate trailer. And that means everyone. That means ugly vampires. That means hot vampires. That means werewolves that are in control of their actions. That means werewolves that are controlled by the moon. That means witch doctors, and that means scientists who break reality. That means the Fae, both the Seelie and the Unseelie. That means things that live in your dreams that want to steal your children. That means a just suspiciously like old soul child that seems to be worldly despite not having lived a life. Santa gets his gifts from the worm and spreads gifts to only middle class and wealthy children spread envy. I feel like Santa would have to be Weaver, or like your first thought is wild, right? Because Santa is about in the World of Darkness, you would think Santa is aligned with the wild being the spirit of creation, creativity, bringing new things into the world. But I would say, despite the fact that he brings joy, which is wild aligned, he brings happiness and contentment and the hope for the future, all related to the wild, except for contentment, which is Weaver aligned. Because I think Santa is one of the strongest harbingers of the Weaver. What does Santa do? He reinforces pre-existing socioeconomic classes and castes by rewarding good, middle, and upper class children in order to promote them to continue following middle and upper class ideals, while punishing lower class children for being lower class. Further, he runs what is often considered a sweatshop of elves in order to have a non-stop production line fueling the capitalist machine. He might be red, but he's no comrade. Rifts is the most kitchen sink setting I've seen. I mean, if we're talking distinct settings, sure. I would say GURPS is probably the most kitchen sink system I've ever seen. You're kind of hung up on the Santa worm idea. You're back, you love to eat cake and work out. Ooh, lovely. Was it in that order, or was it workout and then cake? Because I am someone who, I try to be very good about work before play. I try to be very good about doing what I need to do before doing what I want to do. And that is why I have not played... I played Persona like a week and a half ago. And it was so much fun. I played for like 3 hours. and playing for like 3 hours is so short. But it was good. I finally beat the first palace boss. And now I'm in like the... Because I rushed to beat the first palace boss. Because I didn't know what pacing I should do. And I enjoyed myself. I had a good time. Now, my goal is that over the break, which I'm not taking a break, I'm still going to be making content through the end of the year. And given that New Year's Eve is going to be on a Wednesday, I might start a bit late and just do like a marathon stream, right? I might do a marathon stream and just stream through the new year, because that's something I was interested in last year but couldn't really do. I have the ability to this year, so that might be on my docket. Santa is on the Pentex board. No! Bob missed me with that red one nonsense. You're cooking? I love it. Always remember that Santa is very real and we have proof. NORAD tracks his location every year and he's considered an asset to national security. Oh my gosh. Rifts is a nightmare world where climbing down and climbing up have different DCs. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I grew up with 3.5. I got introduced to D&D and TTRPGs as a whole via 3.5. So I then didn't stick with it for a very long time because I was very young when I got introduced to it. But with 3.5, there is 3 different ACs you have. And I remember asking, like having no idea, what is the difference between like a normal AC versus a touch AC versus a flat-foot AC, right? I think its normal is like 10 plus armor plus dex. I think touch is just 10 plus armor, and then flat-footed is 10 plus like dex, I believe. And the idea of like, oh, there's like different grapple checks that you can make, and then different climb checks, and then like a diplomacy check has different stuff. I love a good bit of noodliness, and before I started making a mega dungeon, before I began to do the current series that I'm doing, which has kind of been getting my D&D and my dungeon delving mix, which is very nice, I must say. I'm very much enjoying the fact that I get to engage with that on multiple fronts. I really wanted to run like a 3.5 game. I wanted to like in like the 2020s, I wanted to run like a 3.5 game dungeon delver. World of Darkness lore is a mess and needs extensive homebrewing and cross version to be good. I don't agree with that. I don't really agree with that. I think that you can homebrew anything, and that's fine. And I homebrew everything because I love homebrewing. I don't think World of Darkness needs it. The 3 ACs are a blast from the past. Listen, it's no Thaco. It's no Thaco. Wasn't there also a whole thing where every other vampire book tried to retcon the whole setting? Okay, so the thing with World of Darkness is that there's like 4 editions, basically. Basically, not quite, but basically. There's the OG World of Darkness. This was in the 90s. There's the Chronicles of Darkness. So OG World of Darkness, Vampire the Masquerade in the 90s. Then there's the Chronicles of Darkness in the 2000s, which was a reboot called the New World of Darkness, sometimes, which was Vampire the Requiem. And this was a complete retcon of the entire setting, different vibes, different goal. Like, this was effectively... It dealt with vampires, and it had some of the same names, but it was a very different game. And then, I believe it was like around 2010. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was when you got V20, like 20th edition. That was the 20th anniversary of the game. So they made a bunch of content, I believe, for OG World of Darkness, updated to 20th, updated for like a 20th edition anniversary, where they made more content for it. And this is Vampire the Masquerade again. And then in like the mid to late 2010s, they released Vampire the Masquerade V5, Vampire 5. And then this is the modern new World of Darkness Vampire the Masquerade, based off of the old one, taking elements from the Chronicles of Darkness. So currently, the most modern version is Vampire the Masquerade V5. And that is what most people are probably playing, because that's just the most recent edition. That's the only version of Masquerade I've played. I've played Bloodlines, the video game, which is based off of Vampire the Masquerade, the OG first edition Vampire the Masquerade. So I have an understanding of like the differences over time, which I must say, something that I love is that in V5, the story has progressed from previous editions. The lore of the world has continued and progressed. So, like, for instance, real quick, I'm going to Let's go here. Oh, I was going to add the Christmas tree to here, and then I realized that I don't have any reason to add the Christmas tree to this one. We're going on MS Paint. So, what was I talking about? The Ventru. In first edition, their symbol was a little scepter, right? Because they're the kings of the vampire world. However, as the game has progressed, as the story's progressed, there's been fights. There's been fights between vampires. The Second Inquisition, humans have been attacking them. The end times are upon vampire kind. So in order to represent that the kings are supporting their people, the kings are not hiding that they are going to lead the charge of Gehenna, their new symbol is a sword and scepter. And I have only ever known from V5 this symbol to represent the Vetru, the sword and the sword and the scepter. However, when I played Bloodlines, their clan symbol was just the scepter, which I thought was so cool. Similarly, the Tremere, a very hierarchical group of vampire wizards, vampire mages, their symbol used to be, and then this is like filled in, right? And then I think it's like that. Because this is to represent their like hierarchy, their pyramid. It is the idea of in the Tremere, you have someone that is above you. They have a mind control, like blood bond on you. The person above them has a mind control blood bond on them. Over and over, it is a literal pyramid of blood bonds and control. However, that broke. In lore, something happened that destroyed the capabilities of the Tremere to have the blood bond. So now, the new symbol in V5 is like this. So it's not filled in anymore, and it has like more geometric shapes to it because it's the idea of it is the same organization but broken apart, right? And I think it's super cool to have these small scale like meta symbols that have evolved over time. Requiem is the best vamp, bite me. I think that if you're dealing with Requiem vampires, they're more inclined to bite you than anyone here. However, I have not played Requiem, so I'm not going to talk smack on it. The main frame of reference I know is that the OG World of Darkness was very, I'll say, big, as the Chronicles of Darkness were very small. And of course, by this, I am talking scale. In the OG World of Darkness, you would be playing in a plot where the nearby cell of Sabbat is trying to awaken the Ventru Antediluvian so they can slay it once and for all and gain power over the entire Ventru clan. And it's up to you as a group of generation like 10 fledglings in order to not just bide your time and get stronger with your blood points, but also to take on the Sabbat in the streets and get up to the point where the Camarilla will never trust you, but you can turn the Camarilla to your own advantage. And like that's the goal of Vampire the Masquerade. Or Vampire the Masquerade. Vampire the Requiem is you are in your small town. There's probably a couple other vampires that are bigger than you, older than you, smarter than you, more established. But ultimately, it is on you to figure out how will you fight against the beast, live your life, your own life, and find happiness in a world where it's not just not built for you, you are not made to exist in it. And then in V5, the goal was we're going to take this and kind of like sprinkle in elements of this, right? That's kind of what I got from it. Requiem aspects made into V5, like blood potency. So my understanding is that V5 and also Hunter 5 was particularly Hunter 5 with like the Vigil, I think took the setting, the backdrop of big World of Darkness, but like the games you're expected to play are closer to Chronicles, is my understanding. Thank you, Alza. It's a day early, but I'm celebrating on stream today, and I'll probably make a a post tomorrow that's like, hey, it's my birthday, taps fingers together. If I start, I have wondered this, and this is kind of like the perfect time of year to do this. If I start a throne, what would I put on it? Because I had the thought that I could make a throne that would allow me to have TTRPG books that you could send me, that you could like fund. And then I would get TTRPG books and then I could review them. So I'm non-binary Jesus. Fun fact. Hey, fun fact. When I was younger, I was on the monkey bars, and I was on these wooden rough monkey bars, and I was swinging back and forth, and then I realized that I hurt myself. And on both of my hands, I got this little like wound on the center of my palm. And it was pointed out to me that was basically the stigmata. So for like a couple weeks, I had these like scars or like these scabs, like these wounds on my palms that looked like I had a circular wound driven into them. So, born on Christmas, wounds on my palms, I became Arrow Jesus. Your birthday is on Christmas. Are you direct descendant of Santa Claus or something? Hey, it's Spectre. Or Yuzu. I hope not. Given that I'm kind of wearing a different version of his outfit. I feel like that'd be kind of weird if we were related. Ah! I'm standing on my desk. I'm hiding. If that happened on Easter, that would be crazy. That would be very good. Wouldn't it be Good Friday? And then it would heal on Easter? First of all, remember, we are not to be trusted. Whatever you want. That's the point of throne. See, that's my thing. I don't have a throne, which if you don't know, Throne is a website that content creators can say, hey, I want X. And then viewers can say, I'm going to give you money to buy X. And then once it funds, Throne will buy it with the money that you gave. Send it to me privately. And then the goal being is that instead of me relying on viewers to buy me stuff and or send me money and or do whatever, Throne can privately and securely get me whatever it ends up being. Now, what that ends up being I see a lot of people do like candy or food. Picks up Tiny Arrow and puts them in my pocket. I wouldn't mind. I think I'd just like hang out your pocket. So like if the AE pants are like this, like pockets like that, I think I'd just like, because like what am I gonna do if I'm that little, if I'm that tiny? I might as well. Content creators. Well, okay, so Throne, in my understanding, generally has a reputation being more of like the I see a lot of VTubers use it, but I do feel as though it has more of a reputation of being like the blue streaming site folks, and they'll have a Throne and they will usually have you buy stuff on Throne for them that they can then use on that site, and then it's kind of like I'm going to make a new photo shoot. What do you want me to wear? And then you buy them clothing, and then they have the photo shoot, and then blah, 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 blah. That's my understanding of what it's mostly for, but I do know a bunch of VTubers that use it. The puppy girl allegations, why? What does that mean? Like Jake from Adventure Time. Oh, I see it. I see the one-to-one. I thought those were the only people that use Throne. I see VTubers use it all the time. Cosplayers as such use it a lot. I thought you were about to kill me or something. No. I'm chill. Like, listen, I'm assuming that in your pocket, there's no less than like 3 crumpled pieces of paper, a couple coins, and maybe like a stick of gum. I think you have like filled up pockets. So I would just like chill on that and lean on my banister, and I'd be like in a balcony. And I'd just like see whatever punk show you're going to. And then I'd probably get like crushed to death by someone moshing, but like that's not my problem. Do I like keys? What do you mean? I have keys behind me. Coins? Who cares? Hard currency in current year? Depends on if I got hard currency. Like, I carry cash on me. I don't carry a ton, like, for multiple reasons, but I do carry some cash on me at all times, or I try to. And coins is something where I almost always get coins that I don't want. But yeah, the desk of forgetfulness. No, I have a desk of forgetfulness. You can't do that. I should go to an evangelical church and become a grifter, Arrow. Listen, I have thought it would be funny if I just say like, hey, community, real quick. Can you help me fund a second channel? Or not fund, but like, can you just like subscribe to it and whatever, where I just like, for just like a couple months, I'd be like a right-wing grifter, just so I can like pay rent. Like, I don't believe in this. I'm not going to push this on my main channel, but like, can I just like become a right-wing grifter for just like a couple months, get that bag, and then like shut down the channel and then come back here? Like, would you support me in that real quick? Because I feel as though, I feel as though it's something where it would be kind of funny to be like, oh yeah, don't worry about me. I'm just doing this for the rug pull. Pocket pennies. Psh, in my day, we use dirt. I prefer cash. It helps me keep aware of how stuff I am. That is very true. I never understood people that just kind of like run their credit card until I started actively using my credit card, like for all purchases. And then I was like, oh yeah, I see the vision. Granted, I very much try to minimize my spending wholesale. So I don't need to use cash in order to remind me like, hey, I shouldn't buy this boba. I shouldn't buy this soda. I shouldn't buy this Warhammer mini. Like, I don't need to like remind myself of that by having a tactile sensation. I already recognize that I don't have the money for that. Oh yeah, Arrow, remember when I said I haven't had my first kiss yet? Well, I have some good news. We'll go on. Arrow has read me pretty well aside of the gum. That's the thing. The gum I wasn't sure on. I just figured that there was one more thing in there, and I didn't want to say what it was because I don't think YouTube would be happy if I said what it was. You know what it is. Oh, a lighter. Yeah. I was thinking something that you would light with. That you would light with the lighter. Really love never spending money ever. I keep my pockets empty. That way I always have room for important things. Like hands. I don't know. Do it for the bit, ignore the moral implications. But that's my thing, right? Like, I feel as though it's only bad. I feel as though it's only bad if I do it and you think I'm being serious. I feel as though if I had a stint as a right-wing grifter, but you all knew it was for the bit. I feel as though if you knew it was for the bit, my reputation would recover. However, my issue is I don't think I'd be a very good right-wing grifter. You got a kiss from a cute goth girl at the club? Fantastic. Dang, my community got more pull than I do. All this and goth clubs? Nice. The funny part is I actually store the silly things I light with the lighter in an old Altoids container. That's fair. Wish we lived in a more sci-fi setting so the card itself can show me how much money's on it. I mean, there's probably an app for that. There's probably an app that every time you spend money, it shows you on like the app, like, oh, what's your card at? And it's probably like super invasive and like sells your information to foreign governments, but it probably does it. To be fair, Arrow, do you want that poll? That's a fair question. I don't think I do. I feel like if I was like too sexy, that I would just go to the club and like random goth women would kiss me. I feel like that would be problematic. I feel like that would be inconvenient. With all due respect to all of the goth women out there, I love you. You're lovely, and I think aesthetically you're fantastic. However, I don't know if that's what I want my life to be. I mean, it's not hard to be a grifter. Just say a slur and don't moderate your chat, and the rest will happen naturally. That's my issue. I don't say slurs. But like, and I'm someone who I grew up back in, I grew up back in the day, where like you wouldn't survive a COD lobby was a real thing that like actually held weight. Like nowadays, it's not that crazy, but like old school, like mid to late 2000s, even early 2010s COD lobbies, heinous stuff, right? It should have been me. The most popular ones keep getting caught openly saying they don't believe it. Really? Unrelated arrow, but I think it's very funny how you write everything on my digital whiteboard. Yeah, I do it for a visual aid. And you saw me earlier, I was just on a just chatting screen. I personally get really like self-conscious, where when I'm talking for an extended period of time and I'm not doing anything on screen, I feel like it's boring. And I basically just do the whiteboard, not because I think that this actually helps, but I do it just so that you have something to actually look at. And I 100% got this from Pirate Software, right? I saw Pirate Software doing it. And I was like, oh, I like this. I like this style of making it. And then I just started doing it. And now I've been doing it for like a year and a half. But I do think, I personally think it is better than had I just like been on the chatting screen this entire time. Like I like having like the tree in the background, which I just put up. I think that having me more present is nice. I feel as though because I'm such a chat-oriented content creator, I am a content creator who participation in chat, I wouldn't say is mandatory. I hope it's not mandatory to actually enjoy stream. Otherwise, all of you lurkers and VOD watchers, I'm so sorry. But I do feel as though I am someone who I try really, really hard to engage with my chat and encourage conversation and respond to you. Even if I don't respond to your every message, I'll probably respond to at least some of your messages if you say a couple. Meaning, I want it, like, I mean, everyone wants to be first monitor content, but like, if you're typing to me, I'm probably first monitor content. So I want it to be more visually interesting than just me and my model and me being silly, particularly when it breaks sometimes. The big one in the public eye right now openly hates his audience and has been caught with femboys, yet still has a fairly big audience. You can do whatever you want as a right-wing grifter. That's wild. Pirate Zephyr is truly the most developer of all time. He certainly is, and that's all I'm going to say on it. That's so real. If I could feasibly write while yapping, I'd still I steal a bit from you, but that's basically what art streams are. That's what art streams are. It is yapping while having something visually happening. And if I had art skills, and obviously it's, oh, we'll just practice art. That's not something that I'm looking to focus on right now. And I'm also very, you might have noticed, I'm very one-track mind. Shocker. I'm one-track mind, but I multi-track drift all the time. So I am someone who I can have like 7 conversations going on at once, but at any given moment, I can really only focus on one. I'm really good at pivoting my attention from one thing to another, but that means that I would be focused entirely on drawing versus entirely on talking, right? And you've seen this with like guilty pleasures. We're talking about NF, Northern Lions, like Frankish cousin. One track mind, but the train is constantly derailing. You get it, Erdrick. Did you know they worked for Blizzard? It almost never came up. Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. I like the whiteboard. Don't get me wrong. I do think it's funny though. It does arouse my ADHD addled brain cells. I've gotten that a couple times. People are like, I like the ADHD, which actually is something that Pirate Software said. It helps people with attention issues. Pay attention. Not about whiteboard, best girl. We do kind of love the whiteboard in this house. We've never given the whiteboard a name. Is it just, do we have whiteboard Sean? Is that a member of our stream? It's the keys jingling in front of our faces. I have a key jingling behind me though. That's the actual evolution. Hello, forgot to log out. Whitey board. I am not calling this board Whitey. Oh, actually, I could do the Twitter thing where I call it white, like YT. Whiteboard. Because YouTube board. Whitey's. Is this board's new name Whitey? Hey, Whitey. Full name Whiteboard Chan. However, if you're a regular, only if you're a member can you call the whiteboard Whitey. Also, when stream starts working again, I've got something for you. Gun emoji. Oh no. Love Whitey's music. All bangers. Who's Whitey? I'll accept White Sean. Or Whitey. I did consider spelling board like that. I'm always confused why white people are getting called YouTube these days. Literally, I keep like every time I see that, I'm like, what? Oh, I have a question. I have seen a couple times this posted. People are just like, I know exactly who you are if you tell me what you think of when you see BP. And my first thought is always Black Panther, because I think it was like 40% of my I looked at my Steam review. I think like 40 or like 35% of all of my game time in 2025 was Marvel Rivals. So like people in chat would say like BP behind kind of deal. People brought up BP oil, which is one that I'm like, oh yeah, I probably should have thought of that. Writing it out now, I thought of Black Power is another one. I also thought of Blubble Penetration because, of course. Black Prior from For Honor. I hate this game. Okay, For Honor seemed like it, or not For Honor. I was thinking Mordhau. What's the one with like the pentagonal attack system? Like it's the game where it's like you have Vikings and you have samurai and you have knights, and like everyone hates it, but also it's actually super fun. Bipolar. Oh, Bipolar. That's a good one. Wrong, you thought of Bonus Pretzel? No, I don't think of Bonus Pretzel. I think of normal pretzels. Is there jiggle physics for the ruffles? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm sorry, Ken. I don't think Black Power is commonly right now as BP. I mean, that's why I don't think of it, right? That's For Honor? That's For Honor? Okay. Yeah, so For Honor is one where I've heard great things about it. I've also heard that everyone hates it, including the player base, and not in the way of like, oh man, I hate this game, but I have like 2,000 hours. Like in the way of like, no, this game actually sucks. It is not fun to play. Okay, I'm loading back up. For Honor is Knights, Vikings, and Samurai, but it's... Okay, maybe it only has 3 directions. But it seemed really fun. It seemed fun. My favorite game, it sucks so much. Mordhau is Samurai and Vikings too? Mordhau 1. I mean, I'm thinking of... So is For Honor new? Because the game I'm thinking of came out like 7 years ago. Like, I respectfully, I have not caught up with most new video games. Elite Ball, For Honors, Pirates, Vikings, and Knights. Okay. Pirates, Knights, Vikings, Ninja, Samurai. What's like one more? I'm pretty sure For Honor came like 20. Oh, so I might be thinking For Honor. Lurk now, congrats on being born. Thank you, AE. I do have 2,000 hours in it. I hate it with a passion. I have not touched it in years. It came out in 2016. For Honors, Knights, Viking, Samurai, and then a 4th faction that got added later that encompasses anything they feel called Outlanders. Chinese Pirates, Knights, Vikings, 1 Egyptian guy. Nighty Night. I feel like there's a 6th there's an obvious 6th one that I'm missing where all general same time period, all in that general time. Dead by Daylight amateurs. Okay, I played Dead by Daylight. What's the term for Aztec warriors? I mean, there's Jaguar warriors. There's Eagle warriors. They're like across the different Mesoamerican, like Central American, Latin American cultures, there was different warriors, but generally it was less so, to my understanding, that there was like, oh, this social caste was the Jaguar warriors. It was more so there's a caste of warriors, and within the caste of warriors there's the Jaguar school and there's the Eagle school. and you might be a jaguar warrior or an eagle warrior, but those are not separate social ranks. Those are different, like, I don't know. I don't know what a good comparison would be. Like, one is like a cop, the other one's like a sheriff. Like, that's a bad example, but the idea of like, they're not separate social ranks in the same way that like a samurai was a social rank. A knight is a social rank. Vikings was more like just a thing for the culture. Pirates was closer to like, pirates is kind of like an Outlander thing. It's just like bandits of the sea. It is unaffiliated sailors, effectively. And ninja didn't really exist in the way that you would think of them. A pirate is just a thief with a boat. A pirate is just a water-aligned thief. All these historical warriors, but still no match for enslaved gunpowder man. What does that mean? More comparable to knightly orders? Kinda. Because my understanding is that like with the Aztec warrior, Jaguar warrior, it would be we are both warriors. However, my fighting styles, my responsibilities, what I'm expected to do in a fight, what I'm expected to do for the tribe, for the nation, is different than you. But we are both warriors. We are allotted the same responsibilities, privileges, expectations of being a warrior, because we are like two branches of the same social caste. Ah, yes, water thief type, vapora thief, if you will. Or if you're a privateer whose business has just dried up. Okay. When I think privateers, I think of how in Civ 6, there's a pirates mode that is a reference to the OG Sid Meier's. Is it Myers? Pirates? And basically you get one of 4 options where you're either a privateer or where like you're working for one of the nations of in the Caribbean. Or you're like a scout, or you're a like outlaw, like pirater, or you're someone that focuses on burying treasure. Is the other group I would say so I'd say cowboys fall into this, despite the fact that cowboys are far and above much later. So I think pirates similarly to cowboys, because Vikings, the strongest Viking age, I think was like, call it 9th to 10th century off the top of my head. Like, I think surprisingly, Vikings are actually the oldest of these like groups. Beating Blackbeard's light work. A letter of marque and a Seawolf class submarine would be a baller story to tell your grandkids. We should bring back privateering for that reason alone. Sid Meier's Pirates is so unbelievably silly. The combat is also super easy. I mean, it's rock, paper, scissors. Although I watched Yogscast Sips play it years ago. And what he did is he got a build where he had like an item or something or a skill that like made him slightly faster. So he just spammed the thrust attack, and literally no matter what the enemy chose, he was faster than them. So he would just do a little bit of damage, a little bit of knockback, and would win every fight by just spamming it. I mean, there's a period where a samurai could meet a cowboy and a pirate, not a knight though. Exactly. Pirates in like the Pirates of the Caribbean perception is really like the second most modern out of these, because that was 15th to 17th century. When was the golden age of piracy? Golden age of piracy. Golden age of piracy was 1650s to the 1730s. So like 17th century into the 18th century. Cowboys was pretty firmly 19th century. Knights, if we're talking like armored knights, was like pre-Renaissance, so like 13th century, because that plate mail was developed alongside the same time as gunpowder around like the 13th, 14th century, right before the Renaissance. Vikings was, if you're talking Arthurian knights, they're actually closest, because I believe Arthurian legend is like, again, like 8th to 10th century ish. They were just ordinary people, farmers, fishers, whatevers, who went raiding. So Viking was a job description of what the Scandinavians did when farming was possible. Yeah, Viking, like the modern conception of a Viking is much different from what it actually was. It was more so just like, if you're a Viking, you are one of the Scandinavian, the Norse, the Northern European peoples who farming doesn't work because it's cold. We're going to go raid a monastery. We're not Christian. We're going to go steal their stuff and all their money, and then we're going to sell it back to them. And what Vikings did, they ran protection rackets. They literally, like, I don't think they may not have invented it, but Vikings would go over to like a monastery or a farm or a coastal town, and they'd raid it, and they'd steal all their stuff. And then they leave. Then they'd come back like a year later and be like, "Hey, remember how we like killed a bunch of people last time and we stole all your stuff? What if you just gave it to us and we didn't kill anyone?" And then the people were like, "Yes, of course. Have all of our food." And then the Vikings were like, "Pog," and then they left. And then a year later, maybe it was 6 months, maybe it was a year and a half, they come back and they're like, "Hey, remember when we killed everyone like 2 years ago? Let's not do that again, but we still need food for the ride home." And then they take all the food again. And then presumably they would have to do a big fight slaughter every like couple years when people forgot. But you are a Viking, you go out and Vike everything. Depicting Arthurian knights with longswords and plate armor is historically inaccurate, but I'm still going to do it. Okay. You're kind of based for that, because I'm not going to sit here and pretend like plate plus longsword is not super based. That is why when I played Chivalry, I would love playing the knight, and I like in the full plate armor, and I would have a longsword that I have with 2 hands, and I would love running around with it. I think I really liked the archer in Chivalry, but actually I really ended up loving the Vanguard because they had like spears and polearms. And what I would do is I would charge at people, and like you would take out over half of someone's health if you had like a good charge. Half plate if you want to lean into longsword, S-stock if you want to lean into full plate. It goes hard AF. I am currently playing in a Dark Age Vampire Chronicle where we plan to go from 600 CE to modern time. So we might meet all of those, maybe not samurai. Listen, in like the 800s, meet Equation, right? Which they're not even canon anymore. However, like just meet Equation and then do something that will have them owe you like a blood debt. And then 500 years later, call that in. So then you have an excuse to go to Japan so you can meet a samurai. Boom, you met all of them. Thank you, Vivi. It is technically not my birthday yet. It's technically a day early, but I figured best to celebrate on the off day. Yeah, we're talking history. We're talking nerd stuff. Yeah, nobody had a navy that could catch up to them, let alone one that could be spread thin enough to account for all the coast, and nobody had enough guards. I like the Hunter the parenting stance on Quasian. They're a LARP group based out of LA. I mean, correct me, because all I know about the Quasian is that Burger Krieg made a video talking about all the vampires and mentioned it. Thank you, forgot. Again, technically this is not my birthday yet. It's an early birthday celebration. Also, how do y'all feel about the freaking thumbnail? Did you appreciate how I presented your engagement with my content and with how I perceive you in celebrating? But with the Quasian, I'm really only familiar with them from Bloodlines. And then from a video where Burger Krieg talked about the Curse of Cain and like talked about the Quasian a bit, the Hungry Dead. I don't think they're problematic from what I'm aware. So I don't know why they got retconned. Like, obviously, if you want it to be the only vampires are the Canaanites, that would make sense. But World of Darkness consistently has been like, oh no, the Canaanites are just the Western vampires. Quadrian are like silly Orientalism and anime tropes. Oh, okay. Happy birthday and Merry Christmas, because it's both of those things today. Oh, if it's already that for you, then thank you, Kali. Soon arrow thumbnail. Oh my gosh. I want to smooch the thumbnail. What does that mean? My favorite fact about the job of Viking is that their ships had a flat, shallow base so they could go really far inland up rivers. Ooh. So like they didn't have like a deep keel for deep water travel. Yeah, Bloodlines is extremely respectful. So I played like 2/3 of Bloodlines. And then my computer had major technical issues and I just never picked it back up again and I lost all my progress. I played it with the patch because I played it like a couple years ago. So I played it with the unofficial patch and I got to the point where I recovered the sarcophagus. I spoke with Beckett. I think I fought the gargoyle in Hollywood. I interacted with Quasian. I don't think I went to Chinatown. I think Chinatown is a section of the game that I didn't get to. I basically stopped playing because my computer shut down right at the point where the game like massively tanks in quality. Because in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, it's widely considered like one of the best RPGs, or at least from what I'm aware. And it had a huge issue where the end game was rushed and did not make a lot of sense and was not very good. Yeah, I think I stopped literally right before Chinatown. Probably for the best. Bloodlines infamously falls off in the last part. Yeah, and I really want to finish it. I really want to play it, but I just don't know. Like, at this point, it's been like 4 years, 3 years. I think it's been 3 years. One of the best classic CRPGs that no one played at the time. Did no one play it at the time? Because I know KOTOR, Mass Effect 1, Dragon Age Origins. Like, obviously, BioWare had a stranglehold on CRPGs. I'm curious what other like CRPGs there were. It sold horribly. It was a bomb at launch. It's a well, yeah. So I know it's a huge cult classic, and then Bloodlines 2, I think, is really bad. Bloodlines quality goes up, 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 down, up. Okay, I didn't know it ended on an up. Good. Troika made exactly 3 games: Bloodlines, Temple of Elemental Evil, and Arcanum of Steamworks, and Magic Obscura. Arcanum was a jump scare of a name drop. BioWare was years later. Well, no, so Bloodlines was like 2004. KOTOR was the 90s. And KOTOR was BioWare, correct? CRPGs as a whole were dying in the early 2000s. I think most good CRPGs were rushed. I mean, I believe that deadlines do promote creativity so long as you're not being crunched. And the 2000s and the 90s were not an era of crunch that we have seen now. The 2010s era of crunch is not just unhealthy, it is also detrimental to a game. But having deadlines that are rushing you makes you locked in. And obviously you want to make it so you have enough time to make the game. Bloodlines was an example of they did not have enough time to make the game. But I feel like a lot of games, having some rush to it, having some fire under your butt isn't a bad thing. So long as you actually have the time to get it done. What are CRPGs? Computer role-playing games, as far as I'm aware. So a CRPG is stuff like Mass Effect, where it's a role-playing game, all digital. It's not a tabletop game. It's not anything. Like Baldur's Gate 3 would be a CRPG. The 2010s era of crunch, the era of crunch always existed until recently. No, it's been much worse in the last like 15 years. Like, yes, it was always crunch, and correct, it was bad for the longest time. It was not to the same level of, I'll say, like, efficiency that the 2010s unleashed. The 2010s is when there was an active cycle of, okay, we're gonna crunch. Okay, game release, mass layoffs. Crunch, and then there's just massive crunch, layoffs when the game releases. Like, the 2010s established a pattern of behavior that we have yet to kick and has only gotten worse with the advent and integration of generative AI in game dev. The 2000s and earlier did not have that level of crunch. It had crunch. It sucked for game devs because every creative field sucks for creatives that have to work to industry standards, but it was not nearly as bad as the 2010s. I'm not sure I actually agree with you. If you look at people in the 80s, 90s, and Insomniac, you see horrific crunch. Yes, but was it on the same level of institutional rotation as it was in the 2010s? I suppose I should clarify. I'm not saying that there was less crunch. I am saying that it was less actively dismissive of the game devs. It's not hard to know why artists actually liked what they were working on in the end. Well, so that's what I'm saying, is that I don't think it's a matter of liking. I don't think it's like back in the 90s they were built different. I think it's literally in the 2010s, there was this attitude shift where devs are disposable. In the 2010s, devs got seen as, we don't care about your devs. We care about the brand name of the studio. If I am Naughty Dog and I fire all of my devs and then I hire a bunch of junior devs that have never worked on a game, and I have like 3 key staff that are all in managerial positions at this point, I can then work my junior staff like dogs because they don't know any better. They've never worked on a game before. I can work them until they break, release a game, fire a bunch of them, and then hire new junior staff that also have never worked on a game before at industry entry prices. So I don't have to pay my now veteran staff who have worked on this game for 4 years at crunch hours, because now I'm just firing new people. But like, this was not the case industry-wide until the 2010s. It's something that happened prior to the 2010s, but if you think about it, pre-2010s, there was this attitude that devs are essential. There's this attitude that it was the developers that made the game, so the developers are the important bit. You might crunch them, you might force them into horrible working circumstances, but you're not going to just toss them. In the 2010s, there's this established pattern of once you finish a game, you're probably going to get laid off because the company is downsizing, and then they hire a bunch of new hires that have less experience and that they can pay less to make a new game. Merry Christmas! Hey, Dynamite. It absolutely was. I've seen the interviews with old school devs back in the 60s and 70s. Really? The rates of burnout. I'm not talking burnout. I am talking how management treats the devs. Like, what I'm saying here is that the crunch was the same. Like it was brought up to me that the crunch was the same, and I agree with that. And I've changed my opinion. I've been like, you're correct on that. I'm saying that the layoff cycle, the retention of existing client or of devs was significantly different. Which obviously I'm saying all this anecdotally. I'm saying all this without doing any research. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Anecdotally. But from what I'm aware, that was not industry standard up until the 2010s. May I recommend Majolar's retrospective on the Ultima series? It covers the kind of things of being an awesome historical series about the origins of modern gaming. Yeah, throw it in the Discord if you're on it. Okay, I have some good questions to get to. I can't grab this one, so I'll grab this one. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. I'm always nervous around this time of year because this is a big, important time for me. Birthday, celebrations, like buying people stuff. I mean, obviously I'm spending much finances or whatever. But also it's just like my birthday. So this is like my time where it's time to invest in myself and my relationships. And that always makes me nervous because that's always super scary for me. But I very well might do something crazy like, I don't know. I have had a ton of growth this year that I'm so proud of and I'm so thankful for, that like it might be time to commission a model, which I don't know if holiday time is the best time to do that or if I should wait until like mid-spring because I don't know what the cycle is, but I feel as though now's as good a time as any. Sure, this is more of an industrification of the game industry where, yes, in terms of cutting costs, dev culture shifted, but crunch was always an assumed part. And that's what I've been saying, is that crunch was always a part of it. It's just now it is industry standard to toss the devs once the crunch is over and get new devs that don't have any experience so you can crunch them even harder. Like, yeah, it sucked in the 70s and 80s or whatever, and I'm sure that they experienced massive crunch that they should not have experienced. But my understanding is that it's worse now because you have even less leverage now than you did 50 years ago. Today, if you apply to like EA or whatever as like a junior software engineer, you have no leverage. You're going to be paid below industry standard because, well, you work for EA. It's a big name. And then you're going to be crunched much more than you should be. And then you're going to get laid off. And then no one else is going to hire you because they all have their own teams or they're all hiring people that have less experience for less money. Meanwhile, 50 years ago, you're going to get crunched, but the candidate pool is, my assumption is, 1/10 of what it was today. Thankfully, there are still studios like Vanillaware that cultivate their talent instead of burning through it. Hey, well, at least Larian is fine, right? Bonus points if you lay off the devs before bonuses. Yep. The industry is going to fail if GTA 6 implodes. Rockstar? I have not played a Rockstar game. I think ever. No, I've played LA Noire. I've played that. The fact GTA 6 keeps being delayed, I'm gonna say it, I think that's a good sign. Just full stop. I think GTA 6 being delayed like 3 times now is a good sign, because as impatient as people are, you're impatient because investors are impatient. And managers bend to investors and force devs to work unreasonable hours to crunch them. Now, I don't know if Rockstar is crunching their devs. However, what I do know is that Rockstar really, really, really values a bar of quality that they hate to fall under. And that means if Rockstar is going to release GTA 6 and they delay it, the reason they're doing that is because they don't feel they're at that bar of quality. That's not a sign that things are like, it's a sinking ship or it's all burning or whatever. What that means is Rockstar is recognizing it is more important to us to release a good game than to meet preliminary agenda items for investors. They've been saying that AAA is going to be exploding for a year and it still hasn't happened and probably never will. I don't think it never will. I think the issue with AAA is that, like, Jimmy, the 17-year-old, is always going to buy the newest COD. It doesn't matter if Black Ops 7 was like a Gen AI nightmare. It doesn't matter if the campaign sucked. It doesn't matter if the multiplayer doesn't work. Jimmy, the 17-year-old, is always going to buy COD. And like Steve, the 21-year-old, is always going to buy Battlefield. And like there are these anchor markets of generally younger people that want the newest thing because it's the newest thing, and their parents or their friends or their loved ones or their partners or them has the disposable income to spend $60, $70, $80, sometimes $120 for a special edition. And this is a big enough market segment that is considered the average gamer. So COD can say the average gamer, not average across all gamers, but like the most common gamer, the average gamer, the one in the middle, they're willing to buy AI slop at a $90 price tag. So let's just make AI slop at a $90 price tag. And until the average gamer, until the average consumer says, no, this is not something I'm going to buy, it does not matter how much the like hardcore or the critics or like the casuals, like this isn't even like casual gamers. This is like your average gamer who just buys something because it's new. Oh, like Naughty Dog is making, like Larian is making a new game. Baldur's Gate 3 was fun. I'm going to buy this new game from them. You have not punished Larian for improper behavior because you have spent money and demonstrated you don't care. Same thing with EA, Activision Blizzard. If you're buying their products, you're indicating to them with your wallet, I don't care what you're doing. And or I care, but not enough to stop me from buying this. And that's why AAA is not going to die anytime soon, but it can die. AAA will die when the average gamer stops just buying the newest thing because it's new. Don't forget, internal Sony memos showed like 80% of PS5 owners only played COD and nothing else, which, like, I don't play PlayStation. AAA won't die, it'll adapt. I disagree. I think that the indie space has been adapting. I think that the indie space has... The only reason the indie space has not taken AAA is because the average gamer is still so enmeshed in thinking, well, AAA is better because AAA. AAA is better, and therefore I should spend more money on it. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to play COD, I'm going to play Battlefield, I'm going to play FIFA, I'm going to play like whatever, right? I don't even think it's too big to adapt. I think it's... I'm not going to lie, I think it's too stupid. Because it's real easy when something works for 20 years, let's say. And let's say the leaders of these companies, your CEO for, on average, 5 years at a time. So the average company, or each company has, on average, 4 CEOs throughout this time period. It works. We're doing exactly what it is. Oh no, we had a hit in the 2008 financial crisis. We have to adapt. Oh no, we had a hit in the 2020 COVID pandemic. We have to adapt. Those are all bumps of the company has to adapt, much like any company had to adapt. But what do you do when it's you and the thing that worked for the CEO before you and the CEO before them and the CEO before them? What do you do when that just stops working? Well, clearly, it's the consumer's fault. Clearly, it's the advertising's fault. Clearly, it's that we are spending too much money on devs. The thing that always worked clearly works. So we have to make it as easy for that to work as possible. We're going to go harder on generative AI, cutting down the workforce, spending more money on advertising. We're going to do all of the wrong things because we're stupid. And by stupid, I mean complacent. But this is something that doesn't just happen in video games. It happens in business. This happens in politics. This happens in informal leadership positions. Anytime you have a position where something just works for an extended period of time, and there's multiple different striations of leadership that goes away from, like, when EA started and when EA got popular, the people in charge, like, understood what they were doing. The people that inherited that mostly understood what they were doing. The people that inherited that kind of knew what they were doing. The people that inherited that don't really know what they're doing. The people that inherited that have no clue what made it successful in the first place. They just understand, if I keep the ship in this direction, it's not going to fall apart and I'll make bank. There's a reason why modern day video game company devs or video game company CEOs are all money people. They're all investors, or a lot of them are. And that's because we're no longer at the point where it's people making games for the love of the game, knowing devs, knowing IT, knowing computer stuff. Those are the people that made everything successful. You have these people making it successful, and then you have people that inherit that kind of know what they're doing, and you have people that don't really know what they're doing, and then maybe you have someone that's good, and then you have someone that doesn't, and then you have someone who only is in it for the money. And this is the life cycle of inherited business if you don't curate it. And this is what we're seeing with AAA. Like, I would say this was like the 90s into the 2000s, and this was kind of like the 2000s, and then we had a little bit of a boost, and then now, ooh. And where does it die? I don't know if we die here. I don't know if we die down here. I don't know if the place that we should have died was up here, and the fact that we haven't died yet is very concerning. Like, that's not something I know. And I think that it's kind of foolish to assume that you know where it will be. But what I do know is that the current state of the industry is basically being held together by the keystone of that average consumer that doesn't really care about studios, doesn't really care about controversies, doesn't really care about quality of game. They just care about the new game of a series they recognize that they played the previous 3 installments of, and they're willing to buy the Platinum Edition of, along with the Battle Pass, along with the DLC cosmetics, because they have the disposable income to do so. Yeah, let's not forget about Sony pumping $100 million into Concord and then pulling the plug after less than 2 weeks. A lot of these executives are just idiots who fall upward every time they fail. Well, and that's the thing, is that it's a very real issue in corporate where promotions continue until you suck. So I enter, assuming a company with upward mobility, I enter in the Salesforce. I have an account. I'm an account manager. Wow, Arrow, you're doing so good at this. Let's promote you to a senior account manager. Cool. Wow, Arrow, you're doing really well in this like senior account. You've been doing this for a couple of years. How about we make you like a Salesforce team lead? Okay. Wow, Arrow, you're doing fantastic. Like, you're even doing. How about we make you the leader of this like region? Okay, like Arrow, you seem to be struggling a bit, but you've been doing this a couple years. Like, everything seems to be doing well. Let's promote you one more time. We're gonna make you the like NA like rep. Well, suddenly I suck. I was already struggling when I was just representing the region of like the Northeast US. Now, as the North American representative of this company, I'm really struggling. I don't know what I'm doing. I suck. And so they're never going to promote me. Which means I'm stuck at the position that I'm terrible at. Because I was good here. I was good here. I was even better here. And then I was kind of struggling here. And then now I suck. And it's very uncommon to like demote someone in most circumstances. So I'm not going to go back to the position where I was fine at or the position that I was amazing at. I'm going to stay at where I suck, which means until I leave or I get fired, I am going to suck as the North American representative. And it gets easier and easier to get stuck at positions where you're really bad at the higher level you are and the more responsibilities you have. Because then it's easier for me to say, well, I suck as the North American rep. Hey, Marcy, you're my like Northeast representative. You handle this. Neko, you represent the Northwest. Can you do this for me? And suddenly I can float. I suck at my job, but I can manage to just kind of not get fired because I have the position and authority to keep people doing the job that I don't know how to do. And that's why at a lower level, like the account manager or like the senior account manager, if I suck at my job, I'm going to get fired. But at the higher level, if I suck at my job, I can just get my employees, the people that report to me, to do stuff for me. They're not going to say no. Do they want to get fired? No. And that's like a legitimate issue in corporate America, is that there are a bunch of people in positions that they legitimately should not be in them, but because they're not going to get demoted, they're stuck there. And they were really good at being an account manager, being a team lead. Maybe they are really good at inbound logistics, and then you bring them up to a full supply chain manager position where they're not good at the outbound, but they're really good at the inbound. They shouldn't be in that position, and there's just not really a system in place to have them advance without putting them in a new position with new, different responsibilities. Delegation is a real and valuable skill, but boys overvalue sometimes. Disagree. I don't think that it's overvalued. I think it is a crutch. Delegation is extremely important, and you should know how to delegate. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. What I'm saying is that a lot of people in these positions won't delegate. They will kick the can. Me saying, okay, I need to do responsibility X, Y, and Z. So I'm going to get Cantus to do X, Can to do Y, Erdrick to do Z. That's not delegation. That's kicking the can. That's them doing my work for me. Delegation is, I need to do X, Y, Z. Okay, I will do X. I understand that I don't have the expertise or understanding to do Y. Hey, Neko, can you do Y for me? and then Neko does Y. And then with Zed, I understand how to do it, but I haven't done it in a while. So I check in with Marcy. I say, hey, Marcy, can you walk me through how to do Zed? So then Marcy and I together do Zed. That's delegation. Because I don't have the time to do all three, and I don't have the expertise to do all three. So I get people that know how to do it better, and I learn from someone how to do another one, so that in the future I can do X and Z. It's hilarious how off base Blop 7 is in that regard. I almost couldn't believe it. Promoted into incompetence is a real thing. Yeah, because what do you do when you promote someone into incompetence? Like, legitimately. You shut your mouth, Neko. I just saw what you sent in the group chat. Can I ask you to take a peek at the Kiss Bash in Discord and give your suggestions and thoughts on it in original works? So I assume this is a 40k thing. Let's see this. Original works. I do not see. EJ, I'm sorry, I do not see your Kit Bash. Oh, is it the Lancer one? Oh, okay, yeah. I assumed it was 40k. Okay, so what is this? Pixel or Kit Bash? I see energy sword of some variety. I see laser gun. I get morning cloak. There's a halo and like jet boosters. Hatsune Miku. I get morning cloak. It's a Viceroy? Ooh. So the Viceroy is the Monarch alt, where it's a rocket launcher. So I assume this little doodad is a rocket launcher. My issue is I have not researched the Viceroy, so I don't know what it does. I think it's cool. And I'm really curious about what this like paracausal nonsense is. That gives teleporting Viceroy? Yeah. The Viceroy is close combat? Retrograde minis, yeah! Wait, is the Star Missile from Biomecha Rainmaker? Oh, that'd be cool. I like it. I like that it has like platforms. I appreciate that you gave it shoes instead of hooves and or toes. Viceroy dives and forcibly inserts missiles into your enemies' heads. Okay, I can insert missiles into my enemies' heads forcibly from range. Being closer doesn't make it better. I think a big reason for me liking 40k was I'm already a fan of other kit bashing stuff from Star Wars. That makes a lot of sense. It makes all launchers count as close. Holy heck. Viceroy adds CQB to launchers so the rolls run in and fire like a Manticore plus Nelson. That's so silly to me. Wait, if you got a kit, then you must bash? I will say, when I hear kit bash, my first thought is orc. Every time I hear kit bash, I think orc. I think chaos is another one that is a very easy means of saying like, hey, you can kit bash this and it'll be really easy. Because if I make like, I don't know, a chaos land raider, there's no reason I can't make take a land raider and like take pieces of like a bean blade and attach it to it. Spikes that I put on it. The components of like a Noctilith crown and like build it into it. That's all super cool, even if it's just a land raider. GW used to be cool and encourage kit bashing. That stopped when they got more corporate. Yeah, and it sucks. Every good orc vehicle is kit bashed. Exactly. And it's a size 1 compared to Monarch size 2. The Monarch always surprises me. The Monarch always like throws me a curveball, because for the longest time I thought I could fly because of like a piece of art shows it flying. And also I always forget it's size 2. The Iskender is another one that I always forget it's size 2. Like the Tortuga makes sense it's size 2. The Lancaster makes sense it's size 2. The Barbarossa makes sense it's size 3. But a lot of the size 2 mechs, I'm just like, wait, really? You? Every mech can fly if you believe hard enough. Every mech can fly if you attach a flight unit. That's why I want a flying Barbarossa. Wait, what if I make a flying Barbarossa and I like paint it red and white and I call it Santa's sleigh and I go by call signs like Saint Nick? and the presence I deliver is Apocalypse Rail. There used to be official GW instructions. Yes. How to convert a deodorant stick into a vehicle? Heck, the original Battle Wagon was just instructions dimensions. Yeah, like old GW had rules for kit bashing. And at Games Day, they had a contest to see who could kit bash the best. And that has since been removed because they now are like, no, you can't kit bash. You need to do official only GW products. They don't even do Forge World anymore. Santa's sleigh. Yeah, exactly. I always forget the Tortuga end of sentence. Man, I so want to make a flying monarch, but Talek makes it stop and makes it fall. And what? Why can't you play Farah? My brain is swimming. I just watched the classic Silent Night, Deadly Night 2 nights last night. Oh my gosh. The Tortuga, Drake, and Kid are probably my top 3 favorites. Good taste. I still don't know much about the Kid. It's crazy. I have gone through probably 20 frames. Probably more than 20 at this rate. I believe I've gone through like 8, 6, 5, 6 or something. So like 25 frames ish. There are still so many frames where I'm like, I have no idea how the Kid plays. Because like Zactac hasn't made a video on it. I haven't run for it. And I haven't made a video about it. So I have no idea. What are my suggestions on the color? What are you going for? What's the vibes here? What's the vibes here? Because in addition to this... Oh, sorry. So I assume these are the references. So reference 1... Wait, so are these references or are these alternate color patterns? Because I like the gray and teal, or the gray and green, but I feel as though it's a bit... This doesn't strike me as... It has no pop. Even so the it's very like Necron, in that it is a lot of gray. I like the gray. I don't dislike it, but it doesn't pop. It looks like it would be uniform. Gray and teal is uncolored. Okay, so I feel the yellow is stronger than the red because I think the red is too dark. I like the brightness. I like that it's kind of loud, particularly for a Viceroy. Right? I think if you made it a less purple red, the red might work better because right now it's kind of like a magenta. It's kind of like a purplish reddish. I think it's too purple. I would say go more red or just keep it the yellow. The yellow, I might make the cape a bit brighter. It seems a bit pale, which I don't know if you're going for like a golden pale kind of deal. It feels like with the gray half, its palette is missing. Like you just, well, yeah. So the gray and teal is, as EJ said, is uncolored. So I'm not counting that as like what they're asking about. I'm assuming that these two are different interpretations. Reminds me of Finn taking his hat off. Oh my gosh. Top 1 is Enkidu. I made an LL12 Enkidu boss for my players. They were LL2 and weren't supposed to fight it. It was a shock damage build that did a ton of attacks. Oh my gosh. Like, I just stick to NPC templates. I like the Kid because the little robots on the back remind me of B1 battle droids. Long live the CIS. I want to say the only ones I've used outside of Everest are the Zang and Hecton cherries. I feel, my opinion, much in the same way that I think D&D should be you start at level 3 always. I used to think like, oh no, you should start at level 1. No, level 1 sucks. You should start at level 3. And the only reason that you have first and second levels of classes is for multi-classing. The way I treat D&D is you should start at level 3. And the only reason that there's like a level 1 for a cleric and a level 1 for a fighter is because if I want to multi-class, I should have to put in more time to multi-classing into being a fighter than someone that started as a fighter. Right? And with Lancer, I'm of the opinion, Blonde Blazer all looking back, it's not blue though. I am of the opinion that in Lancer, you should just start at LL2. I think that if you're new to the game, I think that if you're learning the system, LL0 is perfectly fine. I feel as though it is a very valid criticism to say you feel like you're only starting to build your mech at LL2. Because at LL0, you only have access to GMS stuff, and there's no longer just the Everest. There's now the Komolungma, there's the Sagamartha, and then you have the GMS suite. But there's such little variety outside of what weapons you choose. Like, obviously your talents are different, but like the weapons you choose, if I want to build a super heavy build, I can only choose the pulse cannon. If I want to build a melee build, I'm probably going to do either knives or like carbon or heavy melee weapon. Like I don't have options if I want to differentiate between a heavy melee build versus a heavy melee build, right? So at LL2 and then at LL1, the issue here is you only get two things. And broadly speaking, these two things of LL1 are never the interesting thing of the license. Now I think a 1 LL dip into something can be useful. A 1 LL dip into Blackbeard for the synthetic muscle fibers. The LL1 dip into Nelson to ignore difficult terrain. An LL1 dip into Hydra, I think, gives you some drones. Goblin gives you some hacking. Those can be useful, but that doesn't make you feel unique. You don't feel like you're a different character class. And then once you hit LO2 and you get a proper chassis, that's where you properly feel like, okay, this is my mech. Now I'm playing a Manticore, you're playing a Drake, and you're playing a Tortuga, and then we have a Emperor. Suddenly, we actually feel like we're playing different characters. Whereas in LL0, it feels more like we are all playing the exact same character class with just different weapons, to use a D&D example. I think there's way too many cool builds to always start at LL0. That's what I'm thinking is that, and my context, I'm of the opinion, I almost never plan for a game to last more than like 8 sessions. I have this like in my head, just this general count of like, I assume every game is going to end within 8 to 12 sessions because players get bored, they get busy, the story runs out, we want to shift over to a different system. I assume that no game is going to last for years and years. I used to assume that, and I was proven wrong time and time again. And every time I hear people talk about it, they get frustrated that I want to set up this game and I want to have this years spanning like story that I tell. And in my experience, you should not plan for that unless you have a group that you've already played for years with. Plan for short arcs and string them together, exactly. And that's why I always plan for it to be a couple sessions long. You can lie to my face as much as you want, I'll never fall for it. I compress the heck out of my combats. If it goes after 2 hours, I'll cut it off and end a narrative segment. Anything to avoid a 6-hour slog. I don't think that's too bad, though I do feel there's probably a better way to do it. I feel as though if you have a combat that is dragging, that is usually either you overtuned it or the players are not engaged in the way you expected them to. If you made it so like, okay, I want my players to fight against 8 grunts, like 8 assault grunts, and there's going to be 3 elite berserkers that they have to fight. And then it just turns into a slog where the enemies are dealing consistent damage, but never enough to like outpace healing. And then the players are like always missing, or they're never dealing enough damage to overcome the armor, or they're just chipping away at it. And it's gonna end in like an hour and a half from now, but it's gonna be the exact same next 12 turns. That is generally an instance of it's overtuned. You did not plan for the player's abilities properly. However, alternatively, it might be you add one healer, you add one tank, and you add a couple chaff. And the players are just focused on killing the chaff, and then once the chaff die, they just start beating on the tank. And then the healer is healing the tank. And then they're hitting the tank that gets healed from the tank. And that's a situation where the players are just not engaging with it. They're not thinking tactically or engaging with the game. They are just hitting the closest thing to them. They're playing like an NPC. These are generally the two instances where I see that it becomes a slog. And they have different responses. The overtune situation is where you as the GM have to be comfortable walking it back. You have to be comfortable breaking your own combat in order to fix the fact that you messed up, right? The berserkers that are fighting the players, one of them, the viral suite that was latent in its system goes wild and it accidentally strikes into its ally. And now one of the berserkers is fighting another berserker and the players are like, what the heck? And then now you have to come up with a justification as to why that viral suite made it attack itself. Maybe it's not a viral suite, maybe it's segment cascaded. And now it's going into cascade, right? That's what you have to deal with. You have to solve your mess. When it's a player engagement thing, that's fully on the players. That is fully, you can point out to the players like, hey, this doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Have you considered taking any other options? And then they're like, no, why? And then you're like, okay, well, this doesn't seem to be working. Have you considered that there might be another target that'd be a better reason, like a better way to go after? And then they're like, I mean, there's that healer in the back. And then you're like, yes, and? They're like, okay, I mean, should we attack the healer first? And then you're like, the choice is yours, but you're attacking the tank and it's not doing much, so how about the healer? And then you kind of like encourage them to change their behavior. I don't think you need to just do a cutaway. Though I do think that there are certainly times where a cutaway is probably the easiest solution. Combat session is a failure of design for me. No combat should last longer than 5 to 10 minutes. That is a matter of system. Yeah, like, that's a matter of system. I don't know any TTRPG that goes that fast. Even, like, Vampire the Masquerade, where it's all narrative, or even in, like, Werewolf the Apocalypse, where when I'm running 101 for my roommate, it's super narrative. I mean, it just, the descriptions alone make it take like 20 minutes. Not to mention actually like making decisions, responding like back and forth. So like, I think if your combats are happening in 5 to 10 minutes, I don't think your combats need to be happening. Like, if it's such a non-issue that you can solve it in 5 minutes, I don't think it's an issue. And then you should just, at that point, it's just wasting time to me. I think that the middle ground is like between 20 minutes to like an hour. I think a D&D combat that lasts 3 hours is boring. I think a Lancer combat that goes on for 2.5 hours is over like too much. But I also think that a combat only lasts 5 minutes probably isn't worth it. The Shadow of the Wolf module is really good for setting up combats that engage players, I feel. I tried to do that, but I do have a group where we played for years, but I realized that I just don't like DMing one game for more than 15 to 20 sessions, and recently ended the D&D arc to start a homebrew Mage the Ascension. Nice. I only cut away once the fight is pretty much decided. Yeah. It leads to very fun moments like grabbing the enemy commander and dropping them 1,000 feet. And that's the sort of thing where I feel if I did that for players, a lot of the players I run for would get frustrated because they would want to win, right? I feel as though a lot of the players that I run for would be like, I mean, yeah, it's cool that I can like do whatever I want and like just like do a drop kick and knock this guy off a cliff. But if he had 50 health left, I want to be the one to deal the 50 health. And that's a little bit of just difference to play styles. More players I've been running for recently, I feel like would be less inclined to care. And I do that occasionally. I do. Okay, so we're making roll X and then roll Y and then roll Z. Okay, we've made enough rolls. It's basically decided. You clearly are winning. How do you win this fight? And then often what I'll do is if they say like, oh, I drop kicked them off a cliff, I'll say, and the enemy barely grabs on with one hand. And now the enemy is desperately trying to communicate what information that they had that I, as the GM, wanted to tell the players. And then I can kind of shift the narrative with it. So I'm not saying never cut away. I cut away all the time. I'm just saying, I feel as though a lot of the times the solution doesn't have to be cutting away. That's why I just wait until the fight's pretty much decided. Exactly, yeah. We usually have a combat session in D&D where we know that 60 to 80% of the game will be combat because we usually only play 2 to 3 hours, and then we have 1 to 3 non-combat sessions. And I feel as though, like, D&D, Lancer, these are both combat games. If you are not having at least one combat every couple sessions, I don't know why you're playing these systems, right? Whereas something like Vampire the Masquerade, something like Wild Sea, something like Blades in the Dark, Kane is another game where if you're not doing combat in Kane, why are you playing Kane? Like, I love that it's a narrative system, but it is also oriented around combat. The core narrative thrust is combat. These are more narrative. You can play an entire Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle and get the full Vampire the Masquerade experience without a single combat scene. Wild Sea is a game about exploration in this world where trees have overtaken the ocean. You don't need to fight anything. You might have to like work through difficult debris and like trees that are trying to grasp onto you, but you don't have to fight anything. And I'm of the opinion that I am someone that loves combat, loves narrative. I think I prefer narrative to combat, but I'm someone that every time I've played a game that was like no combat, I miss combat. I want to run some combat, which is why I actually really am loving Kane in particular, because Kane is a very narrative-oriented game that is built around combat. The entire game is building towards a combat. So as narrative as I go, as far away as I go, as much as I leave the combat part of my brain behind and I just focus on narrative, there's always going to be something. And I'm someone who, I don't like just throwing chumps. This is something that I've always struggled with when I run. When I run a combat, I want it to have meaning and I want it to be dangerous. And I've had to get better about this over time where I've made my combats less dangerous by and large. Because not every combat needs to be life or death. I've had to learn this as a GM. Not every combat needs to be life or death. Sometimes you want chumps. Sometimes you want chumps that the players can trounce and feel awesome. And every time the players trounce an enemy and feel awesome, following up that with a combat that is dangerous and one player goes down, and then another player gets stuck into a grapple that they can't escape, and another player tries to cast like a healing word, but that gets counterspelled. Oh no, the person on the floor just rolled and they failed a death saving throw. If they roll a 1, they're going to insta-die. We have to pick them up. Suddenly, that feels way more impactful. I'm a big fan of relativity. I'm a big fan of the cycle of tension. I think a big reason people dislike combat is the nothing obligatory fights. If you're doing combat, it should be narrative and set a scene, not just be ADHD checkbox. That's the thing. ADHD checkbox, the worst thing for my players who have had ADHD is combat. Because what is worse than a time period where you were sitting there for 30 minutes at a time, not doing anything, waiting for your turn? And it's unreasonable in combat to tell my players, well, don't go on your phones, you need to pay attention, because if Joy is out here looking through their spells, Logout doesn't care about their spells. Logout just took their turn in combat where they swung their sword and they moved and then they took the bonus action to like disengage, right? So as Joy spends 5 minutes looking up what spell they want to look up, not because they weren't paying attention, but because they just have a ton of spells to go through, there's no reason for Logout to pay attention. And then once Joy does their spell, then the enemies go. And then Erdrick takes their turn, where they decide they want to push the enemy, and then we have to talk about what pushing means, and then we have to make contested rolls, and then they say, well, no, so I have a bonus to my strength because I'm a Goliath, and I'm like, well, okay, so as a Goliath, that helps you with like pushing and pulling objects, but not people, and then we have like a discussion about the rules, and then, again, Logout doesn't care about this. And this is just minute after minute after minute of rules discussion and tactics and planning that doesn't concern them. So of course they're going to go on their phone. Of course they're going to like text someone. Of course they're going to check their Discord messages or play 2048 or play Roblox or Minecraft or whatever. Like, I can't blame them. When I'm a player in a combat-oriented game and it's not my turn, I tune out too. D&D is kind of designed to suck. And that's why something as simple as Lancer was way more engaging. By the simple fact that you choose initiative. If Crab is a goblin and you're a hacker, and Can is a Tortuga where you're like a tank, and the enemy that's about to go up next is a super powerful glass cannon striker that can one-shot Crab, well, now it's a legitimate discussion between Crab and Can. Which of us goes? Does the tank go up to try and block physically the striker? Or does the goblin take their turn so they can try and hack them and then run away? And then you have to, on your turn, decide what you're going to do. And then if you're not the one that was chosen, you probably have an opinion on what the other person should do. If it's not going to be you going, they should do the thing that you want them to do anyway. And then now you have a discussion. And you know what? Maybe in this circumstance, Erdrick, you're playing a Drake in the background, and you're the heavy artillery, and you just took your turn, and you're not going to go for another 15 minutes. But at the same time, the way that Lancer is designed, it has to be on a grid. It has to be tactical and combat. You're probably at least like paying attention to what's going on, so you can be like, okay, if I want to open my firing lines, and I have like an LL and Monarch, so I have some rockets too, like, I need this line open. So if the Tortuga says, I want to take my turn and go here, you might say, no. I need that open. I need the enemies to go there so I can like do full auto on them. I want to do a barrage. So then the Tortuga says, well, then I can't go. Well, how about you go instead, Crab? You as the goblin, just try and hack and run away. And then suddenly the entire team is collaborating. Like, even though Erdrick isn't going to take their turn for another 15 minutes, even though Can willfully said, I'm not going to take my turn right now, suddenly the discussion means that they're less tuned out. Now they might still go on their phone. Now they might still play Minecraft or Roblox or Fortnite or whatever it is the kids get up to when they get distracted for 5 minutes. But the incentive, because initiative is more fluid, means you have more discussions. And on top of that, with the Can and the Can as Tortuga and Crab as Goblin example, maybe Erdrick in the Drake points out that the enemy, there's more than just the glass cannon. There's also a witch hacker that has not taken their turn yet. So now you don't have to account for your turn. You have to account for, what do we think Arrow is going to move? Do we think Arrow is going to have the witch go? Or do we think that the glass cannon is going to rush? Well, okay, so maybe it's smarter for the goblin to run away. But if the Tortuga moves up, then that might like bait the witch to go, and then we get more time before the glass cannon takes their turn. So maybe the Tortuga should go, because then you'll bait the enemy out. Boom. Discussion, tactics, planning. It's so much more interesting than just waiting 45 minutes so that you can swing your sword, or so that you can make a sneak attack, or so that you can cast Fireball for the second time this combat, and then your turn is over. Popcorn initiative? Yeah. So in Lancer, the initiative is a player goes, an enemy goes. Back and forth, but you can only go once per round. So if Crab, Can, Some Dude, and Erdrick are all on a team, and they're fighting 3 enemies, it might go Erdrick and then an enemy, and then Can and then an enemy, and then Crab and then an enemy, and then Some Dude. And then on the next round, Crab might go and then an enemy, and then Some Dude goes again, even though Some Dude just went. Because that's what the players decided. So long as it's between the different rounds, that's fine. And then you're playing as GM and can lean into your players' plan and to engage them. It's so cool. Exactly. Hacking the popcorn initiative into D&D instantly made a Nothing Burger combat so much fun. Yeah. The only problem I have is, what do you do if there are many more enemies than players? So what I do is, and I don't know, I think Lancer has advice for this. This is just what I've always done for D&D. If you have a Tortuga and a drake and a goblin. And you have 6 grunts. You have 1 assassin. And you have 1 witch. I would just run them like this. The assassin moves on their turn. The witch moves on their turn. All 6 grunts move on their turn. And you might say like, whoa, that's a lot of grunts to move at one time. Yeah. So maybe if it's really that bad, I'll split the grunts up into 3 or the blue grunts and 3 are the red grunts. Same thing with D&D. I'll run the 10 goblins at once, but I might split it up into these 3 are the red goblins, these 3 are the blue goblins, these 4 are the green goblins. Mechanically, they're all identical. Narratively, they're all just goblins, but tactically, they move in different clusters. Yeah. And personally, I would just move the 6 grunts all at once because grunts are meant to be chaff. Grunts are meant to not be effective. They're meant to be annoying. Grunts are meant to add bodies to make a sit rep feel more dangerous. So if I blast you with 6 grunts and all of them focus the Tortuga, and 3 of them hit, 3 of them miss, and then of those that hit, it's like 4 damage, 4 damage, 4 damage, or probably 7 damage, 7 damage, 7 damage, but the Tortuga has 2 armor, so it's actually 5, 5, 5. Oh no! Those grunts lit up the Tortuga. The Tortuga took a structure damage. Okay, the grunts weren't useless. Now the Tortuga can blast away 4 grunts in like a single turn. Now you're down to 2 grunts. It's fine. Like, Enhanced Combat has the Legionnaire, which is 4 grunts on 1 turn. Oh yeah? I love Legionnaires. I love squads. I never use grunts. Interesting. Ideally, you have a similar number of players and NPCs, and if you have double the NPCs, I double up the NPCs per turn, condense the turns down. Yeah. Did you get 1 or 2 gifts on Christmas/birthday? So generally what happens to me is people will just give me either 1 big gift or 2 small gifts. Because my birthday is on Christmas, so I will be gifted stuff at the same time. It's just a matter of if it's something that's like $100 or more, someone will just be like, this is for both of your celebrations. And then if it's like 2 small things, they'll be like, okay, so here's 1 item for Christmas, 1 item for your birthday. And the reason that unironically I do kind of get like stressed out around this time of year is because anytime I want anything that I'm not going to buy for myself, I have to wait for this time of year. And if I don't write it down, if I don't remember it, if I don't have a list written where like in June I think of something, I'm going to forget about it. And then I ran into this year where I didn't have a list. I didn't know what I wanted. So I was stressing out because everyone was asking me like, hey, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? And I'm like, I don't know. And if I don't tell them anything, then I don't get anything for another year. Which is like which was like super stressful for me growing up. And as I've grown up, I have more options now. I have more things that I need. But generally, I'm someone who, for a gift, I want like a luxury item. And then I'll just buy, I'll just buy things I need. So for instance, I am someone who I would prefer to have someone buy me like Warhammer minis than if I need like an immersion blender. Even if they're comparably priced, I would feel worse about buying myself like Warhammer minis than I would an immersion blender. Because I understand that I need an immersion blender for this thing, so I need to spend money on it, so I will buy it. But I don't need Warhammer minis. So my only time I'm really going to get Warhammer minis is if I ask someone and like they buy it for me. I just want my money so I can buy my own stuff, and I think that's valid. And that's why, like, for the longest time I would ask for money. Much as I'd like to say, I kind of have to finish prepping my convention game. Here's hoping it doesn't end up getting canceled. Oh, well, best of luck, Cantus. I'm changing my Manticore to a Lycan build because I felt I was doing too much damage and the build has reaction, so I'll be more engaged with the other players. Ooh, nice. But yeah, so I generally will get 1 big gift or 2 small gifts. Like years ago, one of my siblings got me a second monitor for my computer, which I actually still, like, I'm using right now. I'm looking at right now where its chat is on it. And it was like maybe $100, but they were just like, yeah, this is your gift for both Christmas and birthday. And I'm like, thank you. And I ended up using it. It's been great. Thank you, Gigi. Technically, it's a little early, but tomorrow is my birthday. So yeah, like this has been something that when I was growing up, I was always super stressed out by this. And that's actually why for the longest time, I didn't reveal my birthday. Partially just for privacy reasons, but also because I didn't know if I wanted to have like a streamer birthday. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'll be honest with you. There are some streamers out there, particularly VTubers, that are like in the kayfabe, who don't tell you their actual birthday. I know, crazy. The idea being is that, like, particularly with like a corpo VTuber, they'll be like, hey, my birthday is September 13th. And their actual birthday is April 1st. Right? And then their actual birthday is completely separate from the one that their fans know them for, that they celebrate on stream, that they have an all-day stream for. And I didn't know if I wanted to do that because, like, I didn't know if I wanted to, like, come up with a separate day so that I could have a separate day of the year where I celebrate. But then I was like, I'll just be honest. I'll just be what I normally am. There's no point in me hiding that, lying about it. I'll just be authentic. I don't know if that applies to me, but it's easier to give them a laundry list of niche hobby stuff. That is true. However, I'm also incredibly like private. So I hate talking about my hobby stuff. Like, oh my gosh, I have spent so little on VTubing stuff because, as you might imagine, since I hate spending money and like wants, not needs, I really prefer to just ask people to buy, like, for gifts. A lot of my VTubing stuff I got for gifts last year. And 2 years ago at this point, no? Yeah, so I actually got like my mic 2 years ago as a gift. I like requested someone to get a gift because it wasn't like a $1,000 mic. It was like a couple $100, but like my mother was like, okay, I'll get you a mic. And I'm like, thank you. And so I upgraded my mic and whatever. So I've actually spent, of my own dollars, not counting games I have bought, I think I've spent like actually $0. Because, so my software is free. My mic, my Stream Deck and my Go XLR, all gifts over a couple years. The phone stand. Technically speaking, my webcam and like my technically speaking, I bought my PC that I'm using right now after I started VTubing, with VTubing in mind. But I needed a PC anyway, so I don't really count that. Similarly with like I needed a webcam separately from VTubing, but also I got one for VTubing. April 1st is a wonderful birthday to have, yeah. My family doesn't need to know my interests. Besides, I prefer giving gifts to getting them. I both feel guilty about not being able to. You like both, but feel guilty about not being able to afford nice stuff. Yeah, and I'm the same way. Like, oh my gosh, there's an Asian Mart, like an H Mart, nearby me. It's just a grocery store, like an Asian grocery store that is very strongly East Asian. A lot of Japanese cuisine, Chinese, Korean in particular, those three, but also like Vietnamese. And outside of it, there's a little cafe that has this like sweet roll smell to it. And every time I go to the H Mart, I see that cafe, I see that place, and I'm just like, I really want to go there, but I also understand that I should not spend the money on it because I don't need it. One thing I dislike is my family kind of normalized getting way nicer stuff on Christmas than for birthdays, and none of my family know about my interests or give a darn when you tell them. Aw. Arrow dyslexia? Why dyslexia? Don't let someone steal your sweet roll. Listen, you're getting an arrow to the knee if you keep that up. Don't let capitalism ruin your holidays for you. And that's kind of what I try to do. And honestly, that's why I've enjoyed stuff like TTRPGs, because they're cheap. Streaming is cheap. I'm gonna go You're going to go. You'd like to get a decent sleep. Good night. Okay, so someone asked a very similar question. Do you receive double the gifts or the same amount but for 2 reasons? I get the same amount for 2 reasons. Well, it depends on what it is. But like I explained, it is either someone will give me 1 gift and say it's for both, or give me 2 different ones and just at the same time. Did I see Hippocrates Dossier 2.0 came out last night? I did. And I kind of want to dive back into it. On stream right now. You're so checked out from the holidays it borders on heresy. TTRPGs are cheap unless you keep buying new books. So that's the thing. TTRPGs are cheap if it's like Lancer, where there's freely accessible rules online. At least for the most part, like with the wiki and whatever. Or if it is something where you know someone that has the book. Or if you just have the book. Because, very simply, if you have the book, which is generally like a $40 to $60 purchase one time, and that's if it's like a hardcover, not if you like buy the PDF. You don't need the dice. You don't need, like you can find the character sheets online and or in the book. You can come up with other ways of doing stuff. The rules is the most important part. No arrow. I want the book for me. TTRPGs are cheap if you high seas, and we don't endorse that on this channel. So I'm not going to advocate for pirating TTRPG books on the TTRPG channel. I have found most TTRPG books are available for free. So again, we're not going to endorse piracy on this channel because, like, particularly in the TTRPG space, we want to support indie devs in particular. And I'm not going to go into my personal thoughts on the matter, but it is something where, like, as a channel, I'm not really going to endorse that. So I do want to talk more Hippocrates. I don't know if I want to do that now or if I want to wait a little bit. I will say I do have a very firm time limit of 4 hours from now because I'm going to call some family. So I will need to hop off in like 4 hours. But I can do some more questions than Hippocrates. Have I watched Die Hard for Christmas yet? I have never seen Die Hard. All I know is that it is a Christmas movie. Except not. It's a movie that takes place during Christmas, so people call it a Christmas movie. I think that's cute. I think that's fun. Have I not seen Die Hard? I've never seen Die Hard. I know that it has like Alan Rickman, and I don't know the main actor. Bruce Willis? Everyone needs to watch Die Hard. I've never seen Die Hard. We do not officially endorse piracy, support the artists and local game stores. I mean, isn't Hippocrates the guy with the bus that you can swing around and the Hippocratic Oath, Hippocrates, is what made Alan Rickman? Really? I didn't know that. We need to watch Die Hard and do a movie review night sometime. You sit your perky butt. First off, who said my butt was perky? I mean, like, not wrong, but and right, Die Hard or what else? I mean, I don't not want to watch Die Hard. However, generally on my birthday, my family would always watch a movie. And my mother was like, hey, like, even though we're across the coast, like, we want to watch a movie over here. So you let me know what movie you want to watch and I will pay for your ticket. And then we can all go out to the movies on the same day. And then I looked and I'm like, I don't see any movies that interest me. So my roommate and I are going to watch Princess Mononoke because I have never seen Princess Mononoke. It's not a Christmas movie, and I generally don't watch Christmas movies. I just watch like a movie that comes out on Christmas usually. Yeah, but calling it boning without knowledge beforehand might have been rude. Are you talking about Die Hard? Yes, I've never seen Die Hard. Perky butt confirmed. I do squats. Like, I do daily weighted squats. Now, obviously, or not obviously, but like, I don't do a ton of squats. I don't do super high weights, but I do like daily squats and I go on daily walks. Like, I hope it's perky. And like, I'm thin, right? So I don't have a lot of badonkadonk, so to speak, but I certainly have perk. Die Hard is a Christmas movie for everyone that doesn't want to watch the same Hallmark movies every Christmas. No, but they're all different. They have different women who are uptight at their office job who move to a small town to meet this charming, rugged, rural man who is different from all of the other charming, rugged, rural men who convince her to loosen up and connect with the holidays in a different way each time. New Arrow News ads. No, I'm not doing an ass reveal. I'm sorry. One thing I want to see is a Hallmark movie about a double lavender wedding hookup. That'd be so funny. You gotta feed your butt, not just work it. Okay, just because I don't eat enough does not mean anything. I have one of the relationships of all time with food, is what I'll say. I am someone who consistently is told by everyone in my life, up to and including my doctor, like, hey, I need to eat more. And that does not stop me from feeling like I'm eating too much. So that's my struggle that I deal with food. Or have you eaten today? Yes, I had a croissant and some cheese and some grapes. My steaming hot Christmas take is that actually I'm so sick of watching Elf every year. Why would you watch Elf every year? Simple solution, don't eat, drink. I don't, okay, so, no, Gouda. Sliced Gouda cheese. You hate Elf so unfathomably much. I thought it was fine growing up. Your body weight in squats, at least 20 reps or exceeding that until failure. Your body weight in squat. No, see, that's the thing. I don't have a full like weight rack. So I just have like dumbbells. So I just carry dumbbells and I do like 2 sets of squats. Nothing crazy, nothing insane. Just something I can do every day. I'm not doing a leg day, for instance. I just do some minor arm workout, some minor weights, some free weights. So I do some bicep curls. I used to do hammer curls, and now I do kind of like I'll just call them hammer curls. And I do side lateral raises. And then I do some weighted squats where I just hold my weights. And then I do a little bit of stretching. And then this is in addition to a walk/jog. And I just do this every day. And this is something where I assumed that I was above, like, I was in like the 90th percentile VTubers, just purely by this, where I do this every day. I have been informed that I'm probably in like the 99th percentile because according to what people in chat have said and people like online have said, VTubers don't exercise like at all, not even to this. The only Christmas special worth watching is the Invader Zim one. There was an Invader Zim Christmas special? Croissant. Elf was one fun to watch once. I have seen it over 50 times. Why? You'll mind your weight? What does that mean? Polar Express can stay though. I haven't ever seen Elf all the way through in one setting ever. Classic Grinch is where it's at. You're a mean one. Arrow inch. Your heart's an empty hole. Star Wars Christmas special. I did think of that. I have never seen it, so I can't comment. Because I'm not a poser or a liar. You make a lot of tabletop and writing related content, but what outside of that, and what are some of your other hobbies? So I have recently in the past couple of years of like videos, editing has taken over my life, but fairly recently I've been making some music, which I haven't really gotten a chance to do much recently. I've been better about reading. In the past couple of years, I've read more, either via audiobooks or properly sitting down and reading it. Obviously, with the reading streams on stream, I'm actually really enjoying classical literature. I didn't know if I would. I basically only associate with this holiday with trauma if it wasn't obvious. A lot of people do. And that's why, if it weren't my birthday, I probably would be streaming tomorrow. Because then, like, I enjoy streaming. I enjoy content creation. And I know a lot of people don't have good associations with the holidays. A lot of people don't have family or friends that they can spend it with. And I feel as though it's the very basic thing of wanting to help people. Like, obviously, there's a certain level of like, oh, we're going to celebrate the holidays and like, we're going to have this be a happy time. But a lot of content creators that I know, and a lot of content creators who do stuff on Christmas or Halloween or whatever, are doing it specifically because there are people that are going to be alone and sad and feel neglected on the holidays. And I think it's really cool for these content creators to do that. Bestie, no lie, the trauma is happening right now at this instant. The Star Wars Christmas special is Boba Fett's first ever appearance. It was before Return of the Jedi? Or before Empire Strikes Back? Tokyo Godfathers is peak in the Christmas bracket. I also have not seen Godfather. I've wanted to watch Godfather. Can we hear it? You're listening to the music that I've made right now. Like, unironically, like the background music that is playing right now is a track that I made inspired by the Cane Idol. This one is inspired by the Cane Hound, and I just make BGM music. Game dev is another one that I got into when I first, like around the time I first started content creation. I was getting into coding. I've learned some Python for RenPy, and on stream, I was programming a visual novel at one point where it is you are a GM entering a new TTRPG group, and the goal is that in a month you have a con that you want to go to, but you want a con buddy. So it's a platonic dating sim where you meet a new TTRPG group and you're trying to run for all of them. And I stopped working on it on stream because, if I'm honest, viewership was down, and because it was just me writing a lot because of the visual novel, which obviously, like, game dev is writing. I love storytelling, all of that. Something I haven't done in years at this point that I really want to keep up with is Bigotry or breaking, which you probably know it as breakdancing. So when I was in uni, I met some guys who were like b-boys, and I learned the basics of b-girling. Like, I can do a sucky cipher, and I think it'd be really funny because I have a 3D model right now, right? I just don't have 3D tracking. I think it would be really funny to do a breaking set, like live on stream. So I think that would be fun. Yeah. This is something I've talked about since I started content creation. I just haven't had the chance to do it on stream, and I have not practiced in probably a year. So if I was to do it, I would, like, I'm not good at it. I'm not fantastic. I'm not amazing. I am like one step above entry level, and I would need to practice before I did it, but I would love to do that on stream. And this isn't really a hobby, but this is something that I'm going to do tomorrow, since I talked about music. My hope is to do a parody of a 12 Days of Christmas song for tomorrow. And my issue is I got to record a couple takes of it, but I haven't gotten to edit it yet. So my goal is that after stream today, I'm going to edit that for tomorrow. And I don't want to have to edit tomorrow because I've already done that before. I've already edited on my birthday, and I prefer not to. Which last year it was a birthday video. It was a video about birthdays and TTRPGs. So that one kind of got a pass, but this is one where I just want to get this done tonight. Upload a cover of me singing a parody and just having a silly old time. Happy Christmas and Merry Early B-Day. First live of well, welcome on in, Lagris. Or Lagacris. Godfather is good, but you kind of got to ride that slow pace, kind of like Citizen Kane. I haven't seen Citizen Kane either. And what I've found from classic literature, like in reading King in Yellow and starting to read Faust, and like, I am enjoying the slow pace more than I thought. I thought, oh no, like I'm gonna have like TikTok brain rot, ADHD brain, like no attention span. Classic literature is gonna be way too slow. And maybe if I read Pride and Prejudice, I bounce. But from what I'm gleaning is that at the very least Chambers, and my hope is other of his contemporaries, the pace was slow, but because the quality is good, it still keeps you going on. Right? My goal is that even though it has this kind of classic slowness that like 19th century literature has, or 20th century movies have, it still will keep your interest if you're engaged with it. And Godfather and Citizen Kane are kind of movies where it might be slow, but if it's that good, I think it can keep my interest. Lover parody? No, not cover parody. If the narrative is engaging and the slow pacing shouldn't hit as hard, but it can be a struggle for youngins. Well, that's the thing. I don't consider myself like someone that is like ADHD brain rot. Like I don't use TikTok, for instance. Clearly my competency is shorts, which my editing style is very fast because that is how you do shorts. If you don't do fast editing, you better have like a pre-established audience that will trust your content. However, my preference for storytelling, I love a slow burn. And I don't even mean like in the fanfic sense. I just mean like my favorite game that I've played is Pyre by Supergiant Games. And in Pyre, it is a game where it is, you get in the band together, you're building it all up. What? Why is my questions tab taking all of the chats from my live chat? Interesting. It's a slow burn. It takes you probably a fifth of the game just to get to the point where you have like an understanding of what's happening. Persona. Oh my gosh, I'm playing Persona 5. I love Persona 4. I enjoyed Persona 3. Like, I enjoy longer games. I enjoy games that are slower and take more time that you can immerse yourself in. So I imagine I love slower movies too. But it is something where, can you not like explode out there, please? There's like explosions happening outside. I mentioned earlier I wear shorts. Yeah. What about it? Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You and your new persona? Shut up. Where's the fight scene? Me reading classic literature? No, me reading classic literature is, when do they kiss? Gosh, that startled you? Don't be jump scared by the bird in Citizen Kane that was inserted to make sure the audience didn't fall asleep. What is my favorite Kane blasphemy? My favorite Kane blasphemy, just from like it seems cool, probably Whisper, because I like the vibes of it. I like the idea of it's like your future self talking to you and like it psychically communicates. It knows about your death and it knows the future. I also really like Bind, because I love the idea of playing like a summoner. And the character that I'm playing in Kane right now, which I played last week, and then we're skipping this week because of the holidays, and then next week I'm gonna hop back in on a session for, is a Whisper user. And I talked about this on the previous stream, but he's a very silly character. Thoughts on driving as a charisma skill? I'm not sure what you mean, but if you're talking about it being stylish, if you're talking like a drag racer that is so charismatic in how they actually drift, like I feel there should be more allowances for instance, because I'm a big proponent of the skills can be whatever you want them to be. You can make, and this is raw, this is by D&D rules, you can make a strength based arcana check if you can justify it. And what I would probably rule that as, if someone said like, hey, how would you do a strength based arcana check? I would say you are trying to break apart a magic rune and you need to, it's like clipping a bomb wire, but by physically ripping it apart. So you need to have the physical strength to pull it apart, but you need to have the arcana knowledge to know which symbols to disrupt in what order. So it's the idea of you are making a single check that is your strength bonus. So maybe it's a +3 plus your arcana bonus, which you are proficient in. So you get a +2, as opposed to an intelligence based arcana check, which is what it normally is, or a strength based athletics check. As of this moment, it is Christmas where I am, so Merry Christmas, everyone, and happy birthday. Thank you, Gray. I appreciate it. So I am of the opinion you could totally have, like in Vampire the Masquerade, there's a drive skill. You could have a charisma drive check, which might be you have like 3 dots in charisma and you have 2 dots in drive. I think that's reasonable. I think even if you don't have drive as a skill, I think that if you're racing someone and you are of equal levels of competence, and normally you use dexterity to determine drive, I think it's reasonable to say, okay, both of you are equal drivers. Make me any check you want that isn't dexterity. You're equal at the fundamentals and even the intermediate level. It is only when you start showboating, it is only when you start using your intelligence and memory of the field to do shortcuts, it is only when you push the pedal to the metal and you push it further and harder and faster than the machine ought to allow that you can actually overtake your rival. So you're not making a dexterity check to compete, you're making a charisma check and they're making an intelligence check. You're making a wisdom check and they're making a dex check. Maybe the sun is in your eyes and you're making a constitution check to just power through the sun in your eyes where they have to like swerve out of the way. That is the sort of thing that I think can be so much fun that so few people want to engage with because they're like, oh, well, I'm just going to make it a dex check. And this style of, okay, what do you want to roll? Particularly if you had a no-go. I think it is more effective to say, okay, you want to climb up this building, roll me anything that is not charisma based, because charisma is not the option here. Why can't you roll intelligence to climb up a building? Well, I'm smart enough to recognize that this is the load-bearing wall, and that means that if I stick a spike into it, if I like climb up it by like using rope or whatever, I understand that with this being the load-bearing wall, that will be able to hold my weight and the spike easily. Intelligence, easy. Wisdom, I am just going to physically look around for what the good handholds are and only go slow and steady where I know there's a path. Dex, climbing is dex just as much as its strength. Those are all equally valid, I feel. The division between Wiz and Int is dumb to begin with. I think calling it wisdom is dumb. I don't think that the division is dumb. I think intelligence being like dictionary informations, whereas wisdom is kind of like, what's the here and now? What do you perceive? Oddly enough, I would say like Fallout Special, where they have perception as an option, is probably a better name for wisdom, because like the thing most people use wisdom for is perception and resisting mental effects. It doesn't actually deal with wisdom that much. I don't have a problem with charisma, intellect, and wisdom being distinct. I think warlocks being charisma and not is dumb. I agree with that. I understand why they did it. I understand that the idea is you had to be charismatic enough to convince an extraplanar entity, but I think that warlocks should be intelligence. Climbing a building should be constitution plus wisdom. Change my mind. I don't want to change your mind. I think that if you tell me I want to climb this building, not with my skills, but with constitution and wisdom, sure. Warlocks being charisma makes sense. You're not drawing your power from knowledge and study. You're drawing it from a patron who you barter with. Yes, but how can you best utilize the power granted to you? And honestly, I think charisma is a similar misnomer. I think charisma should be like personality. I think charisma should be character. Because charisma is more than just how hot you are, is more than just how eloquent you are. Charisma is also how strong is your personality. The reason possession is resisted by a charisma save is because charisma is reflective of how strong of a person you are internally. I'm talking about physically going outside and climbing a building, not rolling skills. Fair. Hey, Lawando.
That's how the pilot skills work in Lancer. You want to perform a task and just try and justify. Exactly. And I think that is how skills should work. And that is how D&D skills work. It's just the culture. I need 1 moment. Sorry about that. Why did it? Yeah, I was like sitting here and I was like, why is this not going? Sorry about that. What? My model's breaking now. Oh, I don't actually know if I muted when I went away. Whoops. But my roommate could not find keys, and I was the last one to have the keys. But it turns out that I gave it to them, and they just didn't realize that I gave it to them. So we were trying to find keys. Gosh, what was the discussion like when I was gone? What are you talking about? If warlocks are charisma based, then why are they so bad at negotiation for their packs? I do like the special system a lot more compared to the other ones. I'm not gonna lie, I've never really like played a Fallout game, so the special system always felt weird to me. But I do like it, like initially, because it's what? It is strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, luck. Like, if I'm completely honest, I'm not a huge fan of luck stats because they're either the most broken thing or they're useless. And perception always struck me as odd. I'm not gonna lie. Perception struck me as an odd inclusion, but I understand why they include it. It just feels more narrow than something like charisma or intelligence, because perception is fairly narrow. Perception is more than just physically seeing or hearing stuff. It is more about like just noticing things, intuition, all of that. I don't know how it functions in the game exactly, but I do like it as a thing that is important enough to be included, but I do feel as though it's a little bit narrower than like strength, right? It depends on what the system needs. You might need to roll all mental stats into one or be able to do away with them. And that's really the correct answer. It is, what does the system need? Like, Disco Elysium involves esprit de corps, which is about your understanding of cop culture, relating to other cops, understanding how cops function and detective are expected to act, understanding your partner and his subtle signals and cues. That is incredibly specific and necessary for a game where you play a cop that has no memory. Your natural understanding of how cops operate is integral to how you can function in that game. Reminder that if you don't take Wild Wasteland, then you hate fun. Luck mostly governs loot tables and crit chance, plus 1% per point of luck for 3 and New Vegas. And that's the thing, like, if it just gives you better random chance, like in a video game, it kind of works better, right? But in any other thing, it's kind of like, because generally luck is either it gives you an extra crit chance, it is a blanket modifier to everything that you do. It's so ineffective that it doesn't actually matter. Also, I think that resistance to mental effects should mostly be charisma, not wisdom. Wisdom for illusions, charisma is for domination and mind control. That's fair. Who else up? Esprit de corps. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so I'm a big fan of allowing different skills to do different things, even if they're not tied to a specific stat. Would I ever play a visual novel like Katawa Shoujo? I'm unfamiliar with that game, so maybe. Like, I really enjoy visual novels. I'm not gonna lie. I've played a good few visual novels, and I enjoy them. My issue with them is I don't stream games often enough. I stream games once a week, so I never know what I'm gonna play, or like I always have like an idea of what I'm gonna play. And for instance, this upcoming week, I don't know. I'm just gonna chat. I'm probably gonna do something, right? It has the 6. Oh. So if it's like an NSFW game, probably not. I think it would be really funny if, and I've made this joke a couple times, I think it would be really funny if I made like an NSFW account, like a no shot, like other streaming service account. And I played like lewd stuff, but not in like a sexy way. Okay, let's examine this from like a review angle. Let's do a let's play of this game that has NSFW stuff in it, and then we can talk about it after the fact of how effective it was. I like how Cyberpunk Red handles luck for the most part. You basically get to spend luck to increase the roll. Ooh. In the Magnus Archive role-playing game, there's only 3 stats because your stats are like a resource you have to spend. Got it. Katawa Shoujo isn't an outright eroge. That's like a like fully NSFW, like meant to be consumed for that, correct? Because I'm not gonna lie, I've played visual novels. I wouldn't say that I'm like an expert on them. Since Christmas, Lady Killer in a Bind has a censorship option that uses Christmas jumpers to cover nudity. Oh. Ah, yes, for science, the science. No, literally, like, I think it would be really funny, particularly because I was looking over my analytics. I think that, like, under 5% of my audience is under 18, which obviously I'm assuming maybe 5 to 10% of my audience is lying about their age. So it's really closer to like 10 to 15%. I think that is a low enough percentage that if I kept it separate, that would be really funny. like, because obviously I'm super particular about, I want to keep this space safe for minors. I don't want to engage with that sort of material if it's in such a way that could be brought into the hands of people that shouldn't see it. But I think that if it's a separate site and it's like a joke, it should be fine. You can turn off the NSFW in Katawa Shoujo, and it's a great story without it. Huh. Katawa Shoujo is a Nakie, crying game, which tells you probably all you need to about the plot direction. I am not a crier. I'm someone who It's like honestly a problem. There have been times where I've actually frustrated myself at not experiencing emotions when everyone else was. And so I am someone who I can play a really sad game, or I can watch a sad movie, or I can watch a really heart-rending, like I can read a heart-rending book, and I'll just be like, oh, that's sad. That's what I said. What are you on about, Erdrick? I don't know what you mean. Are you ready for Silksong? Woo! I don't have Silksong. I do not own Silksong, and I could buy it. I could buy it. Isn't Silksong like 100 hours or something? Why is everyone I know playing it, and they're still playing it when they started playing it on release? Apparently estrogen helps with that. That is a lie. I think a lot of people lie about their ages on YouTube. I don't know. Haven't cried in ages. I mean, so people lie about their ages on the internet. I can't stop that, but I can put safeguards in place so that I am not endangering minors. Because obviously there's a little bit of a mentality that I think a lot of content creators have, well, I'm not responsible for what they say. I'm not responsible for how they identify their age as. And then they just kind of like don't really do much about it. I've seen bad stuff happen online, and I don't want that happening in my community. So I'm very protective of minors in my community, which is why like there's no NSFW on the community. I don't have like an NSFW art tag or anything. I don't have anything that encourages like lewd NSFW stuff, because I want this to be a safe space for minors, even if this is a place where minors are not just in the minority. There's very few minors, but there's enough that I don't want this to be like an 18 plus environment. Only time I cried finishing a book was that scene with Rue in the first Hunger Games. I did not care. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like she was cutie. She was fun. She was sweet. Did not care. The only movie that I've actually cried from was Scent of a Woman. Otherwise, just tears up. That's the thing. I don't even tear up most of the time. It's like 36 months you'll live. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and it's a speaking of, I don't know why the Discord has a 21 plus but not an 18 plus. And then like Can said, it's a lot easier to suss out someone is lying about 21 plus than if they're 18 plus, because like half your brain develops between those ages. And also it's just the simple fact of, if you are 17 on the Discord and you do not have the 18 plus role, if there is a bad actor on the Discord that shows up and is like on the prowl, so to speak, they will see you do not have 18 plus, and they will know you are 17 or younger. Meanwhile, if I only have a 21 plus role, you might be 18 to 20, which you could make the argument is like, oh, well, no, that gives them the advantage of they can have plausible deniability that they didn't know. But you are able to basically like steer away from them. You are not signposting, I am a minor. There is plausible deniability for you to say, I'm not a minor. And then at that point, if they do approach you where they don't have confirmation of you being a minor, and then they end up being weird, then that's a matter of like, tell them odd, back off, block them kind of deal. I'm not saying I won't. I just find it kind of silly. You'd like people know you're also an adult. And that's something where like, unfortunately, I would rather frustrate some adults for like 2 years than have minors be at risk. It's because it's hard or they don't want to stop playing it. I don't think I've cried reading a book. Writing one, yes, but not reading. I don't know if I've cried reading. I don't know. Would I rather pray? Would you pray with me for a Lancer 2.0 or even a 1.1? Okay, Lancer, from what I'm aware, really needs some erratas and really needs like a pared down version that isn't like filled with lore. Those are the two things that I hear over and over again. There are erratas that the devs like Tom Bloom and Miguel something Lopez. Forgetting his middle part of his name. But Bloom and Lopez, they have like confirmed stuff as an errata, and they're like, it's just not in the official rules. And then with the lore, the book is, I want to say like 40-60 for mechanics and lore. Like, this is where all the talents are. This is where all the mechs are. This is where all the guns and like gear is. And then 60% is, for the past 1,000 years, like, SecCom was on the back foot, but it was only with the Hercynia crisis that it finally fell, and even then, that was just the tipping point, and it still had multiple years until it finally fell. And then, in the rise of Third Com, within the age of the mechanized chassis, like, it's all interesting, and I love it, but it isn't useful to me if I want to run the game. And there are times where, like, I'll be like, okay, where am I? Like, I want to run a game. Where is this located in, like, the Orion Arm? And I have to, like, sort through pages to find the one page that has a listing of, like, okay, well, here are the rings, and within each ring, here's, like, example names of stations within them, and, like, I don't know, it's not accessible to someone wanting to use it as a reference book. It is a very good setting Bible that has a ton of mechanics tied to it. The book lore reads like a Union propaganda to an extent. I mean, yeah, but also Union are the closest thing you have to good guys, and they're also, as a Lancer, you're basically expected to be Union aligned. Unless I'm mistaken, you can't really play a game where you are not aligned with Union. Even if you're a Horus cultist, even if you're a Harrison Armory, like, SecCom, like, apologist, even if you're, like, an IPSN, like, middle manager, like, anti-pirate captain, all of you, like, you have to work for Union. As a Lancer, you are basically employed by Union. Lancer is the kind of game I'm more interested in learning about rather than actually playing. I mean, it's fun. It's definitely a lot. And it's a lot of combat. It's one of those games where I like the lore, and personally, I think I'm in a similar boat where I've connected with the lore more than I connected with the mechanics, but I did enjoy running it. I made a Lancer character, but then the campaign never happened. The GM just stopped and didn't really tell anyone. Oh my gosh, I hate when that happens. That might be the best way to approach it. Yeah, just learning the lore, not the mechanics. Because I will say, Lancer as a system, I would say is very, I wouldn't even say it's dense. I would just say it's a lot. Because with Lancer, like in D&D, you can multi-class. You have to figure out what's going on with all the classes. But in Lancer, you basically have to multi-class because each license only has 3 LL. Meaning that once you're LL3, you have to look at other licenses. So that means that if I want to play a Monarch, okay, well, when I'm LL0 and I'm on an Everest, I have to look at, okay, Monarch seems cool, but we're planning on going to LL6. What do I want in addition to a Monarch? I guess I can get like some Iskander, or maybe like Morning Cloak. I don't know. I have to look at all of the different options in order to see what synergizes with a Monarch. And then from there, I have to decide, okay, I took 2 LLs. Do I grab the 3rd LL Monarch? Or do I grab 1 LL Iskander? Well, if I grab 1 Iskander, then I wouldn't be able to get a SSC core bonus. So should I go for that? Well, then I could grab the Morning Cloak instead. And then every level up, it's much more of a decision than just, do I take 1 more level of Cleric? However, I don't think all of this is dense. I think the decision is pretty easy. It's just you have to make this decision every LL. You have to make this decision all the time. You have to make the decision, do I take the heavy pulse cannon or the heavy howitzer as my heavy mount every sit rep? Which is fun, but it's a lot. I would say it's not dense, but it is complicated. Lancer would really, really benefit from a couple more missile mechs and a couple more tech mechs with actual real tech options. Well, yeah, and that's why they've been adding mechs over time. What's my opinion on Pathfinder's first edition and similar TTRPGs? I have never played Pathfinder. Not because I disliked it, just because I never had the chance. And I have heard Pathfinder's first edition is incredibly dense, complex, and was basically 3.5 plus, because the origin of Pathfinder was 3.5 plus. I started with 3.5. I think that's all cool. Pathfinder never really appealed to me, because if I want to play 3.5 but more, I would just play 3.5 and homebrew it, right? But also, I've never played Pathfinder, so I've heard great things about it. And I've heard Pathfinder 2e in particular is basically 3.5 given the 5e streamlined treatment, if that makes sense. It's Pathfinder, but it's streamlined, it's accessible, it has the same really high skill ceiling, but it has a really low floor. So it's really easy, or at least comparatively to Pathfinder 1e, to make a character. You have far fewer options, which makes it less intimidating, but you still have prestige classes, you still have like ancestry bonuses, you still have feats and whatever. I want to play Call of Cthulhu, Vampire the Masquerade, and Lancer, but I'm lucky to even get a D&D campaign. Well, you can always check on the Discord. The only missile mech is Monarch license, and the only tech mech is from Goblin and the Com. I mean, there are like some tech options, but not like a hacking mech. I know exactly what you mean. Infra Arcana, if you like Call of Cthulhu and enjoy roguelikes. I've been running Masks of Nyarlathotep for almost a year now. It's been great. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I feel like Lancer, I love me my guns. I think swords are cool. And I think that there's some cool niche options. I do think that we need more hacking missiles. And I think that we need a hacker that is not Horus, and we need a missile that is not SSC, which I would go so far as to say, I think we need a Harrison Armory missile, and I think we need a SSC hacking. Because SSC is the highest tech after Horus. Am I crazy for loving Union 2? Do you mean SecCom? Do you mean SecCom from Lancer? Because if so, yes, you are crazy. You're running Icon over the weekend? Okay, Alex, how is Icon? I know nothing about it. There's also the fact that evasion is just not... Evasion isn't viable? Hey, Doomington. From the GM side, if you love SecCom, you face the wall. Well, yeah, of course they'll face the wall. They love SecCom. That's what they do. Evasion, so evasion being a viable build is just AC being a viable build, right? Although, what I will push back on that with is that there's also E-defense. So if I have like a 17 evasion, like reliable still gets around that, hacking still gets around that, or smart weapons still get around that. Evasion can save you from a lot, but won't save your mech entirely. Similarly, E-defense, I feel, is a little bit too niche to actually be useful to like bulk up intentionally. Sometimes I forget how lucky I am to have a group where almost everyone DMs. We play Vampire the Masquerade, D&D, 7th Sea, and I DM Mage the Ascension, which I heavily homebrewed into a full new setting and new magic system. Icon seems very complex with lots of room for expression. Nice. Not in the slightest, except with the like one build, which is a Duskwing, and the Duskwing is a tech SSC. Yeah. Because I just assumed that like evasion, if I just max agility and I choose like the Nelson or Morning Cloak or Duskwing, something that has like an 11 or 12 evasion to start with, then my evasion suddenly becomes like 14, 16, 18 very quickly. I generally prefer to DM. I actually also prefer to DM. I prefer to DM, and I am someone who for the longest time I considered myself a forever GM. However, I've talked about this before. I'm of the opinion that forever GMs is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And that almost always the proper way around it is to just communicate with your group. And if your instinct to me saying, oh, communicate with your group that you don't want to jam, because being a forever jam is a self-imposed label, is self-identification. If your response to that is, no, they wouldn't listen, I've already tried that, why are you playing with them? These are supposed to be your friends. They're supposed to want you to have fun, and you are expressing that you're not having fun, and their response is, well, that sucks. Tough. Keep jamming for us. They're not your friends. They're exploiting your work and kindness in order to use you as a vector for their fun. That's why anyone that like self-identifies as a forever GM, it's always, have you talked to them about it? Have you said, I don't want to GM anymore. I want to be a player. And almost always the answer is like, yeah, I've tried and they didn't really listen. It's like, no. Have you told them explicitly, I don't want to jam anymore. It is not fun for me. Well, no, I didn't say that exactly. Tell them, your friends, that you're not having fun jamming. And if they don't listen, they're not your friends because they don't care about you. But if they do care about you, they will listen. And maybe they're like, well, I don't want to jam. You don't want to jam. They don't want to jam. Let's just do something else. Let's play board games. No D&D is better than bad D&D. Friends don't let friends have fun. True. As a GM, you have a monopoly on bargaining power if they don't listen, think through. Disagree. First off, I don't think that you have monopoly on bargaining power. Bargaining. If I, as the GM, say, hey, we're going to play a game and it's going to be horror themed with an emphasis on psychological torture, you as the players can just say no if you don't want that. And maybe Crab doesn't want that. And Crab is too shy to bring it up. So EJ brings it up on their behalf. Alexander and Erdrick back them up. Now, the entire group is saying, we don't want to do that. And I, as the GM, can say, fine, I'm not going to run from you. How do you like that? And then, okay, then I'm not going to run from them. That's not sinking the group. That's just pouting in the corner. That's not bargaining power. That's being petulant. Similarly, if the entire group says, we want to focus on psychological horror with like torture and maiming and blah, 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 and I as the GM say no, the players can say, okay, we're just going to do it anyways. Because 9 times out of 10, I have found that unless it is like literally like a line or a veil or like a comfort boundary thing, the GM makes explicitly clear, players are much better, 9 times out of 10, reading and respecting the lines and unspoken agreements of their fellow players than they are with you. Now, obviously, sometimes they're not good at that. Sometimes they are going to overreach. Sometimes they are going to be a jerk. That's always going to happen. And sometimes they will pick up on what you want and what you don't want and act accordingly. But 9 times out of 10, players see the other players as more, maybe not more deserving, but they pick up on their subtleties easier. And so if Erdrick doesn't want something that Striped wants to do, Striped is more likely to not do it in favor of Erdrick than not do something that I don't want them to do as the GM. Man, having a mutually respectful relationship sounds like it solves so many of these problems. Literally. Yes, and I'm sorry, I'm going to the wall now. Listen, Wando, I'm sorry that you're a dirty SecCom supporter. We don't take kindly to fascies around here. I found that there are games I want to play, games I want to run, and games I would like to do both with. If I'm going to run a game, we will play one of those that I want to run. And that's me with Kane. I went into Lancer being like, I want to play Lancer. I went into Kane being like, I want to run Kane. And I really haven't done that before. Right? Or like, I guess I have seen that before. Like, I've seen other systems where like, I go into it explicitly being like, I want to run this. Like Kane, I didn't go in wanting to play it. And now that I have played it, I had a fun time, but like I prefer running it because the sins are what interest me. The investigations are what interest me. Lancer, I want to make a mech. Wild Sea, I want to make like a spider creature that is in a human skin or whatever, or like a cactus person. D&D, I want to make a cool character. But also, all of these games I want to play I love running. I also want to run these. But like Kane, I went in being like, no, I want to run it. I don't want to play it. I'm not like, I would be down to play it, but I'm not looking at it to play it. I'm looking at it to run it. GMs do 80% of the work in a campaign. So depends. I think that if you as a GM are doing 80% of the work in a campaign, that is either because your players can't, don't want to, or you're not letting them. And those are three different options. Can't is they're new players. Can't is they have it in, or like there's some reason why the players, maybe they're busy, maybe you have more free time than them, maybe the system is designed in such a way that limits player choice, like paranoia, for instance. Maybe it's an investigation game. Kane, City of Mist, both of those are systems where the investigation is very important, and yeah, you do kind of do 80% of the work. If they don't want to, that's where they want you to set up a game that they just play through. They want to play a video game that their friend is running, right? And that's just an attitude thing that you can't really change that. But there's also plenty of games where the players want to do more and the GM says, no, that's not my story. I'm not going to let you do that. And then those GMs are the ones that most often complain about their players not engaging. Because when they try to engage, when they try to do their cool stuff, the GM shuts them down. And that's something where that takes self-reflection to figure out, if I'm doing 80% of the work, is it because the players can't? Because the investigation, like, yes, putting the pieces together is 20% of the work, and fighting the sin is 20% of the work, but at the end of the day, making the sin and putting together the investigation and running the NPCs is 80%, no matter how much I put the pieces in their hands? Or are they uninterested? Or am I preventing them? And I would say even in these first two, particularly this first one, but also in this first two, you'd be surprised how much work players are willing to do if you just ask them leading questions. Hey, Greyhound, you need to find out who hacked into the mainframe. Where do you start? And why doesn't that work for you? And you're just like, okay, well, like we're in Lancer and we're on a cosmopolitan ship, we're on an IPSN vessel, and someone hacked into the mainframe. I'd definitely start checking out the, like, I think if it doesn't work out, my first thought is that I try to check the security personnel, but then that doesn't work because I don't have clearance. And then I would say, yeah. So you try to check the security personnel, and for whatever reason, the top brass isn't letting you in. They're not letting you check their logs. And you've been on this ship long enough that that's strange. As a Lancer, you should have access, and you're being barred. And you find out very quickly that it's not that it's just some low-level grunt on a power trip. They're being ordered directly by the captain. And then you're like, wait, what? The captain? And then suddenly, by you just saying something, you did 80% of the work there. I said, what do you do and why doesn't it work? You don't get the answer instantly, but what do you try first? And that was the player doing 80% of the work, and then me filling the gaps. What's the deal with the captain? And I say, okay, so now what would you go next? And they're like, well, I was going to talk to the merchants on the lower deck, but now I want to see how, can I talk to the captain directly? And then I'm like, yeah, you absolutely can. Like, you can schedule a meeting with the bridge crew, but it would be public with the rest of the bridge crew. And then you're like, yeah, okay, let's do that. And then suddenly, this investigation that I thought I would have to do 80% of the work on, I'm just asking you, what do you do? And why doesn't it work? Why does it work? Why do you get most of the way there? And suddenly the player is the one telling their own story. Hacked into the mainframe, are we in a 2000s action movie? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I love me campy dialogue. Like, if you have a hacker character and they don't hack into a mainframe and the firewall is down, like, I'm in. Like, what are you doing, right? It's important to remember different players might have different things to expect. Exactly. It's a player expectation thing, and that's why some players are willing to do the 80% of the work for you. I think players still have a lot of stake in driving the plot, making the campaign interesting and fun. But to my knowledge, the GM usually does most of the coordination. I'm speaking from a 5e centric perspective. Different idea. So you are trying, like, you're working for a noble to track down the Thieves Guild because they stole a diamond. And I will say, like you have this noble contact, you have this goal of the Thieves Guild, and you have an idea of where it is. And I would just say, okay, like, listen, Alex, what lead do you pursue first? And why does it stumble you directly into the Thieves Guild? How do you accidentally, without trying, wind up in, like, literally in the Thieves Guild? And you're just like, wait, I'm in the Thieves... Okay, well, so what if I started asking questions about, like, I was trying to pretend that I wanted to join the Thieves Guild, and then I started, like, pickpocketing people, and then this guy, like, catches my arm. And when I'm pickpocketing someone, he says, like, we don't do that around here. And then I basically, like, played dumb, and then he brought me to the Thieves Guild to teach me a lesson, not knowing that, like, I still had my weapons on me. And I'm like, awesome, yeah. So you're now in the Thieves Guild, you know where their location is. And now this guy who has his arm on you, he reveals himself to be Philandris, leader of the Thieves Guild. You tried pickpocketing the master of the Thieves Guild. And then the player's like, I what? And then suddenly the player did 80% of the work. You push the plot forward. Sure, the noble didn't come up. You don't know where the diamond is yet, but you found the Thieves Guild and whoops, you messed up. Because I asked you, what do you want to do? And then I threw a curveball at you, and then I made it a subversion, and then I made it so that you know where the Thieves Guild is, you know where the leader is, you know what his name is, and oh no, he thinks that you're a petty thief. What are you going to do? Are you going to leverage your noble counsel? And then I can literally ask them, what do you do to tell Philandris? Like, what do you do to escape the Thieves Guild without the Thieves Guild putting a bounty on your head? And then you're like what would even work? Like, I my first thought was I was just gonna stab him, but like, if he's the leader of the Thieves Guild, he's probably too high level. Can I just explain to him that I'm working for a noble and I'm like, I don't know, I'm this noble's like nephew? And then I'm like, yeah, sure. So you explain that you're a noble's nephew, and he realizes that you're not a pickpocket. He just thinks that you're some bored college kid that was trying to, like, make a quick buck. And he effectively impresses that you owe him a favor. And he sees you as an asset. So he lets you go with the understanding that now you owe him, because he's not going to report you. He's not going to reprimand you for getting on his turf, but now you owe him a favor. And then suddenly, boom, the plot happens. Bing, bang, bow. That's the sort of storytelling you can do when you just trust your players to decide things. And it's honestly incredible what you can get up to with that. I do use all the funny voice lines from Dawn of War 40k games. That's funny. I never want to be running Lancer and the person says, I'm in. If I see you in a goblin and you puppet system someone and you don't look at them in the eye and say, I'm in, I am going to activate Sekhmet protocol while I'm standing right next to you. That's already way more work than I'd put in. What is? Still, I consider the campaign work to be writing the overall story and the prospective courses. Yeah, I mean, personally, I plan my games like 8 to 12 sessions, and then if it goes longer than that, cool, awesome, I'll operate. Even when I was running longer games, I'd be like, okay, you start in location X. Eventually, you fight person Y. And then there's a minor plot point of character Z if you reach it or if you don't. Then after you fight person Y, you reveal, oh no, they're part of organization A, located at point B. So you go over there, and then at point B, person C says, oh, ha, ha, I was actually Y's master. And then you fight person C. That's like probably 2 story arcs, like 3-4 levels worth of content. That was like a 30-second riffing off of it. I go through, I give them all names, I give them all personalities, I give the locations differentiation, and then I give some plot reason of the reason that you attack Y is because bandits were raiding the nearby town and Y was a bandit leader, but they're actually the brother of the leader of the local wizard college. So you know that because they were using magic, they shouldn't know that. So you have to go to the wizard college over in location A or location B, and like you have to fight A and C and blah, blah, blah. That's all you need. You don't need, what if they go off and do D? What if they befriend Z and Z is actually the other third brother of Y and C? Like, you don't need to go through all that until it comes up. And I am of the opinion, as someone that mostly just improvs, you will be stronger as a GM and more confident in your game the less you prep, so long as you have the bones down. If I know in my head, okay, we're starting at X, we're going to Y, in the way there's going to be Z, and the end goal is A, I can just riff. I don't care if you go down here and fight B, and then you hit location C, and then before you go to Y, you make a pit stop at D, and then you finally hit Y. I don't care if at X, you lure Z back to you, so that at location E, you can have a climactic final battle with who you think is the final boss. I can riff off that. I can just make that up as I go, because I've been doing this for years, because my style is all about improv. And I think the tighter you stick to a defined narrative, 1, the more you'll struggle to improv when they go off the rails, and 2, the more frustrated you'll get when they go off the rails, when they quote unquote break the game. And this is why anytime I hear someone complain about their players going off the rails and ignoring their story and not engaging with their game, I assume they either are inexperienced and or they are someone that shuts down player engagement. Because those are the 2 types of people, new GMs and GMs that don't want their players to go against their masterful story, that I see struggle with this. I have a GMing question. How do I DM an NPC mage and mage the Ascension? I feel like interpretation of the spheres is the biggest part of casting, and storyteller is an arbiter of that. How to be arbiter yourself? So I'm a firm believer, and this is across all systems. The mechanics of the game are a translation so the players can have fun in a balanced way. The SPC, the storyteller player character, because that's technically what the storytelling system says. The SPC that might have a mastery of the life domain. I respectively don't care what powers comes with the life domain, because this SPC knows how to bring you back from the dead. And they can do so only in accordance with a specific rite that they learned from kindred. So it's not quite resurrection, it's more so animation with blush of life, right? You basically temporarily are afflicted with the curse of Cain or something similar to it. I don't know if that's an ability. I don't know if that's a power that you can get in Mage the Ascension or Mage the Awaken, but that's what this one random life sphere user can do. So I basically decide, what do I want this SPC to do? Why are they here? What can they accomplish? And then I decide what sphere would accomplish that. Why would this be useful to them? And so that the players can be like, oh, they use the life sphere. That means that they might know blah, 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 blah. And in reality, mechanically, it's just they use the life sphere is an aesthetic slapped on to just stuff I decided. And maybe I make mechanics on how do you raise someone as the blush of life with the kindred light? They're closer to a ghoul than to a man. But I'll still like use the aesthetics of the life sphere. I'll still tie it in narratively to the life sphere. You agree that improv is king? Yeah. I really want to try this. Okay, what do you do for Y and how does it lead to X? Leading question to 1 my game. I'm just nervous. It's okay to be nervous. And I will say that is something where you have to kind of know your players. I tried this with one of my players. Currently I'm running a game for Celebrity Dust, another content creator, privately. And then potentially we might open it up to like streaming it later in like next year or something with other players. I don't know, but at least right now it's just a private game. And Cell is someone who I will literally tell them, like, I mostly do this between sessions. I do it like in a flash forward sequence. I will just say, Crab also gets it. Like with mages, you can just make stuff up. Like mages, it's very easy to just be like, life domain, they do something funky, life stuff happens. With Cell, I would literally say like, hey, between missions, you have an exam. This is a Kane game. You have a exam which you bomb. You suck at it. It is an obstacle course with multiple different obstacles that at the very end, you have to hop over a really tall wall. And then there's a minor trace that is captured and that you have to kill. And the goal is to do this all as fast as possible. Why do you bomb it? And my player was just like, well, my character really wants to show off. My character really wants to showboat. So I think what they do is because they're a flux user, they, on the obstacle course, keep messing up and keep using all of their psyche bursts to reverse time to fix their mistake. So they do amazing on the obstacle course. And then once they get to the trace, they don't have anything to fight the trace. And then they shoot the trace and then nothing happens because I described how the trace is super tough. So they really struggle on the trace and they bomb, not because circumstances conspired against them or because they just suck or because they don't know what they're doing, but because the player was like, my ego got in the way. And that's a circumstance where that is more interesting from a narrative perspective. Because instead of them just like sucking at this and failing because of that, or the trace was too tough and they couldn't fight it because I made it too powerful, they bombed, which was important for their place in like the pecking order. It was something to demonstrate to them the power level and discipline of the other XOs. But also, it allowed the player to, in a controlled environment, sandbag. I told the player, hey, you're failing this no matter what. Why do you fail? And then they got to play their character as stupid or as egotistic or as showboaty or as ridiculous as they wanted without any consequence. Because they knew the outcome. They knew what I wanted from them. And so they got to play along and like clap their fingers together and like giggle to themselves at how their character got to be exactly how they wanted them to be. And it's the same thing with positive outcomes. You're searching for this piece of information. Why do you find, like, what do you do? And why did you find it instantly? Not even just like on your second or third try, literally first time you instantly get it. Why? How? And then they get to tell me like, I think I literally just go around knocking door to door. And then the pure luck is that I knock on the very first door and they happen to be home and it's literally the exact person I'm looking for who opens the door for me. And then I'm like, fantastic, awesome. And then they get to be like, I told you I was lucky. And then we have this sort of back and forth where they get to tell the story in accordance with how they want their character portrayed. They get more control of the story, which lets them play their character how they want them. And that's scary for a GM because most GMs don't want to give up control of the story. They think it's going to be ruined, but it's a collaborative storytelling experience. That's very important. And what I'll say is that the vast majority of the time, when you give this control to the players, unless they're like a jerk of a player, or they're a player who really like has a separate goal of the game. I've known players that want to be the center of attention. I know players that just want to kill stuff, get loot. I know players that really want to see an interesting narrative, but they themselves don't know how to contribute to it. If it's not one of those players, if it's like a player that's well-adjusted, wants what the group wants a cool story, wants cool combat, most of the time, they're going to do something that just lets them play their character how they want to play their character. And if they want to play their character like an edgy loner jerk, they're going to play their character like an edgy loner jerk, and somehow it's going to work out for them. Or they're going to play their character like an edgy loner jerk, and it blows up in their face. And those are great moments where it allows them to characterize their character however they want, on their terms. And the player satisfaction from that is crazy. Because it's not, they're fighting you to be an edgy loner jerk in this game where the power of friendship is important. They're playing an edgy loner jerk, and it works for them. But only on these leading questions. Not all the time, not in combat, not when they're fighting, not in these other things. But in this one instance, they get to be exactly how stereotypical they want. You come bearing spectacular news. What is that, Traden? I haven't seen this kind of open-ended RP narration you're describing here before. I really like it. Honestly, it's been so much fun. How would I do that with a group? What I would do is, for instance, if it is the example with a noble, Thieves Guild, diamond. So working for a noble to get a diamond back from the Thieves Guild, I would say, your niece has been born? Aw, congrats. Don't you dare say I'm going to be a father. Will they still be one-on-one? I would say they're still one-on-one, but it's round robin. So if it's Traden and Crab and EJ, and then I would say, okay, Traden, how do you, as your character, find out where the Thieves Guild is located completely by accident? You weren't smart, you weren't intelligent, it wasn't anything, you stumbled into it. What happened? And then you give like the pickpocket example from earlier, and then you're brought in. And then what I'll say is that you're let go, you managed to get your way out of there, or something like that. Or I would say like, EJ, how do you find Traden? You know Traden went missing. How do you locate Traden when Traden is in the Thieves Guild? And you're like, okay, blah, 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 blah. And then you find Traden with Crab. And then I would say, Crab, how do you get everyone out of there in a way that the Thieves Guild doesn't come after you, but you locate the diamond, but you don't have the diamond? And then Crab gets to say, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then all of you manage to leave. You don't have the diamond, but you know where the Thieves Guild is. You know where the diamond is. And you're gone. And now we play it normally. Now when we go in, you just investigated, you found out the information, you did all that you wanted to do, and now you can fight the Thieves Guild. Now you can negotiate with the Thieves Guild. Now you can't, because maybe you snuck in and you slit the throat's guard and you broke them out and say, come on, we're getting out of here. And then you run away. Or you walk in and you talk to them and you talk them down with charisma and charms. Whatever it might be. No, I'm not that cruel. I'm so happy you got drunk. That's some Persona 5 narrative and I love it. So not quite, but I get what you mean. I've been playing Persona 5 recently. My worry for losing control wouldn't be the story will be bad. It's, oh, heck, how do I balance this and make this encounter good? That's the thing. I'm fully of the opinion that, like, you can do the same thing for combat. Just probably not in D&D or Lancer, or probably you shouldn't do it in those. But if you encounter in, like D&D, the BBEG is over here. And there's a hallway leading to them, and there's a lieutenant. And you've seen them before, but they're basically nameless, they're basically faceless. All they are is a big person in armor, and she has skeletal minions that flanks her back. And like, you could run through this combat. Or I could say, okay, team, what do each of you do during this combat that is really cool, but all of you have to mark off a spell slot, or you have to mark off like 3d8 health, or blah, 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 blah. Like, I basically say, I'm going to give you a cost and you're going to lose this no matter what. How does that happen in the narrative? And how do you solidly beat this lieutenant? Or how do you narrowly defeat this lieutenant with the skeletal minions? Like, we don't need to fight this lieutenant. I can just remove resources from you and tell you to dictate the narrative. And if you decide I want to cast Fireball, I can say, okay, I'm going to be nice to you and say, even though narratively you cast Fireball, you still only spend 2 first level spell slots. And then you're like, awesome. So then you get to narratively incinerate all of the skeletons with a single spell. And mechanically, you still spent like 2 first level spell slots. Again, it's the ability to put the power in the players, and then now, oh no, you skip by this combat that no one cared about anyway. You still did what you wanted with the combat. Slow them down. Some time was taken in game. Their resources are slightly spent, and then they run into BBG, and then, oh no, because they cast a big fireball outside in the hallway, the BBEG heard them coming and started the ritual to summon the demon, and now the demon is like 1 arm through the portal already, and now you have to fight with a giant demon arm in the background. Ah! Yeah, teacher, can I stop looking at the wall now? Have you stopped supporting SecCom, Luando? I would love some skeletal minions that could really be useful. Yeah. How do you find the Thieves Guild on accident? I got drunk and flirted with the wrong people, send help. Literally, like, that's the sort of thing that is really funny in media. Like, how many shows or books have someone who like gets drunk and accidentally stumbles into the circumstance and they're like, oh, I accidentally found a cult. Uh-oh. And then they have to like extricate themselves quietly, and then they return to the group and they're like, guys, I found the cult. And then you get to have funny sitcom moments, or you get to have awesome John Wick badass moments, or you get to have Ocean's 11 planning montages. It's entirely up to what the players want. And there's nothing easier to find what the players want than to tell them, you get to do thing. How? And then listening to them describe it. If they describe that the way that they managed to find out where the diamond is from inside the Thieves Guild is that they consult with a wizard, and the wizard has a giant glass mirror that they stare into, and they see via divination a diamond perched on a pedestal that is in the Thieves Guild's private vault. You know, they think divination and wizardry, that's cool. Versus if they planned a big heist and they did this whole like planning montage where like Traden would walk by the front entrance 3 times an hour all day for a day to see where the guards are, where Erdrick is watching from afar, and then Gray would sneak in when the guard change happens as Traden distracts the guards up front. And then Gray sneaks in, gets internal reconnaissance, walks all around with external support from Erdrick doing a telepathic messaging, and then they manage to see the diamond, but they gotta get out of there before they can grab it. That's an entirely different vibe. And you would only know that if you talk to your players about it. And the easiest way to do that is to give them the opportunity to come up with that themselves. I like making creepy characters, so if you want me to go into a dark alley or the bad part of town, I was probably gonna do it anyway, and that's exactly it. If I want you entering the dark alleyway, and you're a character that likes creeping in dark alleyways, you feel like, oh, I get to do my thing. And if you're a character that doesn't creep in dark alleyways, I never forced you into the dark alleyway. You get to explain that the way you went in the dark alleyways, you got flirty and drunk, and then you walked into a dark alleyway, and why am I surrounded by thieves in hoods? And you never break your character. That's the ultimate understanding of this, is that it helps stopping the removal of immersion, is really what it is. What's the best way to set up Kane one-shot as a first-time GM? Okay, so if you want a Kane one-shot, make sure that you have, I would say probably minimum like 4 hours. Because I'm of the opinion one-shots need to be longer, generally speaking, but I understand not everyone has like 6 hours. I think because it's so investigation oriented, like 3 hours is probably not enough, particularly if you have to learn the system. If you want to run a first time Kane one shot, I would say focus on a simple sin with simple trauma questions. So for instance, a hound, very good option. And I'll probably say, I really like the ogre. I appreciate it. But and then have it be obvious what the host is. And literally Kane can say like, hey, 2 days ago there was a murder victim found, like there's a body found in the stream, and now a category 1 hound has been located. That is very obviously the host. Their spouse is currently setting up a funerary arrangements at the funeral home. And the victim, and like tell the players a bunch of information. Like the more information you have in the premise, the easier the investigation will be, which is why I like to give a little bit of true information, a little bit of wrong information, and then some background information on the town itself, so that the players can make informed decisions. So if the premise is like, hey, there's this person that died, now there's a hound running around, the person owed money to this mobster and at this corner store, and their spouse, like the victim's spouse, is currently setting up their funeral at this location, like when you deploy. Suddenly you have the mobster and you have the spouse. You can talk to either. Both might be grudge targets. And suddenly the hound, which is a very active sin, it's going to be moving a whole bunch, will pounce on you and will attack you and will attack whoever you are investigating first when pressure increases. So then you have a bunch of information. The hound is active. It's coming around. I'll keep looking at the wall. Okay, Londo. And it's just a matter of like, give them more information on the outset. Keep the scope of the investigation small. Keep the sin with its trauma questions obvious. Like, if it is, you go for a hound, and the hound manifested off of someone that died from like a murder. Tell the players who the murderer is. Tell the players like who's grieving them. There's a similar but different feeling when your character blacks out and then wakes up near a dead body, and then it goes, what happened, instead of how did I get here? Yeah. So when it comes to like running a Kane one shot, my main thing is like, keep it simple and keep the scope small. So I'm saying like, person X dies, was killed by Y. You can learn more about them from Z. And the hound is targeting you, is targeting what, like the actual person that like did it. It's like, and is also targeting you. And then like, this is one location, this is one location, and the palace is over here. Right? Very small investigation. And when it comes to running investigations, whether this is in Kane or otherwise, remember to always give information the players ask for. Yes, even if it's mission critical and they asked it way too early, give them the information. Even if they fail the roll, even if they didn't ask the right question, but they asked a very similar to the right question, give them information. If they are asking about it, that means that they are interested. And an interested player is going to make engaged decisions. When you have an investigation, you need to be able to operate off of information. Whether or not that's good information is separate from the issue. However, if I'm a player and I roll my dice to investigate this crime scene, and I roll all zeros, and I don't get any successes, what do I do? Like, the thing that I wanted to do, I failed. So why would you make me roll for it if that stops the investigation? So always make sure that you're failing forward, or you just give them information. Like the Kane rulebook literally has like a little addendum for this. It says you should always give information to the players if they're asking about it. And sure, if an NPC is resistant, make them roll to convince them. And maybe they can't convince that NPC. That sucks. Give some other secondary course of information that they don't need to convince the NPC for. They want to learn what the murder victim was up to the night they got murdered, and the spouse is really tight-lipped about it. Turns out, the person was cheating. Oh no. And then they got murdered. Oh no. So the spouse doesn't want to talk about the fact that they knew that their spouse was cheating before they died. Oh no, that's drama. So like you can't convince the spouse, but you can just find hints in their bedroom, on their journal, on their phone, like whatever it ends up being, you can find hints that they were having an affair. And then you know why the NPC wasn't talking. And maybe bringing that up allows the NPC to talk about it because they're like, well, I don't need to hide it anymore. And take into account the intelligence of your players. Running a mystery with the Three Stooges does not require much prep. If anything, it punishes it. Yeah, and it's don't be afraid to just give answers. However, what I will say, do not get into the gameplay loop of I'm going to roll, I fail, I give you answer. That feels like patronizing to players. If what it is that it's, I ask you, okay, what was the murder victim up to at the time of his death? And then the wife just says, oh, he was off with his other woman. Like, boom, suddenly you just have that information. You understand what's going on. It's the affair. You didn't have to roll for anything. But if you ask, what was the murder victim doing the night of his murder? It's like, okay, I want you to roll negotiation. You roll, you fail. And then you're like, okay, well, you don't get as much information as you would have wanted, but the wife does say, I don't know, he was off with his other woman. Like, that can be phrased properly. That can be phrased in a way that makes it feel like there's more still hidden. But if you gave them all the answers, at that point, don't even ask for a roll. If only humanity could forget the collective nightmare that is indigo prophecy. I'm not even going to ask about that. Yo, I'm new. Are you a woman using a voice changer? Nope. I am non-binary. So I use any pronoun. I'm not a man, not a woman. That's the first time I've gotten, am I a woman using a voice changer? I've gotten, am I a man using a voice changer? Or just people calling me a man. I'm just in the middle. I don't really care. Is there a pixel art scaler you know of? Unfortunately, I am unaware. And I know exactly what you mean, and I know that it sucks, but pixel art, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar. The entity. Hello! Hope you're having a great Christmas. Well, it's not Christmas for me yet. It's currently only 3 p.m. on Christmas Eve, but welcome on in, Fox. Yuri or Yowie? Okay. I'm gonna go Yuri because I've read more of it recently. Like, Can't Defy the Lonely Girl. Great Yuri. Or is it? I keep forgetting this. Does Yuri have to be NSFW, like lewd? Because I don't like. I'm not trying to recommend anything that's like NSFW. Can't Defy the Lonely Girl is safe for work, but it is like girls love. Because I know that like Yaoi versus BL, like one means lewd, one means just male loving male. So I don't know if it's the same with Yuri. But like Can't Defy the Lonely Girl, I've talked about this ad nauseum. Absolutely love it. I'm currently reading one by the same mangaka. I can't remember the name of. Gosh darn it. And then How I Got Invited to an All Guys Mixer is technically het, but is yaoi bait. Because it is a series of women that are cross-dressers, or like working at a cross-dressing bar. So they're all mask presenting, and they all get paired off with guys. But it ends up being het ships. So I would say that I've enjoyed more Yuri that I've read, but I've also sought out more Yuri. Like, I don't know. I think yaoi is a really funny meme. Yuri do kind of make my heart go doki doki. It's andro. It do be andro. Like straight up, it is androgynous shipping, which it might be why I love it so much. Yuri-tastic. Fliff, you were in love with? Fliff, you were in love? Would it be Yuri or Yaoi? Oh, if I was in love, would it be Yuri or Yaoi? Yeah, so I have asked this before. Yeah, Yuri does not equal NSFW. Selection bias? That's fair. Oh, people who do not understand the genre say that? Oh, okay, I thought that there was a specific term, like Yuri or girls love. Like one of these was strictly NSFW and one of them was just a generic term for woman loving woman. Same with like yaoi and BL. I didn't know if there was like a lewd connotation. Yaoi hands frighten me. I don't trust someone who can palm my torso. Okay. Yaoi hands are hilarious to me. My other MB friend calls it yaoi. I've heard a couple different options. I don't know if it would be yaoi. Would that only be if it was like NBXNB? So if it's like a cis man and someone who's non-binary, or like a trans woman and someone who's non-binary, is it still yaoi? Also, if you are non-binary but femme-presenting with someone else who is femme-presenting and like a woman identifying, is that yuri? If one of you is non-binary but you're femme? NBXNB is what they were using it in reference? Okay. Also, hello, lemon shop, not lemon slop. I had to sneeze. Would be Aurori? Oh my, no, we're not. Aurori is kind of like my ship name with Rorston. What if in Arthurnia, Gareth was called Yaoi Hands instead of Fair Hands? Oh my gosh. Good night and Merry Christmas. Good night. I'm saying that if I was the leader of Setcom, Raw would have wanted to kill me. Oh no. Are you Jesus? I don't think I am. I certainly think I'm not a good enough person. Like, there are people who legitimately believe that they are the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, and that's quite the question. But I do not believe I am. I don't think I'm a good enough person. I try my best. I try not to be a bad person, but I don't think I'm a good enough person. Hi, Game Master. Do you know the King in Yellow? It is something that Lovecraftian made. So, Lovecraft, fun fact, did not make the King in Yellow. It is actually made by one of his contemporaries and actually inspired his work, called by Chambers, where this guy called Chambers in 1890s wrote The King in Yellow. And I just read through it all on YouTube, on stream. It was all members only chat, but I opened it up to the public after each stream, so you can watch it right now. And I just read through The King in Yellow. I actually really enjoyed it. It was more of a romance than it was anything. Neither are strictly NSFW. Awesome. Lemon Slop is going to be my next account. Trust. I'm with you. It did not occur to me toxic streamerships were an option. So I will say, like, in the beginning, or I mean, like a year ago, there was actually people who like genuinely were actively shipping like Eroston, like my friend and me. I initially was very opposed to this because I was uncomfortable with it. Now, as I've gotten more comfortable kind of like separating myself from like public perception and just like evolving in my relationships, I'm more comfortable with that now. My main thing is don't be a jerk and don't be weird. Like, I would have to double check with him how he feels about it. But it is something where, like, if you want to ship me with someone, I don't really care. As long as you recognize that my main interaction with my audience is as an entertainer and as someone that is like inspiring your creativity and trying to work with you to just make the world happier and have more fun, then that's Pog. My issue is when people see me as an object of NSFW desires, right? And that's something that's happened a couple times. I've had some people who seemed more interested in me for gratification than they did for inspiration. And like, I just shut that down. I'm just like, I'm not your mommy. I don't want you to call, like, I don't care if you call me mommy or daddy or mistress or master or whatever, like as a joke. But I'm not here to gratify you. I'm here to entertain you. So same thing with shipping. Like, I am not here to be your romance bait, but also I don't care if you ship me. As long as you're not making it weird, as long as you're not inserting that into my relationship with my audience or with my friends. Like, I don't know if I'm coming across right. Basically, I don't mind too much if I get shipped with anyone, or if like someone makes fan art of me that's kind of like spicy or whatever. So long as that's not infiltrating how the community views me and how I interface with the community. You know? Anything can be toxic if you add enough bleach. Anything can be toxic if you add enough toxin to it. Only Jesus would be so humble. The evil answer is that it's straight because neither of you are the same answer or the same gender. Is it? I was always under the assumption that a straight ship was cishet x cishet. That the very nature of one of them being queer or trans or like any degree of not cishet made it not straight. Purely not out of any idea of like there's a differentiation between like trans women and women or like bi women in relationships with men or less valid or anything, but purely in the sake of like straight defines a very narrow understanding of what a relationship is. That's been my understanding, and it's been brought up to me that apparently straight is really just if it's man and woman. Doesn't matter if they're trans or they're queer or anything, it's just man and woman. The fact that you do not think you are a good enough person is a pretty good sign that you're a great one. There are a lot of people out there who aren't great people who signpost how not great they are or how not great they feel in order to make people feel that they're better. False humility is a thing. And like fishing for compliments is another thing. I really try to avoid doing both, but I also believe in honesty. I believe that I should be honest with you and be like, hey, I don't feel I'm deserving of this. I don't feel I'm good enough for this. I don't X, Y, and Z. Which I always feel awkward because I always feel as though I'm putting pressure on you to give me affirmations, which I always want to avoid doing. And similarly with transparency. I'm very suspicious of anyone that talks about how transparent they are, because almost always those are the least transparent people, like across the board, whether it is in business or politics or content creation. Anyone who talks about how transparent they are, they usually are hiding something, and usually many somethings. So I just try to be transparent as much as I can. And there are certain things that I keep off stream, like for instance, and I might talk about it later, but or like after the fact. For instance, the other night I had a thing come up that kind of really messed with my mood and like was a bad thing that happened, and I was unable to edit that night. So I just messaged in the Discord like, hey, video tomorrow is going to be delayed. And that's something where I didn't get into it. I didn't talk about what it was. That's something where, strictly speaking, I was hiding something from my audience. But I up front was like, hey, video tomorrow is going to be delayed. And then I ended up getting it done like only a couple hours later than I expected to get it up. But it is something where there are certain things I'm not going to reveal to the audience. And that's just how it is. But I try to be as transparent as I can be. You only ship wars and occasionally stars. That's fair. It's a funny joke, and don't make it stop being funny, people. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm also here for the bit. I am absolutely down to clown if it is for the sake of comedy. When it comes to stuff like shipping or like someone like calling me mommy or whatever, like I am super chill about that so long as everyone understands it's a bit and that is not changing the culture of the stream. The issue that I've seen is a lot of content creators, and this is where you get into like the bully dynamic. There are a bunch of VTubers out there where their chats like actually just bully them and they constantly clown on them and like make fun of them and whatever. And the idea is that it's like, haha, it's so cute. And it's like, no, that's kind of sad. I wouldn't want that. And I love going tit for tat with my chat. I love roasting you and then you roast me right back. That is the kind of atmosphere that I want to cultivate here. But like when it's just chat dunking on the streamer, I'm like, ugh. And that's the sort of thing that happens when you let jokes like that run rampant. Can I ship you with Jesus? The two of you even have the same birthday? I mean, sure. Like if I get fan art of like Jesus, like bridal style carrying me or something, Sure. I'll add it to the fan art reel at the pause screen. How about that? Shipping real people is way too weird to me. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is. Like, with VTubers, there is that, like, there's that layer of what is real, what is not real. Some VTubers are entirely personas, and that's not to say that they're misleading you. That is, like, literally they're upfront about that. Some VTubers are entirely just the person, where they don't filter anything. I am definitely much closer to just a person, but I'm a little bit like, I'm a person with a filter. I will not say stuff on stream because I understand it is not conducive to my brand, despite the fact I personally feel it very strongly. For instance, a lot of political things I have very strong thoughts on that I will not talk about because that's not the space I want to cultivate here. I don't care about being called mommy or daddy or whatever. Don't be weird. So I can call you a reference for a job. Excelsior. Listen. I do think it would be very funny if I said I will act as a child. What if I say everyone here can list that they've been a creative consultant for Arrow Rights Media for as long as the channel's been up. And I will act as a job reference for you. Don't actually do that. I will not back you up. I will clown on you if an interviewer calls me and says like, hey, we wanted to confirm that this person really did consulting work for you. And I'm like, no. I ship Arrow X IPSN Relay. Listen, the Relay is not even one I care about. I'm not going to lie. The Relay is one that I don't have strong feelings on. I was not talking about people in general now, was I? Yeah, I'm joking. I think it's not straight if either of you are het. I worry I fish for compliments too much. I mean, that's what I'm always concerned about. And the issue that I've noticed is that in content creation, if I don't complain about something, if I don't make a big problem about something, it might unironically like be missing an opportunity. There are times when there is something that I feel strongly about, that I want to talk about, that I recognize doesn't really fit what I want on my channel, so I won't talk about it. And I see other people talking about it, and they'll get like tens of thousands of views. And I'm just like, ooh, the temptation to just like do a little bit of drama slop as a treat is so much. You're not transparent, you're pretty opaque. How dare you? I think it's not straight if neither of you are het and you aren't opposite gender. A bi woman and a bi man dating is a straight relationship. That does not make them straight though. I don't know. I feel as though I would be, I don't disagree that a bi man and a bi woman dating is straight, even though they themselves are not straight. Although I feel like it's not, like they're also queer, right? Like assuming that they're both cis, so gender doesn't factor into this whatsoever. I feel like a bi man and a bi woman dating would be a queer relationship, despite the fact it is also a straight relationship, because they themselves are both queer. You heard him. Every streamer has their brand and image. Exactly. I can do the bridal carry with my Photoshop skills. That would be very funny. Gosh, I wish that was a thing. Wow, some friend you are. I'm putting that on my CV. That would be really funny. Just like Arrow Rights Media. I ship Arrow with a healthy life-work balance. It's a crack ship, but it's mine. Okay, like no shot. My roommate the other day, just we're having a conversation, and they're just like, "Hey, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm worried about you with like your editing. Like you are already editing way too much, and you're gonna take on another client soon, and like you're editing for you and you're editing for comms, and like you're spending all day every day editing, and it's stressing you out." And I'm like, well, yeah, it's my job. It's what I do for work. Which Lancer frame would I date then? As much as I love it, not the Pegasus, because the Pegasus is too controlling. Like, it's not as controlling as the Manticore, but it like knows what I want and like thinks it knows what I want, and then the relationship is straight, the partners aren't. A relationship can be straight and queer, not cis and queer. Streaming on Christmas, more likely than you think. Hey, Ignis, it's not Christmas for me yet, though I would love it to be. Merry Christmas to all of the Europeans out there, if it is time. You freaking love crack ships. I decided to take upon an entirely new, more nonsense take. If either are cis, it isn't straight. Straight for T is the only true straight relationship. I'm open to being convinced. Tell me. Well, a queer relationship and a straight relationship are built different to me. I also think that queer... I mean, so queer is kind of political. It's kind of self-identifying. I do... Like, I do understand conceptually that it can be a straight relationship of queer people. Two bi individuals, for instance, that are of opposite genders. They're both cis. There's no gender, like, nonsense, or there's no gender silliness going on. Like, it's two cis bi people that are of opposite genders that are dating. That is a straight relationship of queer people. But I feel like it's not inaccurate to say that their relationship is also queer. Any plans for a Christmas dinner? So Christmas is my birthday, so tomorrow. And I don't know if we're gonna do this for dinner or if we're gonna do it for lunch. My favorite food for years has been crab legs. And so my roommate, while I'm on stream right now, is actually going to run out, grab some crab legs, and we're going to make some crab legs tomorrow. But like, for years now, I have not been able to eat more than just a couple crab legs. I don't know what it is. Like, my endurance is down. I think I'm old. I think I'm a hag. But the goal is that we will have some crab legs. And I think one of my other roommates is coming back that day. So if he wants any crab legs, he can have some too. But like, we're just going to have some crab legs. It's going to be chill. Half an hour till Christmas for me. Well, I suppose for the next couple hours, I can just wish people happy Merry Christmas. Even if you aren't Jesus, you're still twinning. I'm dressed up like Santa. We have reached a point where we are attempting to use definitions despite being past the point of their usefulness. Ooh, that's a hot take. That's a hot take. I am of the opinion that I think the self-identification craze, I think it's over. I think that early 2010s Tumblr, what was it like? What was it called? Like Mapow? There was some Tumblr movement of mostly like 10 to 15 year olds who just made up like actually like hundreds of labels because they wanted identities and they didn't know about other identities. And the idea being is that it was everything has a label and you're valid for it. Mogai, thank you. I think that we're well past that point. I think that we had a spike in labels like early 2010s that kind of, we lost 2/3 of them. And now we're kind of like, sometimes we'll get some new labels, sometimes we'll lose some, sometimes we'll make some, sometimes we'll lose some, right? Because that's how language works. There's different labels over time. And I think that we're still at the point where a lot of people feel pressured to come up with a label. I don't think a lot of people feel comfortable saying, I don't know, and that's okay. For the longest time, for basically my entire teenage life, as well as like into my 20s, I was like, I don't know what my gender is. That's okay. I figured out my sexuality pretty early because I realized very quickly, like, oh, does everyone not like everyone? And also not want a hanky-panky? like, I thought that was just normal. But with gender, because it's so performative, because it is so active, I didn't know. And I just kind of did what I was normally expected to. And then it was only after years of being like, you know what? I don't know. I've never come up with an answer. I'm just going to take a leap. I'm going to explore it a bit. I explored some. I was like, am I a trans woman? Nah, not really. Am I non-binary? Yeah, that means it fits pretty well. Am I probably like agender? androgynous, gender fluid, I don't know, but I don't really care, right? Like, I'm comfortable with the umbrella term non-binary. And I feel as though there's a pressure on a lot of people to get a more defined term. And I don't think there's anything wrong with more defined terms. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with defined terms. It's just, I feel like there's a pressure to have a more defined term, regardless of what your preferences are. We kept the actually needed labels. I think, broadly speaking, yeah. Broadly speaking, we have umbrella terms like trans or queer or gay or non-binary. And then under those umbrella terms, we have more specific ones like, if you're trans, you might be binary trans or you might be non-binary. If you're non-binary, you might be a demi-boy or you might be agender or you might be gender fluid. And like, those are all distinct enough from each other. And I do think that there are some labels that are more niche than I personally care for, but I also don't think that that's bad of people to like identify with. If it matters to you, it matters to you. Right? This goes over your puppy brain. Why do I? Okay. If you're like a puppy girl and or just like a puppy person, can you just bark in chat real quick? I just want to see how many I have. Labels, schmabels? Exactly. I mean, we like very specific terms and identities, but realistically, see, Fox, you got it. The thing with it is that the human brain is built for pattern recognition. See, Traden, thank you. You're just a girl, TM. I'm not gonna lie, that was more than I was expecting. I was not expecting that many to start barking. Your butt figured out you were trans startlingly late given all the flashing signs in retrospect. Honestly, same. Like, I figured it out much later than I expected, because my experience with gender isn't, no, I'm a woman born in a man's body. My experience with gender was, I'm not really a man, and like, I connect with women in more of ways than just like in trying to court or seduce them. Like, I feel comfortable with women, but not in the way that like I feel like a woman. And I feel more masculine when I'm around men, and I feel more feminine when I'm around women, and I generally will match my affect in order to respond well to the group I'm surrounded by. That's pretty non-binary. We're very good at making boxes. Exactly. We're very good at making boxes, and particularly with psych. Like, obviously, all of science is our descriptive language assigned to it. Like, we made the laws of thermodynamics as a concept. The laws of thermodynamics as they function always were there, but we made the laws of thermodynamics. We assigned meaning onto them. I mean, like, depending on how you slice it, you could probably remove all knowledge of those terms, and we would come up with a different system that is similar but distinct from what we currently have now if we didn't have the laws of thermodynamics describing the same systems. We might have different number of laws, they might describe different things, but fundamentally it would all relate back to the same core premise. Reality is a platonic ideal that we struggle to put words to. You're more woman than other things. I describe it as I'm more cis than cis. And I like this description. I like presenting in a more androgynous, a little bit femme way. I mean, particularly like, I know it's kind of basic, but I do like a more like muscular, like almost like a butch femme presentation. Like, that's my ideal. Which, I don't know, I'm on my way. I think that's more changeling than non-binary. That's fair. I am full of estrogen and it does nothing to my body. That's sad. I often do the same, matching the Grupp's energy. Yeah, there was an article recently of a guy that broke one of the laws of thermodynamics. I didn't read it, not my interest, but cool. Cis than cis is an amazing phrase. Yeah, so fun fact. Back when I was male presenting, male identifying, one of my friends, who is a non-binary lesbian, got a crush on me. And they were really confused because they were like, I've never had a crush on a guy before, like, even when I was younger. And then it was like, well, guess I'm just the exception to the rule. Haha. We fell out of contact. Stop talking. We're not really talking to each other anymore. I realize I'm queer. I'm genderqueer. Not sure if I'm trans. Not sure if I'm non-binary. Whatever it is. And then I think I reached out to them, or we had some other reason why we reconnected. And then I just say, hey, remember that time you had a crush on me and you thought it was really weird because you've never been into a guy before? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, turns out I'm not a guy. I'm more cis than cis. And they found it really funny. There are real men and there are cis men. I have a very shoddily but successfully photoshopped a Jesus X Arrow bridal carry image. I'm sorry. I think I would love to be friends with Jesus, but with all due respect, I don't think Jesus and I would be compatible that way. Personally. I would love to be friends with the guy. He seems really cool. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm interested. I'm not going to play with his heart like that, you know? Also finding way more puppy people than I expected really funny on a channel with so much Lancer content. That's the thing. I think it was the Lancer content. I think the Lancer content like got me puppy girls. And then the puppy girl potential energy grew and grew and grew until I made the video on girl frame. And at that point, the puppy girl epidemic started. I was flooded with puppy girls in my community. And like, I love you. I love y'all. You're fantastic. However, I was not expecting it. I'm really cool. You know it. You'll upload the masterpiece in Discord. Amazing. Me menacingly T-posing. Girlfriend's a singularity. Exactly. It was definitely the Lancer stuff we love so much. They're so transcoded. The Horde sensed your presence. No, who alerted the Horde? Happy holidays and birthday, I guess. Having a Battletech holiday. Well, enjoy, Echo. I'm a guy. I'm solidly a guy. Goal one day was to have the body of a sailor, Uranus and Link from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, just to mess with people. Am I a girl? Am I a guy? Who knows? But I make everyone gay. I do love the mentality of like, hey, what gender am I? Well, first off, it's whatever is funniest. Second of all, whatever is gay if you're into me. Which, the reason that's the case is because that's really funny. So like, I've had people say that like, they want to smash or like would or like express interest in me, say I'm cute or whatever. And I'm just like, gay. The non-binary urge to confuse the straights. That is the non-binary urge to not be perceived. I simply wish to cause panic in others and chaos. Me too, dog. Yo. Please don't call the puppy girls. No. The puppy girls are fine. So I need to make something clear. I talked about this before. I do love the mentality of... So let me... Sorry. Let me... Close question. Because again, reminder, we have a Q&A section open. If you have a question for me, feel free to drop it in the Q&A section and I can get to it later. I love making fun of everyone. And not in the way of like, oh, I'm going to punch down on groups that are minorities and disadvantaged while otherwise just making light passes at my own group and or groups of advantage so that I can feel like I'm making fun of everyone, but in reality, I'm just like saying slurs. What I like doing is I like absolutely teasing the furries and the trans femmes. Wait, question. I have a question. I have recently learned that apparently trans woman is a bad because there's no space. Is trans femme similar? Because I've always heard trans femme is just like one word. It'll be wait. It'll be like the Schlorba flyer and then offers zero clarification because of the mech equipment. Whatever's funniest is the best gender expression. That's really what I want. Vanilla mexploitation. Wait, so vanilla exploitation is that cishet? Is that no dom sub? You have personally not heard that's the thing? I have only heard this from Twitter, which I've made like the biggest mistake of my life. And I've been more active on Twitter recently. If you don't know, on my YouTube page, I have a link to my Twitter. I've made an effort to be more active on Twitter because that's a place for like brands and other content creators and other people to reach out to me. So I want to have some degree of presence there. My issue is that means that I'm on Twitter now. Is it even real mexploitation without lesbians? You kind of right there. I prefer my mexploitation to be non-sexual and an allegory for something political. I mean, it's always the latter. The former is just personal preference. Hire someone to be on Twitter for you. Do you think I have the money for that? Dog, like, I haven't even gotten a model. I legitimately think that a model would probably be a good investment at this point, and I still haven't done it. Being active on Twitter is the mistake. That's what I'm saying. Being active on Twitter is my mistake, and I made this mistake knowingly. Wow, I can't be exploited because I'm a guy. No, EJ. As long as you're a lesbian, it's fine. So just be a male-identifying lesbian. You can be a cisgender guy if you want. You can still be attracted to women and just say you're like, listen, if you're cool enough, you'll be let in the club. That's what I've learned from online. If you're cool enough, you can be let into the Sapphic Club. To be honest, the only mexploitation I know of before Girlfriend was AC6. I've got a job for you, 621. Honestly, I don't see AC6 as mexploitation. Yes, you are like a meat sack. However, you're also like a really cool mech pilot. And Walter starts out kind of mean to you, but then becomes nice. You get a best friend in Rusty and potentially a lover. You will be force femmed if necessary. That's the thing. In AC6, they don't force fem you, to my knowledge. Although some people have made the headcanon that 621 is a trans woman who did this for gender affirming surgery, which I think is kind of silly because, to my understanding, an AC pilot is like basically a brain with some flesh around it in a jar. Which, like, if that's the surgery you want to have your gender affirmed, I won't get in the way of that. But it doesn't make sense to me that 621 would be a trans woman going for gender affirming surgery if the end result would go against the surgery anyway. And based on the comments of the Girlfriend video, apparently mexploitation didn't originate with AC6. It got popularized with a fanfic. And it was like existing beforehand, and then it kind of just like exploded. Oh no, I think your scrunkly current model is charming. What do you mean scrunkly? I disagree. Armored Core has always been about mexploitation. I don't read mexploitation, I'm sorry. Favorite joke of a streamer I watched is that he wants to give a clicker for the puppy girls in chat to give him $5, commit crimes, and sick on people. Every time he clicks it, I live it. Okay, so I've talked about this before. Apparently this is a common where like multiple streamers have started clicker training their audiences, which, like, power to them, but at the same time I don't get it. Like, obviously I get it. I do get it. Like, if you're into that, then you're into that, and then generally it's a more like NSFW or like a lewd tuber, so the vibes are there. But I personally am just like, I don't get that personally. Although someone did a clicker on a soundboard in a Discord call I was on. And I'm in the call with a couple people, and then I'm just like, oh yeah, we can clicker train the Discord call. And then one of the trans femmes in the call was just like, do not do that. My brain will shut off every time I hear that clicker. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Back to parasocial stuff. Yeah. AC pilots are brains in jars. I mean, the heart of Armored Core is that war reduces people to being indistinguishable from the tools of war. That's fair. I've only played AC6. I would be interested in playing other AC games. Is it AC4? Is the other really good one? Because obviously, like, there's AC6. AC6 is probably the most well regarded because it's the one that broke in the mainstream. Is it AC4? That, like, Wings of Liberty, I think? You have a bisexual mother, a bisexual sister, and have an older sister and older brother. Both of them are gay. Now, please tell me, how do I stay straight? You have to carry on the legacy of the family. You have to be the sort of person who will look at everyone around you and say, like, nah, I'd win. And then go absolutely ham on your member of preferred sex. And then they transition midway through your relationship. And then you realize, oh, wait, I'm actually okay with this. And then you realize you're bi. I'm sorry. Everyone is bi. I step away for a moment when we're talking about girlfriend singularity. And when I return, we're on clicker training. Zero surprise. I have a clicker on my Discord, like a loaded gun. That's very funny to me. Clicker training should be with someone you have an established dynamic with. I mean, that's what they do in, like, the chats. However, unless I'm mistaken, a clicker is just like a generic click noise. So you run into the issue of if, like, I, for instance, on my stream, made a joke about a clicker and I did a clicker. Any of you who have been clicker trained in chat will respond to the cue. Because unless I get, like, a weird sounding clicker, it's gonna sound at the very least very similar to whoever trained you, is my understanding. And therefore you're gonna do, like, the bark or the sit or the whatever. I don't know. I don't clicker training. I'm sorry. They're all good, but once you get used to the controls, but 4 and 4 answer are def fan faves. Yeah, because 4 I've heard good things about. A joke I have with a couple of my friends is that I'm a straight guy running lesbian systems because I only get crushes on bushes and sapphics. No. Also, EJ, there will be people who tell you and, like, giggle to themselves that, haha, you're just an egg. Do not listen to them. You are your own person. If you feel like you are comfortable with being a cis guy, you're a cis guy. And if that changes in the future, that changes in the future. But allow yourself to know yourself better. Every time I hear AC6, I only hear Assassin's Creed, and I detest that it's ruined me. What a fire they become. I've heard nothing but amazing things about, like, AC2, and I think AC3, and I think Brotherhood. No, AC3 was the Revolutionary War one, right? I actually didn't hear that good thing about that. Brotherhood and I Black Flag I heard was all right. Literally every other game I've heard was trash. Like, I've heard AC1 wasn't that good, AC3, AC4, Origins, like the Greek one, the Egyptian one, Black Flag was the peak, really. I heard, like, mid things about Black Flag. Black Flag. Oof. Nearly said a bad word on accident, but I can say it. Some people are conditioned to specifically... Oh, okay, interesting. Meditate on your gender frequently, regardless of if you're trans or cis. Regardless of the conclusion you draw, you will gain a better understanding. I wouldn't say meditate on your gender. I would say self-reflect on how you view yourself. Which is, like, it's splitting hairs. It's me being pedantic, but it is opening it up a little bit more than that. I thought we were talking about Ace Combat. Now we're talking about Armored Core. I'm moving back to my Cat Girl Casino and Gladiatorial Arena. AC Universe is too scary. Assassin's Creed with Ezio are the bangers and Black Flag. So Ezio was the second guy, because Altair was the first one. Ezio was the second. And I think also Brotherhood? Because Brotherhood was set in Rome, and I think 2 was set in Italy? And then Black Flag was, like, pirates? AC1 gets forgiven for hardware and time of release, of course. AC2 improves. AC3 was supposed to wrap it up. Brotherhood was... Oh, I thought you were talking about Armored Core. So AC1 forgiven by time and hardware. AC2 improves. AC3 was supposed to wrap it up. Brotherhood was great fun. Understood. Black Flag was a great AC game until it wasn't Assassin's Creed. Yeah, because wasn't Black Flag like a better pirate game than it was a AC game? Rome is in Italy. The Brotherhood was in Constant. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought Brotherhood was in Rome. 2, Brotherhood, and Revelations all were Ezio in different stages of life. Oh, okay. I've never, in case you couldn't tell, I have never played Assassin's Creed. And before I got on the Epic train, before I started grabbing Epic games, I remember someone told me that on the Epic Games Store, you can grab like the entire like trilogy of AC games for free. And I'm like, that sounds weird. And I didn't do it. And this is like 6 years ago at this point, and I still think about it whenever I bring up Assassin's Creed. Okay, trade-in, that is not the word that you meant. Black Flag was a better pirate game, but forced you to play Assassins sometimes. Got it. I have so many free Epic games that I still have not played. I have played more than I thought I would. I've played like the first game that I like properly streamed was a game called Floppy Nights that I got for free on Epic. And it's a really cute deck builder with a Fire Emblem like combat where you create little you create little monsters out of floppy disks. And it was such a cute little game. It had Yuri. It was cute pixel art. It was tough, actually. And I was like just learning like streaming when I started it. So I have a very strong fondness for that game. You tried Floppy Nights? Yeah, it was good. No, that was not the word I meant. I hate autocorrect. Ezio got 3 games: AC2, Brotherhood, Revelation. Got it. Evie Fry? I'm unfamiliar. Did I see Jake Paul get absolutely rocked? I saw a meme where someone, like a guy was like punching, and then the second panel was Jake Paul looking scared. I didn't know that was recent. I thought that was like from a while ago. Because the thing with Jake Paul is that he like trains as a boxer, and he is like actively like conditioning with like all of the YouTube money that he has. He's beaten like Mike Tyson. He's beaten other fighters, other grapplers, other MMA fighters. And the issue with that, if you've seen the Super Eye Patch Wolf, or the Super Eye Patch Wolf video, he didn't fight boxers. He fought grapplers. He fought MMA fighters. He fought individuals that were not experienced in boxing. And the one time he did with like Mike Tyson, he fought like a 70-year-old when he's like 35 or something. He fought someone twice his age who used to be like one of the best of all time and now is not. His jaw is broken in 2 places. Oh my gosh. Floppy Nights sounds like a euphemism. It does, but it was a very cute game. It was a very sweet, wholesome game. Evie Fry is the girl protag from Syndicate, the industrial one. Oh, got it. Honestly, I'm not gonna front. I am not gonna front. Woman, pants, I rest my case. The one time he fights an actual boxer, he gets his world rocked and retired. He retired? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Because like he was predatory. He was preying on inexperienced and or non-boxing oriented fighters who, generally speaking, had high win rates because they themselves were predatory. And then he would beat them up and everyone would say like, he beat this guy that had like an 18-1 record. Now he's 18-2. How could he do that? Because the 18-1 boxer only fought people who had only ever fought fewer than 5 times before. This guy would just prey on new boxers and beat them up and was rated poorly as a result. So Jake Paul would go out of his way to fight people that either didn't know what they were doing because they weren't boxers, they were grapplers or something, or he fought people who had really inflated win-loss ratios. And then he'd clown them. And then he kept getting publicity because people kept hate watching. people kept being like, oh, I hate Jake Paul. I can't wait for this new guy to beat him up. I can't wait for Mike Tyson to beat him up. The fact he retired on one loss is hilarious. He wanted the easy money. Honestly, I don't know if it was money or if it was clout, because he already had money, right? He already was rolling in it from YouTube. It might have just been clout. And I'm not gonna lie, I think that people are much too likely to jump to like malice or nefarious purposes. I think, genuinely, he was just living out, like, wanting to be a boxer, and his team and or him understood that the best way to be a boxer is to basically, like, rig your matches, right? The best way to win is for it to not be a fair fight. Merry Christmas to everyone who is celebrating, and happy birthday if anyone else shares this birthday. So what you're saying is that he bought into his own hype, then he got beat up, and then he just quit. Basically, there's the Logan Paul doing the same stuff and it's scripted. I just realized my child, because I'm focused on the keys behind you, like I'm listening, but my eyes are on the keys. That's what they're there for. Like, I would rather have the keys like jiggling instead of something else. Thank you. I'm back. What are we talking about? We're talking about Jake Paul. Have I read Icon yet? No. And I don't know anything about it, except I believe, is this Tom Bloom? I believe Tom Bloom is currently working on Icon, and that's why he hasn't really been focused on Kane, is because Lopez is busy with... Shut up, Erdrick. Lopez is busy with non-TTRPG stuff, and Kane, and I think Bloom is a father, like a new father. So he's focused on his kid, and then when it comes to TTRPG stuff and Kill 6 Billion Demons, he's focused on Icon over like Kane or Lancer. Icon 2 is in active development. Awesome. It's seeing a lot of playtesting. Awesome. Love that. Have I heard of the manga Made to Skate? I have not, and that sounds... I'm looking that up right now. It's a skateboarding maid. Wait. That's exactly what I thought it was going to be. Mate, I need to add this to my TBR, because like I have some manga that I'm just not keeping up with. I watched one of my favorite yaoi that I watched recently was Skate the Infinity. And if you watched this and you said, wait a second, that's not yaoi. The door is right there. The door is right. Skate the Infinity is the most like okay, in Skate the Infinity, there are two main characters. There is Reki, and there's Longa. Me when I watch it, Yuri on Ice. Reki is a like local skateboarding kid, and Longa is like an exchange student from Canada who has experienced snowboarding. And Reki gets Longa into skateboarding, and then they have this really cute like coming of age friendship where they're like participating in races together, and there's a bunch of quirky weird characters, and there's also this really queer coded villain who is named Adam, and his whole thing is he wants to find his Eve, and he like basically preys on younger, generally male racers, and is very touchy and flirty with them. And wants someone that can keep up with him in a race, and he sees Longa and is like, ooh, you can be my Eve. And then Reki gets super jealous of it. And then there are other characters. So for instance, there's also like Cherry Blossom, and there's Joe. Now, the reason I bring up these two is because these two are like older characters. They're like in their later 20s, whereas the rest of the cast is like early 20s. Cherry and Joe. Cherry very obviously had a crush on Adam when they were much younger. Like, it's made very clear that it was an actual crush. Cherry is much more femme, much more androgynous, whereas Joe is like a hyper masculine manly man, and they're considered like the mom and dad of the friend group. Like Cherry's the mom, Joe is the dad, both men. The reason I bring them up, Cherry and Joe is very obviously, they're meant to be like yaoi bait, and or they're meant to actually literally just be gay, right? They have interactions where the joke is that they're accidentally attracted to each other, or they're flirting with each other, or they're like put in a circumstance where they have to pretend to be together or something. There's circumstances surrounding it. Reki and Longa, I genuinely think the showrunner, because of the anime original, I genuinely think they were meant to just be friends, but they come off so queer. Like Reki and Longa have this thing where like, my love for you, my like Longa, my love of skating. Like they pause after saying my love, and like they're super invested in each other. They're protective over each other. They want each other to succeed, but have like a rivalry. And at the end of the day, like they in their final race, they like fall onto each other, like chest to chest, like nose to nose in like a romance trope. And it's very clear that Cherry and Joe were meant to be seen as queer. I genuinely think Reki and Longa were accidents. Hello, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes is an actual line from the dub. This dub was so funny. This dub, the voice actors, like Cherry and Joe's voice actors in particular, very clearly wanted them to be together. And then I think Reki and Longa's voice actors recognized like, oh, there's subtext. The main villain says, hey, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes. And that is one of my favorite like greetings. There will always be yaoi yuri for those that with eyes to see. That's the thing though. Like normally I'm actually pretty cross when it comes to like, oh, these two male characters were friends. Clearly it's yaoi. Like, no, I think that is legitimately hurtful to straight men in that they will feel like they cannot express positive relationships towards one another. They cannot have deep-seated relationships with one another, and therefore they are not able to be properly acclimated, socialized, and then that becomes a problem for everyone, because now you have a subsect of people who are focused on anytime they show anything that is positive or healthy, they're told, okay, you're obviously queer, you're obviously gay. And then they want to push against that, so then they go into toxic tropes, and then they hurt everyone around them. I think that's legitimately harmful. But that being said, Reki and Longa are so obviously, they love each other. They're little queer teenagers. Arrow, don't be silly. Straight men like me don't have feelings like humans do. And like, I understand that you're saying that as a joke, but that is something that legitimately a lot of people believe. And it sucks. Like, I was never a straight man. I realized very quickly that I was not straight. But for a long time, I was male identifying, and I know what it's like to be treated as if your feelings don't matter. So I'm like, the you versus me mentality sucks. Exactly. No, empathy, my only weakness. And that's why I want my environment to, I don't consider this to be a trans space. Even though I have a bunch of trans community members, even though I myself am trans, even though a lot of my fellow content creators are trans, I don't consider this to be a trans space because it's open to everyone. I don't consider this to be a queer space because it's open to everyone. Though I do consider it to be a queer-friendly space. It is a tolerant space. If you are not tolerant, if you are not like willing to be tolerant to others, I'm going to kick you out. And that goes both ways. If you're not going to be nice to other people, then I'm going to kick you out, even if you are trans or queer or whatever. I very much want to be that boundary point of people who feel comfortable with themselves and people who don't. I want to be someone who, it doesn't matter where you're from, what your orientation is, what your religion is. You can come here, and if you like TTRPGs and you have terrible taste in VTubers, you can be part of this community. That's very important to me, because I feel like so many people want to curate their own little space on the internet that's comfortable for them and those like them, that you get a bunch of silos, and there's not a lot of bleed over. It's funny that we were on skateboarding because Tony Hawk has been skateboarding and plays OTS hilarious if you haven't seen it. Oh, it's hilarious. We've been skateboarding and plays like theater performances. I just joined this community because I like TTRPGs and VTubers. That's really what I'm here for, right? I'm a TTRPG VTuber. I am not the biggest TTRPG VTuber, although I think I am the largest TTRPG variety VTuber. Like I do genuinely be. I don't know if there's any other VTuber that is strictly like dedicated TTRPG variety that is larger than me. There are other VTubers that are like D&D focused. Like Distracted Elf is someone who is like twice my size and has a firm focus on D&D lore. So like that's someone who's a larger D&D VTuber than me. I'm just happy you're not talking about D&D because I ain't about that life. And that's kind of what I was talking about, where I am also of the opinion, I think D&D is fine. I haven't played it in years. I don't plan to play it anytime soon. I've played a lot of D&D. I have other systems I want to play. Hey, Dark Master Tara. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Although I don't really like D&D hate. Now, I'm not going to kick you out of my community if you don't like D&D. If you say D&D sucks and like you should try different systems, I'm not going to kick you out of my community because that's just an opinion. I disagree with that, but you're welcome to disagree with me. That's not hurting people's feelings in the same way that like being intolerant is. But I do feel as though a lot of the hate for D&D, I feel as though is unwarranted. I feel as though frustrations towards the company is valid. I think that disillusionment with the system and all the hype surrounding it is fine. I think not connecting with the system or the setting, I never connected with the Forgotten Realms either. But I feel as though it has its virtues. Who is the biggest? I totally won't betray you for them. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if I'm asking if anyone knows off the top of their head a VTuber that is a dedicated TTRPG variety channel other than me. Because obviously I'm sure there's at least one or two others. And I imagine, probabilistically, that at least one of them is smaller than me. And there's probably a couple that have like under 100 subscribers or under 1,000 subscribers or have never gotten more than 10,000 views on a single video or short and that are really struggling in the algorithm. But I wouldn't know about that because they're small. Maybe Zoran? But most of what he and Narrative Declaration do is Pathfinder. Is Zoran like a TTRPG tuber? I actually didn't know that. Because like you're talking Zoran the Wizard? Or Zoran like the Red Wizard VTuber? Or is he? Yeah, Red Wizard VTuber. You still like D&D? Exactly. You can like D&D, you can hate D&D, that's fine. I'm not here to hate D&D unless everyone else does. I just don't want my TTRPG talk to be 90% D&D. Yeah, I would say my TTRPG talk on this channel is probably like, it ranges from either 5% D&D, because I use it as an example, to like 20% D&D. Because we were talking about it for length. Like earlier the stream, I was talking about D&D as a topic for a while. Zoran the Wizard, thank you. He runs a few different games. Oh, nice. I actually mostly know Zoran from his collabs with someone like Bricky. I don't know him from the TTRPG scene, funny enough. I know him from like the VTubing scene. He owns and produces Narrative Declaration, a very good live play group that's done Pathfinder 2, Wrath and Glory, Warhammer Fantasy, and Starfinder. Oh, nice. What is my opinion on Harrison Armory? Harrison Armory. So like Horus is silly, right? I love Horus. Horus is probably my favorite manufacturer because it's so stupid. I love the Alpha Legion. I love Horus. Harrison Armory, probably my favorite manufacturer outside of Horus, because I love like the actual mechanics they have. I tend to like. I love the flavor of their like anthro-chauvinism and how all of their mechs are strictly like bipedal. They look like heroes. They look like people. They look like armored individuals. I like the fact that it's like SecCom remnants. And I'm saying from a out of game perspective, like obviously Harrison Armory, probably the most evil. I think personally, if I could just like delete from existence one manufacturer, I'd probably choose SSC. And I understand that SSC is probably like the least bad, but also it's like the most ick. Like, you know what I mean? Out of all of them, SSC is the most ick to me in the same, not in the same way, because that's very different. I was going to compare them to like how in 40K, like the Drukhari are like the most ick to me, but the Drukhari are also like the most morally worst in 40K by far, even worse than Chaos. So not quite the same. I love Alpha Legion. I love Horus, average heretic. I think Wizards of the Coast has the resources to make a significantly better version of D&D, and they did not deliver. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I did not keep up with D&D 2024. And I do not care about D&D 24. And everything I've heard about it has been people complaining about D&D 2024. Now, that being said, Matt Colville, Mayoshi, has brought up the very valid point that we haven't had an edition war since the advent of 5e. I think a lot of this complaint is people just talking nonsense because it's not 5e. I think no matter what it was designed in, I think if they went hard on combat, I think if they went hard on narrative, I think if they went hard on exploration, I think if they made it very rules light, I think if they appealed to legends and like old school players, I think if they just remade 3.5, I think if they copy pasted the rules text of Pathfinder 2, people would complain because it's not about Pathfinder 2024 being bad. It's about it's not about D&D 2024 being bad. It's a matter of 2024 D&D not being D&D 5e. Why would I change my system? I've been playing 5e for years. I've homebrewed sci-fi and horror and all of these things into 5e. Why would I just give that up? Well, first of all, play a different system, dummy. But also, when we went from 3.5 to 4, there was a huge issue. When we went from 4 to 5, there was a smaller issue, but still an issue. Now 5 to 5.5, there's a big divide in the player base. That happens every edition. SSC is probably my second favorite manufacturer, despite the eugenics. Like, SSC gives me the ick is my issue. The eugenics corporation is the least bad. I mean, yeah. Like, the only other one that I'd contend is like IPSN. And IPSN is like super space Amazon. But like worse. SSC is I'm gonna steal your baby. Horus is just, well, they're Horus. They're just about everything that is extrajudicial. And then Harrison Armory is like uber fash. And like this one is the least bad. Right? Just on terms of scale. SSC is really bad, but also out of all of them, it's like IPSN will send pirates to raid you and then send people to fight the pirates, destroying your business in the collateral damage. And then when the pirates are destroyed, oh, well, conveniently, turns out the shipping lane opened up because the spaceship that was here the space station that was here got crippled. We can just buy it for cheap now. Let's go on through, boys. And then your quality of life massively tanks and the entire space station is turned into a slum. Like that's what IPSN does. Horus will, Kobold virus and Baylors and destabilization. Raw and, all that. Horus stuff. Harrison Armory will just colonize you. Straight up. They'll win, too. What are you gonna do? Tell Union? No. They're gonna pick a fight with Harrison Armory. And then SSC is like, I'm gonna steal your baby. right? SSC is I'm going to make a eugenics camp. SSC is I'm going to make a designer Gucci mech suit that has flesh in it. Like, that's not that bad by comparison. Yeah, SSC is morally weird because they do engage in weird population control, but also everyone they perform it on is consenting voluntarily. Not all of them. From reading their lore blurb in the core book, it seems their primary goal behind it isn't even superiority, but rather more compatibility. It's not all voluntary, though, is the issue. Horace's Space 4chan on the Deep Space booth. Best genetic line for the environment they live in. Are the Drukhari not inherently at least a Chaos subfaction? The whole reason they do it is because of a Chaos God. They do it to prevent a Chaos God. So the reasons the... Oh, sorry. My model is breaking. Is this working? No, it is not. Model is broken. That's gonna suck. Anyway, so Drukhari are not a Chaos faction. They are explicitly avoiding Chaos. They are doing Slaanesh stuff in order to make Slaanesh look at them and be like, okay, you get another day. Because Slaanesh wants to consume their souls. However, if they do Slaanesh stuff, Slaanesh is like, I'll give you another day. I'll give you another hour. I'll give you another week. Depending on what they do. So, functionally... Hello? Model? Hey, return. Functionally, yes, they do a bunch of Chaos stuff, but they are not Chaos aligned. They fight Chaos. They don't like Chaos. They will work with people that are anti-Chaos to avoid Chaos. No, I'm the only VTuber that does TTRPG. Good to know. I cast. No one knows what they're doing, and that's okay. Harrison Army will give you a black eye and force you bend the knee. I think more so they'll just say who is resisting, who resists compliance, who avoids compliance. And then the first person to raise their hand, they shoot. And then they say, who else avoids compliance? And then if anyone raises their hand, they shoot them. And then they keep doing that until no one avoids compliance. And they're like, congrats, you've all complied. Let's go. Horus isn't evil, though. Horus loves you. I think Horus is the least bad in terms of how indiscriminate it is, because it frequently shows up in the hands of revolutionaries. I mean, that's the thing, right? I'm talking from the perspective mostly of scale. Like, SSC gives me the ick. Horus is everywhere. Everywhere. So Horus, you can't really say isn't that bad, just because, like, if they arm an insurgent group that then proceeds to, like, bomb a public building, that's not good. That's bad. And then if Horus does that like 10,000 times over the span of a single cradle year, yeah, everything else they do might be like hacking and like releasing like leaked classified documents on the Omninet. They still were directly responsible, or I suppose indirectly responsible, for like tens of thousands of casualties. Horus loves you, now get in the Manticore. A lot of Harrison's colonialization is cultural, though. They send in company reps to curry favor, so they join willingly. I mean, that's the thing, though, is HA will do that until it gets to the point where the local populace doesn't want to anymore. Like, the way you imperialize, whether you're the Romans or the British or whoever, you go to a place, you find locals that are willing to work with you. You curry favor with those locals, and then you arm, reinforce, and support those locals to overthrow their current regime, or overthrow their current government, institute a new regime headed by those locals that are basically your puppets, and then you control them having done a hostile takeover. Like, the hostile takeover happens. It just happens after you curry favor with some like people that are willing to put your foot in the door. Like, that's how imperialism works. And imperialism, as we've seen in the real world, very not pog. It's manipulation. I mean, yeah, it is manipulation. Like, you got it there. those who is less bad arguments tend to get a bit pedantic on the scale of mercenary warfare and lacking oversight. That's also very true. And that's why I said, like, just by vibe, I'm not a fan of eugenics. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a huge fan of that. It's like 3 orphanages to 20 weapon depots. Depots? It's okay. So what's the least evil manufacturer? I would say GMS, right? Like, GMS sells to everyone. And Harrison Armory is the military industrial complex of Union. But like, GMS is like, IPSN flirts with piracy and like political espionage and like buying all their competition. Harrison Armory is going to colonize you, and they're going to like use force if necessary, which is always going to be necessary when the local populace is having our culture subsumed. SSC will like do Gucci designer babies. GMS will just look you in the eye, sell you a weapon, and then sell the person you're shooting a weapon to shoot you back. And then they will offer you a special discount on anti-weapon armor that like it negates the weapon that they sold them. And then you very quickly realize that they're only doing this after they sold the other person your version of the anti-weapon armor. Like, if you have a shotgun, they sold them anti-shotgun armor, and they sold them a laser rifle, and now they're selling you anti-laser rifle armor. And like, GMS doesn't hide it. GMS says our prints are for everyone, so everyone can use it. I don't know. I feel like that's just kind of the most straight-laced there is. You think you just found my boys? So GMS is the standard manufacturer, is the basic manufacturer, is the LL0 manufacturer. That is why they sell to everyone. So you can make a GMS mech, but all of your levels and advancements revolve around taking licenses from other manufacturers. SSE does not sell people though, and they still DNA. That felt so wrong to say. I'm sorry. Listen, SSE don't sell people. They sell ideas, aspirations. They can rewrite your DNA, and it's icky. GMS is good because it's legally required to provide good quality stuff to anyone and everyone. Outside of military stuff, it basically makes all non-specialized products. I don't know if they're legally required to make good quality stuff. I think it's just kind of like, they understand we are the baseline. Like, GMS, I would say, is probably closest to like No Name in Canada, where No Name in Canada is a means of price control, where the Canadian government either funds or subsidizes or works with a like production of no name milk, no name cereal, no name like tissues. And so it's just the baseline quality at the baseline price. All competition, all private business has to work around that. So probably No Name isn't very good, right? I've never used No Name. I'm assuming No Name is not very good. However, if I want to sell you a terrible like box of tissues for, I don't know, 10 Canadian, but No Name sells a comparable quality of tissue for 6 Canadian, you would never buy my tissue. So I have to either increase my quality or decrease my price. And let's say I can't get below 750 Canadian. Oh, No Name is actually really good. Yeah, so if No Name is really good, then I have to have really good and more expensive, or pretty good and cheaper, which means the quality of other businesses is going to be higher. And that's what GMS basically is in Lancer. It's potential, not people. Yeah, exactly. I really like thinking of the Everest as an AK-47, the Sherman as an M16, and the Monarch is just any weird experimental military weapon rejected for being too complicated. Is the Everest an AK? Because I agree the Sherman is the M16, right? That does make sense. But yeah, the Everest being the AK. I hate being in America even more now. Didn't know about this. Yeah, so No Name is a Canadian thing where like the government, Canadians in chat tell me if it's subsidized or funding or privately running or whatever. But the core component is if No Name is priced at X Canadian and is like a 7 out of 10 quality, you have to either be better quality and more expensive or lower price and lower quality. Because everyone always knows I can trust No Name. I know No Name is always going to be a 7 out of 10. And yeah, sure, I don't want a 7 out of 10. I want a 10 out of 10, but I know No Name is priced properly for a 7 out of 10. And then every other business builds off of that. And from what I'm aware, that makes a very healthy consumer market where it's still free market. It's still businesses are competing for their own interests, and the idea is that the best businesses will attract the most customers, but they are not allowed to like price gouge. Monopolizing and cartels is very hard because No Name exists. Which is something really only gun dorks will get, but I've seen there's plenty of those in Lancer fandom. I may have a skewed perception of good quality because I very easily settle for it does what it's supposed to do. That is more than most. Who up freeing they markets? Apparently Canada. Are you in universe or out of universe? I don't really have lore, so I would say I am out of universe. Like, I think it might be fun to have lore. I think it would be interesting to have like a lore video, but at the same time, it's just simply... Why is my model freaking out? I'm sorry. Please hold. I think it would be fun to have lore. I think it would be interesting to have like a lore video or an exploration of like who I am as Arrow. But I also think like, I already tell you enough. I don't need to show off like day in the life of a mafia boss. Cause like a lot of people say I'm a mafia boss given my chat's propensity to shoot each other. I don't think I need that. Like it could be fun and I think it would be interesting, but I also don't think it's necessary, which maybe I'll change on that in the future, but I don't know. Fantasy setting with guns or not. I have a fantasy setting where guns exist, but are rare. And that's what I like. Mostly because if you have like D&D, existential universe crash out. Yeah, exactly. If you have D&D that has plate mail, plate mail was developed after gunpowder was discovered. Now, gunpowder being discovered, like a Chinese alchemist learning how to make like fireworks, that is separate from like proper firearms. However, I am of the opinion that if that level of tech exists in the real world with magic, that should be accelerated. So in my world, my fantasy setting is like 12th to like 13th century, like pre-Renaissance, but we have plate mail is rare, but exists. Gunpowder is rare, but exists. And therefore, you might encounter someone who, like, the right-hand knight of a high-ranking, like, member of a house will have plate armor. But also, there is one area in my world. It's called Steel City. And it is on, like, my not Antarctica, my Arctic Circle equivalent. It's, like, really high up north. And it has, like, steam power. It's very like it's effectively a steampunk town because they need furnaces with pipes transporting hot air from house to house because it's so cold. They have fuselage guns, which, if you don't know, is effectively like a little cannon with a whole fuse coming out of it. It's got a handle with like or not a trigger, sorry. It's basically a cannon with a handle that you light the fuse, and then it just explodes, right? It's the idea of, it's not a musket, it is literally like a handheld cannon that you light with a fuse, and you have to reapply a fuse, reload with black powder, put a cannonball in, and then wait for the fuse to burn down. And so in the town, there's this big divide between the upper class, which has managed to assert control over the town because with all of the researchers in like with all the researchers and the inventors, it's a very meritocracy style place. The more you can advance the city, the higher up you're allotted. But obviously, if you want to advance the city, you need like an education, which requires money, which means that if you're not born into money, you can't really attend education, which means you won't know how to advance the city, so you can never advance and get money, which means that your children will never be able to get money. Cyclical nature, caste system, classes that are technically a meritocracy, but really like socioeconomic factors work against people. And there's like guards who will have a hand cannon. I believe it's a fuselage gun. Fuselage. I'm using the wrong term. Fuselage gun? Hand cannon gun? Because this is like one of the earliest guns, like before flintlocks, right? Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy is the exact level of tech I like in my fantasy. I mean, mine is like a little bit before that. An arquebus? Arquebus gun? Arquebus gun? Yes. So do you see how there's like literally... Do you see how there's literally a fuse here? This fuse will literally be set on fire, and it will burn, 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 and then boom, it explodes. Like that's what I'm going for here. And there are guards who they'll have a breastplate, a metal breastplate, and this will be like the front facing thing on their chest. They'll have their like, so it'll be like, they'll be like hanging from their chest or whatever, and beneath their neck, they will have a piece of flint. And so what it is that it's it's like tied around, it's on their chest, and then they will take it, they will pull it up, and by pulling it off of their chest, it will strike the fuse against the flint, which will light it instantly. So it's the fastest thing that they have available for a quick draw. Is if you're a guard, you have this like chest piece that has an inbuilt piece of flint on it where it will catch against the fuse, and it will still take like 20 seconds for the fuse to burn down. It will still take like 15 seconds for the fuse to burn down, but you can aim while you are lighting the fuse. So the idea being is that that's the closest thing to a quick draw they have. But that's still much faster than taking out your gun, lighting a match, lighting the fuse, putting out the match, aiming forward. Like, that saves you probably 5 to 10 seconds. And that's like the level of tech they're at, right? Yeah, matchlocks. Because it's not quite flintlocks, but it is like matchlock gun. Yeah. So like that's the level of tech my guns are at, right? And that's all like in one city where this is not left yet. But something that I really think is fun. Quick draw arquebus isn't a thing I expected to hear about. Quick draw being a misnomer, but you understand. The long fuse is actually not burning down the fire. It burns at embers and pressed into black powder. Ooh. They burn for multiple shots. That's awesome. Although, fun fact, in my fantasy, in my setting, I have multiple eras. We start in the fantasy where I just described. It's like pre-Renaissance. There's also a like, basically it's every zeitgeist of the 20th century pushed into one. I would say the closest is that it's like 1950s. It's a superhero setting. And then I have a near future sci-fi setting. I love the idea of the blunderbuss and the blundergat. I don't know why. Well, because it's so silly. The blunderbuss is just like a shotgun, but sucky. It's like matchlock, then wheellock, and then flintlock. And after that, you move on to real bootlicks with caps and all. So what I decided is that in my world, extraplanar entities always lag behind in technology. So once we are like, when we're in the fantasy setting, they have like Bronze Age technology in like early Iron Age. When we're firmly in like pre-Renaissance and like we have plate mail, we have matchstick firearms. Just now, they're like developing like proper mail, right? Demons have proper armor now. Demons are like have like black iron pole arms. Angels have celestial armor, but like none of them have plate mail. None of them have guns. None of them have like, we're not at pike and shot yet. And then in the 1950s one, in the 20th century one, they have like conquistador level, like colonial era technology. So as the modern world has tanks and like M1 Garands and Gatling guns and mobilized artillery, like demons will be running around on like demonic horseback with like plate armor and a halberd with pike and shot formation and like old school flintlocks fighting in their celestial war. And then once you get to the near future, that's where you hit like modern day. As the real world, as the mundane world is in the near future, they have drones and they have like touchpads and it's all very my 20th century setting is like very retrofuturism. It's very like big glowing analog buttons that you press into with a tactile feel, and like they can pull up the mainframe kind of deal, where the near future is more like everything is touchpad. The near future is more realistic of what the world is turning into, the advent of AI, and the differentiation between a robot and AI and an artificial intelligence and an artificial life form. What are the degrees of sentience that artificial creations can have? And then because of that, extraplanar entities, devils have tanks now. Angels have automatic rifles. And in this lagging behind, it's because they are fundamentally more sedentary. Well, the flintlock didn't even come around until the 1600s. The wheellock design was being used in mines as far back as 1400s. Wheellock is a parallel tech to flintlock. Wheellocks have some advantages over flintlock, but flintlock won over because it was cheaper. Angels with M60s, you might even say an angel with a shotgun. How many of you just had a Nightcore flashback? How many did I just give a Nightcore nightmare? I love cassette futurism for my custom Lancer setting. The terrible, like, little refueling world on the way to the gate just before reaching the long rim. I like the vampire orcs you made. Thank you, Londo. And my orcs are throughout my entire setting, just like my elves and my dwarves. My model is still freaking out. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. It's majorly lagging. You don't know what Nightcore is? I'm so happy for you. I only know about angels with filthy souls. So Angel with a Shotgun is a very famous Nightcore cover. Nightcore being the idea of you take a song, you speed it up by like 20 to 40% usually. You pitch it, and you add a picture of an anime girl. as the cover. And boom, you have your Nightcore remix. Nightcore, Alvin and the Chipmunks, exactly. So I never liked Nightcore. I'm gonna be real with you. I never got into it. However, Angel with a Shotgun is like one of the most famous Nightcore covers. What people might call TikTok remixes. It's not a TikTok remix. It's called Nightcore. And you put a picture of an anime girl on it. It's a meme. Ah, yes. The angels descend from the heavens in 1990s New York from the celestial Blackhawks and M16s. I mean, try like 2090s New York, and then you basically got it. Like Cyberpunk 2077, but angels have M16s. The anime girls in the loading bar, top Nightcore. Oh my gosh. Any plans for Christmas dinner? I answered this in chat. I'm gonna make crab legs with one of my roommates, and I haven't had crab legs basically since last year when I had some crab legs, because crab legs is like what I get for Christmas for my birthday dinner, because they're like my favorite food, but I don't get them that often. And even when I go out, like I generally won't get like crab legs. I have gotten like lobster before at restaurants, but even then, like oof. Although I do quite enjoy hibachi, but I just, frankly, I don't know any places nearby, and I don't really have the means. Angel with a Shotgun is also just a good song in general. I really enjoy Angel with a Shotgun, but not the Nightcore version too much. What age did I stop believing in Santa? Wait, what do you mean by that? Santa is real. And why do you think I'm dressed up like this? Like, it's to summon Santa. I have to dress up in his garb so he knows that I'm here. But I had my own flair on it with like the black and the arm warmers and all that. Like the gloves and the thigh highs. What are you getting at? What do you mean Santa isn't real? Favorite animal plus human? I assume you mean like cat girl, like dog girl? Or do you mean like centaur, minotaur? Because those are two very different interpretations of the exact same question. Because I don't really have an answer. Yeah, because if you're talking like human with some animal traits, like a cat girl or a dog girl, love the outfit. Thank you, chat. Like a centaur or a minotaur. I don't really have one. I like lizard people. I like snake people. Like lizard folk, I think are really cool. But that's closer to just like a scaly than it is to like a centaur but human. Driders, like humans with spider torso, or humans with like spider abdomens are very cool. And no, I don't know why. So I have a legitimate question. Why are spiders femme-coded? Is it because like spiders are scary and so are women? Like humans with gigantic spider booties. Like spiders overwhelmingly, whether it's like a Drider or like Lolth from D&D, whether it is Ungoliath or Shieldred from Lord of the Rings, like literally in the Lord of the Rings, Shieldred was a representation of evil femininity. And there are like papers written about how Sam slaying her was a representation of him overcoming the like temptations of like the woman kind of deal. And the idea of like fighting off the urge of the ring kind of deal. Big butt makes people want to put woman on it. I think Lord of the Rings started it. That may be the case. People saw Charlotte's Web at a weird age. You don't think spiders getting into fistfights and headbutting each other? I do. I think spiders headbutting each other would be hilarious. Wait, Tolkien had arachnophobia? That's kind of funny. So yeah, I don't really have an answer for like human hybrid. Centaurs are kind of lame, but they can be done cool. Minotaurs are interesting. generally they're dumb. I don't know why Minotaurs are usually dumb. Like, obviously based on the Minotaur, and they're bullheaded, but they're almost always really good at like puzzles, mazes because of the OG Minotaur, or not puzzles, but like mazes and directions, which I feel like is a sign of intelligence. Nomadic steppe folk. That's how I do. I like them like that. I think that would. I think centaurs as Mongols. I made a video talking about hobgoblins as Mongols, and how absolutely stupid like hobgoblins as Mongols would go, where if you just do Red Hand of Doom, but instead of like hobgoblins like marching formation, they're like nomadic like steppe folk. Picture this. A hobgoblin deals an extra 2d6 damage when attacking a creature that an ally is next to. If I, as a hobgoblin, am atop a horsey, sorry, I'm just doing my amazing art skills. If I am atop my horsey and I have like a big spear, I can have my horsey run up next to an enemy. I can stab them. I get my 2d6 because of an extra ally. And if I don't have a horse, but instead I have, for instance, an axe beak, which is like basically an ostrich that has an axe for a face. I get an attack. The axe beak gets an attack. And imagine if, I don't know, 180 feet away, we had 5 to 10 other hobgoblins all readying their action to shoot me with their longbows, where as soon as I get within 5 feet of the target, they all attack at 180 foot range where they don't have disadvantage. They all deal 1d8 damage, plus their 2d6 from damaging an ally. Not to mention, if you have a higher level hobgoblin that could easily have like a wyvern mount that can fly. Sounds exceedingly impractical. Okay, listen, I'm not gonna tell the axe beaks how to live their life. My party adored the axe beaks they adopted in Rime of the Frost Maiden. Wait, how did this become another tactical discussion? Because I like talking tactics, and D&D is a very tactical game. So if you have nomadic steppe nomad, or like steppe nomad Mongolian inspired hobgoblins, they can ride around. They get their extra, like, tactical damage from their mounts. If their mounts can deal damage, like an axe beak, they get more damage. Because Mongols were extremely good archers, it would make sense for them to also be good archers, which they do have bows. The standard hobgoblin has a longbow, which also gives them the 2d6 damage, which means that if they're 180 feet away, in ambush, hiding, they can fire while a single group of line breakers runs in with their mounts and stabs and runs, and then you have a hobgoblin captain fly down with a wyvern, stab someone, have the wyvern pick them up, fly in the air, and have the hobgoblin stabbing them while they're in the air. So you have the situation where like caw, and then you're sad because you're trapped. So we have a situation where you get picked up, you're 60 feet in the air, you're being stabbed. Every time the hobgoblin captain stabs you, they're doing 3d6 instead of 2d6 because they have a higher level of that. The wyvern is biting you. You're trapped. You manage to break free. You fall 60 feet. You fall right down next to an axe beak. The axe beak stabs you. The hobgoblin on top of them stabs you. As soon as you stand up, all of the bowmen 180 feet away, so they don't have disadvantage, but they're still far away, fire at you and deal a series of more damage. Like a group of, say, three 3 hobgoblins on axe beaks, 6 hobgoblins with bows at different angles from like 150 feet away, and 1 hobgoblin captain with a wyvern could probably very easily wipe a like mid-level party of like level like 4 to 8, probably 4 to 6, I'd say. And then if you want it to be harder, just add more, because these guys can just run by them. They stab, they slash, they run away. The riders are protected because their axe beak is in the way. And then if you want more, just give them armor. Like, give the axe beaks armor. Give them more health. Make it so that the riders get some like cavalier ability where it's they can transfer damage from themselves to their ride or to their ride to them. This is why actually using tactics is good in these games. Even kobolds can obliterate a party if they have prep time. And that's why you should not do this just to do it. You should not do it just to win. You should do this because hobgoblins are the enemy and they're supposed to be smart. They're supposed to be a threat. My setting is a kin of snake ladies with snake tails as legs. They are caused by a magic curse that knows if you are transgender and will, if necessary, trans your gender to turn you into a snake lady. They better not have snitties. Like, listen. I can appreciate snitties aesthetically from it, but however, the aesthetic brain loses out to the logic brain. There's no reason snakes should have snitties. And I don't care if they're egg sacs. I don't care if they're venom pouches. I know what you are. And you should just be honest with it. Axebeak infantry fighting vehicle. Now I want to see kobolds piled onto an axebeak. They're not mammary glands. They're venom glands. See? Do you see what I'm saying? I don't care if they're egg sacs or the venom glands. I can't believe Arrow hates sneeze. How do you not believe that? That's so in character for me. What do I think chat smells like? I think it probably smells like the electrical buzz of ozone, because it's all electricity, right? I understand you mean like the collective community of arrow kissers is my guess. However, I'm talking about chat like the device. Although I am curious, there are multiple like companies out there that like make VTuber soaps or make VTuber candles or make VTuber bath bombs. I haven't reached out to any of them because I didn't know if that would interest anyone, but if interest is there, I would love to like reach out to them and be like, hey, my community has expressed an interest in this. I would love to work with you on making one. I love the taste of lead. Well, do I have the soda for you? Lead flavored soda. Drink it up, drink it fast. Consider for a moment, collecting venom from a snake is called milking. I don't like you. There are snitties, but that is because the snake half is like elves, humans, etc. That's fair. Okay, fine, you get a pass. Baggy or tight clothes on you and your type. So I, for the longest time, was pretty exclusively baggy. And for comfort, I absolutely will stay baggy. However, I have learned that I feel much more attractive when I'm in tight clothes. Like, if I have a pair of jeans and like a tight shirt and they fit well and they show off my curves, I feel like I look good. So if I'm just lounging about the house, I will absolutely wear comfy clothes. But like, one of my favorite articles of clothing right now is just pajama shorts. I wear these things all the time. I have so many pairs of pajama shorts, and like, they are short. They're tight. They show off my booty when I wear them, and I think it makes me look good, and I also think it's extremely comfortable because it's soft. I don't wear them out because they're pajama shorts, but like, when I'm going out, generally if I want to look good, I'll be in tight clothes. If I want to feel good, I will be in baggy clothes. And one of my favorite outfits that I've been doing recently, particularly because it's been so cold, it's been so like rainy and dreary and whatever, Oversized sweater, pajama shorts. So I get the best of both worlds. I get the baggy overshirt. I get the baggy top. I get the super comfortable, like, ooh, I'm so like warm and it's comfy and it's soft all over me. And then also I get the tightness of my pajama shorts. This has been like my peak outfit. I was wearing this, I think last night. My plan is, well, no, I'm not going to wear it tonight because I am in a pajama set right now. I'm actually in a super cute pajama set right now. Like, outside of like my Christmas outfit that you can see right now, the thing that I was wearing last night that I'm going to put back on after stream, I'm going to put back on for later, is just like a little black cute set with some white. It is soft. It is pajamas. It's like buttoned up on the front. So cute. Ah, yes, the fake no bottom build. What? I honestly don't care. I ain't gonna yuck someone's yum, but there was a magic card, I think, where they made a good femme snake woman with snitties, mostly through armor and a bit of body language. And I mean, okay, I'm not gonna lie. Boob armor. I've like watched videos on this, and my opinion from seeing people's opinions about this that I trust and I value. I was like, yes, or not that I trust and value, but like I listened to other people's opinions, and the reasoning that I came to when it comes to like boob plate. If plate is like this, hog. If the plate is like this, what are you doing? If the plate is like this, get out of here. Because like having a protrusion for the chest for comfort is important. And like this, where there's like very clear cleavage, but it's just kind of like the underbust, is kind of weird and generally not necessary, but it can work out. Where it's literally just like there's two like shaped to the cup protrusions. I am just no, never. This can work depending on what it is and how it's done. This I think is the best, where it's just like, yeah, the chest area where like the range of the nipple, where your breast would be, is 4 inches protruded forward with a convex curve to it to make it comfortable for you. That makes sense. That's what female armor should look like, because it should account for the physiology of a woman without being stupid. And this is something where someone brought up how Bo-Katan in the live action Mandalore series had this kind of bowed out armor, and people were like, that's sexist, blah, 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 that's boob plate. And the person reviewing it, who happened to be a woman, was just like, that not only makes sense from a comfort perspective, also the Mandalorian's armor, which I can just grab a picture. Mandalorian. If you see his armor, do you see how his armor has this weird like pectoral shape to it? His armor has pecs. His armor is meant to evoke a chest, a muscular sculpted chest that's very angular. It even has like the V. Obviously it doesn't go all the way down because like it's meant to minimize how much it gets in the way of movement, but like even the male piece has like gendered representation of the wearer. So it makes sense that a female Mandalorian would have some degree of like a bust presence. But it's when it's just like 2 bowls on a metal sheet, that's where I'm like, that is stupid. There wasn't boob armor, it was completely flat. How many spider species carry their babies on their back? That's a good question. It's a bit like how old Roman cuirasses were sculpted like a man's chest with abs and all. It's missing the nipples. Mandalorian is pregnant. That's a false assumption because armor was never exclusively designed for people with breasts. Also, a lot of armor did concave out. And a lot of the times, actually, it would concave out in the stomach. Because if I'm wearing armor, and like if my armor is just like this, and assuming it's comfortable, right? It's like my body is like here. If you attack me and you're like that, that's just gonna like hit into me, and then it'll like skirt down, and like it'll continue along the angle of it. But if my armor is like that, and or if my armor is like that, if you strike into me, this will glance off me. And meanwhile, conversely, if you go up for the chest, it might glance into your throat. So if you do have like a protrusion on the upper chest, you need to account for that. You need to have some sort of neck guard to catch anything that would go flying up into your neck. Bikini armor is fine as long as the male characters have terrible armor too. I disagree. Because again, like in kind of researching this sort of topic online and seeing people's opinions and seeing examples brought up, I've talked about this before. Is Kratos sexualized? Despite the fact he has a whole titty out right here. Despite the fact he's showing off basically his entire chest, he is not considered to be a sexualized character. And obviously there's a little bit of like male secondary sexual characteristics are different than female secondary sexual characteristics. But like even here, he has more skin, he has less coverage, and he's still not considered to be gratuitous, to be taken advantage of, anything like that. It is entirely, he's awesome. He's badass. Look how cool he is. But then if I say Bayonetta, who is, if I grab Bayonetta, who is entirely covered, she is broadly considered to have a very like exploitative outfit, which obviously depends on how much you care / how much you know about the game / how much you talk about it. But the difference is Kratos is showing more skin than her, but she is considered to have a more exploitative outfit because the way women are viewed in regard to their bodies is different from the way how men are viewed in regard to their bodies. So if you took Kratos and you put him in a chainmail bikini, and you took Bayonetta, and you put her in a chainmail bikini, broadly speaking, unless it was literally like the exact same outfit meant to draw a parallel, a lot of people would care less about Kratos than they would about Bayonetta. Oh no, so I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Erdrick, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. She does own her sexuality, and as I've never played a Bayonetta game, but as far as I'm aware, that's a big part of the game, is like her like seductiveness is like part of her character. It's not just randomly thrown in there. It's exactly, Greyhound. It's a double standard. And so the solution is not just, oh, well, we'll just go to the same extent with both of them, because men wouldn't be treated the same way. If you have a man who has fully exposed chest and like even a full thigh is out, like all that's really covered is his groin and a little bit of a thigh, plus his forearms. He's not going to be seen as being sexualized. He's going to be seen as being awesome, or maybe he's going to be seen as vulnerable. If you have a male character that is naked, fully naked, he's probably going to be seen as vulnerable, and it's going to be talked about how emotionally resonant it is and thematically appropriate it is. Whereas if you have a female naked character, it's almost always going to focus on how attractive she is and or how unattractive she is. And that's just not the same conversation to have, even if they're in the same state of dress or undress. And that's why, like, I don't like that solution. Just like, oh yeah, just give men like male chain bikinis too, because men already have that. It's just not seen in the same way. And is the solution to be less of a prude when it comes to women? Is the solution to be more conservative when it comes to men? Is the solution that one is better than the other in terms of like how we approach the conversation, I don't know. That's not my answer. That's not my like wisdom to impart upon you. That's your decision to make. But I do feel it is worth pointing out. Okay, I'm not going to say we shouldn't put Kratos in a chainmail thong. Even then, it might not even be the case because Kratos is already walking around with his whole chest out. Exactly. Kratos is sexualized, but in the way that men think that women find attractive, as in Kratos is the avatar to make a man feel attractive, while Bayonetta is the object of attraction. I mean, that's a fair take, right? Although, I don't know how much it's focused on in the games. All I know is that, like, apparently you can, like, lay pipe with Aphrodite multiple times. What is a Christmas staple you can't go without specific snack, dinner, or movie? So generally my ritual for Christmas is I was born in the morning. So Christmas in my house always stopped at the morning because like it was my birthday and my family never was particularly observant of Christmas, even though it was a big part of our family. It wasn't for like religious reasons. So we would celebrate Christmas and then we would celebrate my birthday. Generally crab legs. I do like even this year I was like, I don't know if I want crab legs because like it's gonna be expensive. Like I enjoy them, but I don't know how worth it's gonna be. And then my roommates are like, I mean, you never get crab legs. Like this is a good chance to have crab legs and you enjoy them. I'm like, yeah, I do. So crab legs probably was what it is. Something that I loved doing back when I was with my family. Hibachi. Going out to a hibachi place and just getting food cooked in front of you. It's a social experience. Get the family together. Have like really good food. That's one that's a little bit too rich for my blood. Time for me to go to bed. Good night. Merry Crisis. Merry Chrysler. To be fair, Bayonetta is an object of female attraction too in my and many other experiences. But yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that she is an object of attraction. This isn't saying like men bad. This isn't saying patriarchy. This is saying the difference in how they're perceived. Now, who is perceiving them? What people do with that perception? How that continues on forward? That's a separate conversation that I'm not going to get into because I need to wrap up in the next like half hour. But that is something that should be noted. Definitely, and again, Bayonetta is empowered and she chooses how to weaponize it. Yeah, and that's why I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. And Bayonetta was actually a very intentional choice of mine because Bayonetta is a character where sexuality is a large part of her character. Right? She is and often I've heard people like point to her as an example of how to do like, I guess the proper term would be like promiscuity in a way that's like not it's so far beyond tasteful that it wraps back around to being acceptable. Like Bayonetta isn't tasteful. Bayonetta as a character design is extremely promiscuous, but it's not like gross or feels exploitative. It feels cool. It feels like a cool character design. It feels like a character design that incorporates sensuality into it, despite the fact that it is like a woman that is like super conventionally attractive. I believe she's like wrapped in hair, her clothing is, and then it can like go away when she uses her powers or something. Legs good, yeah. Get the thighs out. He already had his thighs out. Basically, I'm the original God of War trilogy. You were playing as a Greek hero for better or worse. Kratos is also much less evil and more tragic in the first game. Yeah. Isn't his whole thing that he's tragic? I didn't know he was supposed to be evil. But and with Kratos is a great example. Heroic nudity. Heroic nudity. Particularly with Greek heroes and Roman heroes, classical era, the representation of a hero as nude. If you ever look up Greek heroes, they will almost always be nude in sculptures and paintings and whatever, because there's the idea that as a hero, they are beyond the mundane. They are divine. A big part of Greek mythology is that all heroes tie back to the divine. Heroism is innate by birthright, and that reinforces the social pressures of Greek society. But if you are divine, much like the gods, you do not need to worry about things such as mortal instruments. Therefore, the Greek conception of heroism is that Theseus slew the Minotaur whilst like naked and with only like a single sword or whatever. Or Heracles, the only piece of armor he had was the Nemean lion's pelt, even though, broadly speaking, if he needed the Nemean lion's pelt, he probably didn't like have this immunity to damage. Started tragic, got really angry by 3, then started trying to live with his anger and raising his son by 18. God of War 3, the 3 stands for Threevil. 2 and 3 forgot that point? Did someone say woman covered in hair? Someone owns her sensuality and sexuality? That's awesome. Yeah, and like Bayonetta being hyper feminine. And again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that character design or with Kratos' character design. I'm just saying the way they're perceived is vastly different. And that needs to be addressed if you want to talk about chainmail bikinis. Ever read or watched Ouran High School Host Club? No, I have not. I have not read nor watched it. I know about it because my roommate was actually just telling me about it the other day. And they have seen it, or they've seen some of it. And they were telling me, they've told me about it on and off for years now, whenever it comes up. And a reaction channel that they watch, Danny Mata, is doing on Patreon a Ouran High School Host Club reaction. And he just got to the part where like the emo guy, his sister arrives and is talking about like degeneracy. And Danny Mata, the guy reacting, is just like, how do you know about degeneracy? You are a child. How do you know about Wincest? And it's just like, that's all I know about it. Remember to drink water? Thank you. I have not been drinking water. Her hair is her weapon and her suit. She's fun. The more I see her, the more I actually want to get her to win and succeed. She just generally seems sweet and past everything. Yeah, and I think that, I mean, I'm of two minds. I am of the opinion, I mean, it's the miniskirt debate, right? The miniskirt was developed by women, I believe, to allow women to express themselves. The miniskirt was developed, I believe, by women to allow other women to express themselves as they wanted, to reclaim their sensuality, their promiscuity, and expose themselves however much they wanted in a society that was not like willful to that. And the issue is that this was under the lens of doing this to appeal primarily to a straight man audience, because this is back before you could be like queer and out. So like this wasn't for the lesbians, at least not broadly speaking. So you have this issue where on the one hand, yes, it's liberation because they can express themselves, but it's a liberation within a system that is keeping you unliberated. And I think it's the same thing with like portraying very sensual characters. Bayonetta is a great way of expressing herself and her character, and she's sweet, even independent of that part of herself. But at the same time, it is also to appeal primarily to like a gamer gaze, which is mostly straight guys. I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think I should tell you how you should feel about this. I think that you should just know that it is a conversation to have. You ever thought about not clearing your whiteboard and just expanding it and seeing how big it gets at the end of the stream and you can retrace the stream through it? I have not thought of that. That sounds hilarious. Honestly, that sounds like a great thing to do this Saturday. Because there have been times where I didn't erase it and I did just move it around, but broadly speaking, I just Control A, delete, keep writing. That sounds very funny. Do I know Warhammer? Oh boy, do I. Yeah, I know Warhammer 40k. That's what I'm most familiar with. I know a bit of Horus Heresy. Like, I know the lore of Horus Heresy. I haven't played Horus Heresy. And fantasy, I would say I am middling on. Like, I've played Total War Warhammer Fantasy. I know about the Skaven. I've watched some of the Adric videos of like podcast episodes about it, Realm of Ridiculous about it, but I mostly know 40k, and I have both played as well as just know the lore of 40k. I've read Infinite and Divine. I listened to Adric. I have just consumed media. I'm too much of human or space orcs to get into 40k. Do that, then post it to the Discord. Oh my gosh. Hey, Bio was designed by a female fashion designer too, don't forget. I mean, yeah, like anyone who's saying that oh, well, I'm a woman and I'm into Bayonetta, or a woman designed this character, like women can exploit women too. Like that's not the conversation to have here. And we're also not talking about, is it a good thing or a bad thing? All we're talking about is this is exploitation, whereas the perception of men is not considered exploitation. And I think that's a conversation to have. The fact that a man designed one outfit or a woman designed another outfit, or that women respond more to one outfit or men respond more to another outfit, isn't the conversation to have. Yeah, niche indie title Warhammer. The thing with Bayonetta is that in 1 and 2, her suits are more cat suit, like think Catwoman, but in 3 they changed it up. They've always changed her fashion between games. She's just fun. It sounds fun. From what I know about fantasy, it's as much Monty Python as it is Michael Moorcock. I'd say it's more Michael Moorcock. I think a little bit. I mean, so fantasy actually came first. Fantasy and then 40k. But in fantasy, there's like Age of Sigmar, there's End Times, there's just normal fantasy. I don't know the difference between any of these, but I know they exist. I know in Age of Sigmar, I believe like humans are led by Sigmar, whereas in fantasy, they're led by like Karl Franz. Oh, it's absolutely Monty Python? Okay. Like I know about like the vampire accounts and the Vampires of the Coast. So have I checked out CompCon? No, I've not checked out CompCon. I've yet to check out CompCon, I'm sorry. Age of Sigmar came after the End Times. I thought they were separate. Not only can women exploit women, women are quite good at it, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to end the Q&A because I have like a call that I'm going to have with my family on the hour. So I'm going to wrap up in the next like 20-ish minutes. You let me know what you're feeling. If we want to like chat anything for 20 more minutes, or if I'm just going to hop off. I exploit other women all the time. Joke. Glad that it's a joke. Bards, not orcs. Okay, I didn't know if it was a mistype or whatever. I don't know if humans are space bards. I assume that by that you mean that they sleep with everything. Which, like, valid. In my setting, humans, which you might have noticed, I didn't make a video about humans. I made a video about orcs and dwarves and elves, and those 3 plus humans are the 4 ancestries of my world. At least the main ones. Humans, their main thing is that they're a mix of everything. So, dwarves have incredible nostalgia and memory, whereas humans will just have nostalgia and memory. Now, orcs and elves don't really have nostalgia, and their memory isn't quite to the same level. They don't think that way. They don't act that way. Whereas orcs have this pain tolerance, and they have this adrenaline, and they have this blood sense. Humans don't have a blood sense, but humans certainly have adrenaline. Elves and dwarves don't. Elves have fantastic senses. They have the ability to perceive and sense and feel and intuit like abstract concepts and emotions of other people, which humans can do. But humans can't sense to the same level. They have worse senses. But broadly speaking, they're going to be better than your elves. They're going to be better than your dwarves or your orcs. So the average human is better in everything than the average of every other ancestry. But no human has the special characteristics of those other ancestries. And then also, humans are the only ones that are compatible with all of them. So the reason there's like half elves running around and half orcs running around and half dwarves running around isn't because humans are just like, can't keep it in their pants. It's because humans are actually compatible. There are dwarves that love like elves. There are elves that love orcs. But an orc and a human can make a baby, a half orc. But that half orc will not be able to produce children. So it's kind of like a mule situation. So in this situation, it's almost like humans are horses, and then they have like donkeys, and they also have oxen and all the other cattle with them, and all of their spawn can't reproduce. They're technically sterile, but humans can reproduce. Hey, Neptune. Hey, some dude. In my opinion, 40k is for funny, cool lore, fantasies for memes, and Sigmar is for painting. Age of Sigmar minis go way harder than anything 40k, I will say. If your study is heavy biodeterminism, them, not quite. It's less biodeterminism, and it's more, I wanted to make the different ancestries feel different. And then from that, they each got their own culture. And then after they got their own cultures, and like elves are in the forests, and dwarves are in the mountains, and orcs are in the hills, and humans to the plains, this guy came around and he unified all of the species. And now anyone can be from anywhere and they all live together, which means you have all of these very distinct culture groups that I suppose you could call it biodeterminism to begin with, that initially impacted them. Now they gotta like learn to live together, and they have for thousands of years. So now we're at the point where you have dwarves that are intimately familiar with an orcish blood sense. You have orcs that are cognizant of the sensory issues of elves. You have elves which are very careful around the memory of their dwarvish companions, because that's just how they live their life. Your setting is neat. Thank you. Want to check out CompCon with us? I could look into CompCon. I don't know what I'm doing Saturday. So if I don't end up playing a game, if I end up just chatting, I might check out CompCon and like finishing up the Harpocrates dossier. Age of Sigmar was after the end times in Warhammer Fantasy, after Games Workshop nuked the setting because it wasn't profitable compared to 40k. Yeah. But yeah, so something that I want to make very clear. In my setting, your ancestry will give you certain characteristics, but there's still the full broad range of human expressivity, even in orcs and elves and dwarves. I hate the idea that if I play an elf, I have to be reserved and elegant and quiet and like have all of these expectations placed upon me as a player. No. Yeah, Harpocrates 2.0 and has new stuff, exactly. Do I got centaurs and dryaders? Yeah. So when I say that, so real quick, I hate the idea that elves are reserved and elegant and quiet and long-lived, and they treat all others only as mere specks in their long lives. No, heck no. If you play an elf, you can be as raucous and raunchy and boisterous as you want, or you can be reserved and quiet and elegant, or you can be an individual who is like your carrot from Discworld. You're a human raised by dwarves. You think you're just a really tall dwarf, and your memory happens to be a bit worse. But the idea being is that I want them to allow for interesting angles that make them feel distinct from each other without making it so that they can't functionally interchange. Humans and elves and dwarves and orcs all live together, and they have to adapt to each other, and they have to make cities that account for each other, because that's what cosmopolitan living is. And they used to have distinct cultures that kind of got erased from them, right? They kind of used to live in their enclaves that got taken from them when this guy went around unifying them, and then a religion got formed around him. And now there's this like essentialism of like, oh, well, now they're all unified. You have to stay unified. And I like the idea that they are separate ancestries, different creature groups. They are not just humans but with pointy ears, or humans but green skin, or humans but short. They have alien mindsets. They have different types. Each of the ancestries in my world has different numbers and organizations of teeth. Because if you don't know, different primates are identified by their dental structure. So For instance, an orc will have far fewer molars and more canines. I think it's, I think I went 2 incisors, 2 canines, 2 premolars, 1 molar is what I went with for them. Meanwhile, elves have 1 incisor, 0 canines, 2 premolars, 3 molars. Because based on their diets and based how elves are mostly herbivorous, but they are technically omnivores. Herbivorous. And orcs are mostly carnivorous, but they're technically omnivores. Like, their dental structure is based around what accommodates what they eat. So, for instance, elves eat leaves and greens and fruit. So they need more, like, molars to grind that up. Whereas orcs have a more meat-heavy diet, culturally and also just evolutionarily. They come from a more carnivorous lifestyle, which is aligned with their blood sense. So they have a dental structure meant to help with the biting and tearing of flesh. A lot of people right there are setting up like goblins are just green humans and stuff where it actually, so it's good where it actually matters. And I do have goblins in my setting, and goblins do have their own unique stuff, but they're like the 4 ancestries are the ones that get unified. There are also goblins, but they're considered monsters because they never got unified. What makes a goblin different than a dwarf or an orc? Well, not much. They have their own mindsets, but only so different as a dwarf is different from an elf. Goblins are another species, are another ancestry that has been systemically pushed out from the limelight effectively. Goblins are a species that have lives and loves and hopes and dreams, but they weren't brought together in what is effectively a fundamentalist religion thousands of years ago. I mean, it's not even racism. It's more so just like, it'd be closer to like social Darwinism is a branch of racism, but it's the idea of like, oh no, they're different. They're not like us. Like elves and dwarves and humans and orcs, we're all related to each other. Like we all have a common ancestry. Goblins are outside of that, even though goblins are still humanoids in my setting, at least. Like I run by that they're like culturally and biologically and similar and mechanically similar. They're not fae. Cultural posturing, which I mean, it's a little bit of like, okay, goblins are forced out of cities. So goblins live in like hunter-gatherer setups as best they can to like survive. A lot of the time, sometimes they settle down. Generally, they will have to resort to raiding, which gives them a reputation as savages, which means that they're pushed out of cities, which means that the goblins that do make it into cities are not welcome there. So they have to go and leave and like resort to hunter-gathering and raiding and living in enclaves, which then furthers the divide between cities and outsiders, and then it's just perpetuating it. They're fae in my setting? There are. So in my setting, extraplanarly, there is like the upper planes. Where so I suppose it's the heavens surrounded by, I think it's the wildlands. These are your upper planes. And then you have the hells surrounded by the abyss. Because again, my setting started as a D&D setting, so I have a lot of points from that. So, and then you have like the plane here. The 9 heavens are have your angels. The 9 hells have your devils. The abyss has your demons, and the wildlands has your fae. Fae in my world are to angels, as demons are to devils. Fae are, broadly speaking in my world, chaotic good within the confine. They are considered celestials, much like how angels are. Just like how demons are chaotic evil and still considered fiends compared to the lawful evil devils. And I've talked about this before. Savage from Pocahontas. Exactly. And I've talked about this before. Angels and devils don't like each other, but recognize we are on the same page when it comes to like keeping things organized. So they literally make contracts with each other. They settle stuff in like celestial court or in like cosmic court. They have embassies. Like there's an embassy on the first layer of heaven to hell. There's an embassy on the first layer of hell to heaven, where angels spend time in the angelic embassy in hell, and devils spend time in the hellish embassy in heaven, because they recognize we have more to gain from working together against threats like demons. And the Fae really are like kind of the wild card. So generally, demons don't get along with anyone. These two work together out of convenience. These two don't really trust each other, but ultimately their aims are pretty similar. These two hate each other. So broadly speaking, you think I'm about to steal. Random, but I want to shout out a comment I saw in the Dwarf Shorts video that was really cool that suggested dwarfs use alcohol to intentionally forget. Yes! I think that's the highest rated comment, because like if they have such good memory, they need to forget. Isn't it biodeterminism to have species be distinct? My understanding of biodeterminism was your fate and life and characteristics and personality will be dictated by your biology. That's my understanding of it. And in my world, orcs, there's nothing that makes an orc more angry than another species. There's nothing that makes a elf softer than another species. There's nothing that makes a dwarf more stubborn than another species. They just have these inclinations and like areas of expertise almost. So that's why I don't consider it biodeterminist, because there's nothing stopping an orc from being an absolute sweetie. Now, that orc will still have to deal with the blood rage, but that doesn't mean that they're like an aggressive person. But yeah, so the idea of, and if it seems way too human for you, that's fair. I mean, obviously, if I'm sharing it, like I like what I have. And my extra planar stuff, I have so much fun with it. I really want to get back into writing, like writing. Because I have stories, and like the autistic elf from the elf short. That's from one of the stories I wrote, which is actually inspired by Persona, funny enough. But like Vulcans? So real quick, with the dwarfs. They drink to forget. Well, they have a good constitution, so they needed to be stronger. So suddenly, there's a very strong culture of moonshine in my dwarves. Make your own alcohol as high proof as possible, because we'll survive. Don't give it to a human, though. Similarly, I really like the idea of dwarvish food is super intense. Like super spicy, super crazy, because dwarves can handle it, right? Spice is basically a plant saying, don't eat me. And then humans saying, ooh, I want to eat you. So dwarves will have very like spicy food. And then the posts continue to be like, oh, well, maybe the reason humans think it's so bland is because they're like, do humans eat salt? Rocks is like salt's a rock. They don't eat rocks. So then they give them super bland food. But also similarly, elvish cuisine is super bland, not because they don't know how to cook, but because their sense of taste and smell is so powerful that like to an elf, LaCroix is like perfect. And that tells you all you need to know. Meanwhile, orcish sentiments is like, there's a very strong like meat component. Almost everything has some degree of meat, whether it's white meat, dark meat, red meat, poultry, like whatever it ends up being. There's a very strong culture of like, there's some central protein to their dish. Knew your dwarf quoted for a reasoning. With elves, I just think of WFRP. Gotta hop off now. Good night, everyone, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Willow. You need to remember this holiday season that cookies represent the bodies of Santa and milk represents the blood of Santa. I forgot about that. Well, biodeterminism is kind of a spectrum. I consider the mainline D&D settings handling of race to be light biodeterminism, and you've got a fair bit more than they do. Yeah, and I mean, my ancestries are more distinct from each other. So I'm not going to argue that, right? I would say, like the TTRPG setting I'm working on is pretty explicitly biodeterminist, right? Because it's xenofiction. I'm working on a TTRPG where my goal was to get it out tomorrow, but then I pivoted. My goal now is to get it out at the turn of the new year. And I know I keep pushing the deadline. I keep feeling bad and I keep feeling sucky about it, but ultimately I don't want to rush out a product. And I haven't gotten the chance to work on it in like a week. It's xenofiction where you make little alien species, alien creatures. In a world where magic is fading and you have Stone Age level technology. So you create a species and then you create a creature of that species that you then control and you play in a TTRPG, and then eventually your creature is going to die. Then you make another different creature of your species or another player species or a completely different species. Sounds really good anyway. Thank you. I appreciate it. Silly little goobers, if you may. They are silly little goobers, and I've talked about it on stream. And the video that I want to drop, but it's like 40 minutes long, is me ranting for 40 minutes after cuts and after like cutting out dead air of me ranting about this game and just telling lore. I'm still going. Yeah, I do have to wrap up. Oh wow, it's been 7 hours. I do need to wrap up. I'm gonna hop on a call with my family in 20 minutes. So I think we got like 5 more minutes. If anyone has any last minute questions about me or my birthday or Christmas, VTubing, TTRPGs, D&D, my setting, my TTRPG, life advice, if you have any well wishes, do it, I'll watch. No, I already made a 40-minute video. And it's on the editing floor is my thing. It's just 40 minutes, so I keep not going back to edit it. Let's go back to chatting. Oh my gosh, my voice. I should check out Godhusk? The name sounds familiar. Arrow, do you know the game Celestial Bodies? Again, that also sounds familiar. I got a question. Why? Well, Zed. Pack a day arrow? Shush. How many arrows does it take to change the light bulb? 1, but I need like all afternoon. Celestial Body, Uma Thurman. No, that's a good one. Godhusk by Plastaboo, a book about a game that doesn't exist. Is it a fake video game? Godhusk. Yes. So Godhusk is Super Eye Patch Wolf. Made a video talking about fake video games recently. Talked about Vermis in the first one. Made a new one. Godhusk is the setting where it's a fake video game where you take different parts of different things and make a creature. You're gonna leave. Merry birthday. Enjoy some dude. Godhusk is what is wild that might turn into my new hyperfixation. So I already got the long and short of it. I already got the skinny from the Super Eye Patch Wolf video. Which if you don't know, Super Eye Patch Wolf, fantastic content creator, made a compendium, like a book about fake video games, and got a bunch of other creators to support him on it and participate in it. Super cool. And he talked about Godhusk. And with all due respect, I don't think I have the ability to justify purchasing Godhusk. Although this is like something where if I put it on a throne, I would absolutely do like a full review of Godhusk if I got it via like a throne. Godhusk looks so sick. Yes. Vermis is also really cool. So like I watched what Super Eye Patch Wolf talked about. He talks about the endings, talks about the mechanics, talks about how you actually go through it. Another 2-hour video to Petscop. Exactly. Goodness gracious. I think I hop off now. Despite all my ace, I'm still reading Yaoi in space. Jeez. The physical book isn't that expensive. It's like 15 euros. Yeah, it's like 25 USD. But like I'm in a position where I very much cannot just randomly spend on stuff that. I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I don't make a lot of money off of content creation. Combined with other streams of revenue, I like pay rent or whatever, but I don't make that much money. And I love making content creation, but I can't really justify dropping $25 on like God Husk to talk about it when I know that I'm probably not going to get that much money unless I make it a long form video and the long form video does well, and then the ads make me like. I've had videos that have made me money, but you're holding back so much soup from the records. I'm sorry. Anything by Astrails is my jam. Awesome. But yeah, so I just want to say, I'm going to be live on Friday, members only stream for Faust. We're going to be continuing to read it. My goal is to finish it in like 6 streams, and this will be stream number 2. So if you're not a member on the channel, feel free to drop a membership and you can hop over there. If not, I will make it public right after it's done, so you can listen to it all you want on the VOD. Saturday, I don't know what I'm doing. It's going to be on Twitch. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. But I don't know. I was nervous to reveal like my birthday or to make a big deal of it because I thought no one was going to show up, which this isn't making a big deal of it. This is just me saying it is early birthday for me. For some of you, it is my birthday because you're in the future. Lucky. Thank you so much for everything you've given me for the year. If you've been here longer than a year, if you've been here less than a year, whether you're commenting right now or you're in the VOD or you're a lurker, I appreciate. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.